Dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work. In this novel, the protagonist finds themselves transmigrated into a fantasy world where they become a newly hired employee at a large corporation. Despite the dream job's appealing benefits and kind bosses, the protagonist grapples with the eerie and often terrifying elements of their new reality. They utilize their knowledge of the world to quickly rise through the corporate ranks, all while dealing with the supernatural occurrences that surround them. The narrative combines elements of horror with humor, creating a compelling and engaging story. Chapter 1.1. Have you ever had an experience where you became totally engrossed in something? I'm not just talking about thinking, oh, this is fun, but being so deeply impressed that you ended up spending extra time and money on it. There must be something like that, right? If it's a movie, watching the director's cut. If it's a game, buying the art book. If it's a webtoon, paying for early access. If it's a singer, going to their concert. Going a bit further, buying related merchandise could be another example. Yes, I'm talking about what they call merch. Figures, banners, badges, dolls. I can confidently say that I've never spent money on such things in my life. Until now. Here I am at a department store. A pop-up store that opened to a great turnout, and by 10 a.m., the moment the department store opened, all the waiting tickets had already been distributed. And yes, I got one of those tickets. The 2:30 p.m. time slot is now open for entry. Finally. Hey, let's go. The cheerful teenager standing next to me ran excitedly toward the staff. 2:30 p.m., that's right. I pulled my hat down as far as it would go and stood in line. But then, I overheard whispers behind me. A reseller? Isn't he a dealer? I felt so wronged, but honestly, it made sense. I was the only adult male who looked like an office worker in this line. Ha! I sighed as I glanced at the entrance of the pop-up store. Welcome, explorer of the darkness. This is ridiculous. A theme with black and red backgrounds, caricatures of various monsters, occult elements, and symbols of corporations, religions, and governments all intertwined. It's exactly the kind of universe that would captivate a teenager's heart. Even the title is a masterpiece. Prophecy of the Apocalypse, Dark Exploration Records. Ugh. I barely resisted the urge to cover my eyes with my hand. Why did I have to see this at work? Dark Exploration Records. It's the world of a ghost story universe that's been super popular recently. You know, the kind of open-source collective intelligence universe where people can participate and create their own stories. At first, it seemed like it stemmed from a famous creepypasta and started spreading modestly among students, but then it hit the YouTube algorithm and started getting viral like crazy. The concept of records of exploring various paranormal phenomena called darkness. Eventually, it grew into an independent wiki with hundreds and thousands of creepypastas, and that's how it caught my eye. It was so easy to read at work because it's just text. And isn't it said that anything other than actual work is fun when you're at the office? I got so hooked on this universe that I even ended up creating and posting my own creepypasta. How did things come to this? Is it because my office life is so devoid of dopamine? And this Dark Exploration Records itself. Who knew it would get this big? It's now a massive IP that practically dominates YouTube as a major sensation for teenagers. Frobnovel.com. Naturally, companies jumped on board to make a profit. This pop-up store is part of that. But come on, this thing had a 15+ age recommendation slapped on the wiki. Why are there so many kids here? Hearing whispers behind me again, I couldn't help but feel increasingly self-conscious. He's definitely a dealer. Hey, maybe he's just buying something for his nephew or a cousin, don't be too harsh. No, I'm buying this for myself. The truth is, I came here last week too, but the merch I wanted sold out just before I got to it, so here I am again. I even took a day off work. Last week, at least there were women around my age. Unfortunately, it was a weekday afternoon, and the only adults here were parents who had come with their kids, so I felt like I might die of embarrassment, but I held on. I don't even know why I'm trying to endure this. Anyway, I followed the staff's guidance and entered the store. The fact that the staff didn't seem fazed was my only comfort. Wow. Hey, it really looks just like it. I could hear the middle schoolers exclaiming in awe as I took in the intricately designed interior of the pop-up store, which felt almost like a theme park. And the exhibit themes were thoughtfully organized. Daydream Incorporated. Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. Church of the Luminous Unknown. In this horror universe, there are three major forces: corporations, governments, and religions, all trying to observe and secure the paranormal phenomena. That's the setup. At first, it was just stories about the government's disaster management bureau, but as more people joined in and got excited, it turned into this. Anyway, it seemed like this pop-up store had picked out the most popular parts of the universe and gathered them here. It was clear that they were targeting fans' wallets by focusing only on popular characters and horror items, but the quality wasn't bad. Well, when would I ever come to a place like this again? Ignoring the stares, I quickly grabbed the items I wanted. It was a relief that most of the popular items were already sold out, so there was less suspicion that I was reselling. Would you like to purchase an L-sized eco bag to carry your items? It's 5,001. Yes, thank you. I successfully completed my purchase, but instead of leaving the pop-up store right away, I hesitated. I turned my head to see a line of people gathering near the cashier. Roulette event. Create your own Dark Exploration Records character. That. I saw it last week too, but I couldn't bring myself to join the line and participate. They said this pop-up ends tomorrow. It was a moment of intense inner conflict, wondering if it was really worth exchanging my social dignity for this. Just then, the cashier who had just started her shift smiled at me and spoke. The roulette event ends today. Would you like to participate? Yes. Thank you. Really, thank you, dear staff member. Great. Please come this way. Oh, just stand here. The staff member swiftly guided me to the line in front of a giant black roulette, and I naturally found myself at the end of the line. The line moved faster than I expected. Soon, I was at the front and handed a button that looked like a walkie-talkie. Now, we'll spin the lucky roulette. Please press the button to stop it whenever you're ready. Beep. With an artificial sound effect, the roulette started spinning. Each section displayed a prize and rank. There were merch I had already bought, merch that weren't for sale, and even some random Bluetooth earphones. Of course, the largest section, 7th place, was just a small memo pad. That's probably what I'd get. But it didn't bother me. After all, I almost left without participating at all. Let's not expect much. I thought as I pressed the button the staff gave me, carefully. RRRRR, click. But then, the black roulette slowed down, and surprisingly stopped right there. A thin, golden sliver. Chapter 1.2. First place. Dark Exploration Records Real Merch Box. Oh my gosh. Congratulations. Is this, for real? Wow, no way. So lucky, I'm so jealous. Voices of astonishment, screams, and envy rose behind me. Wow, finally, on the second to last day of the pop-up, someone hit first place. The staff, even more excited than me, ran behind the roulette and came back with a large, plastic-wrapped box. The black box, with a huge silver symbol embossed on it, looked like it had been carefully crafted. I barely managed to keep my hands from trembling as I accepted the box. Thank you. I needed to leave immediately and slap my face to make sure this was real. As I was about to leave the pop-up store, the staff stopped me. Oh. We're giving out custom-made merch here, so all I need is your name. My name. My personal information has long since become public property, leaked all over portal sites. The only thing that matters is getting this safely home. It's Kim Solium. Got it. Mr. Solium, just a moment. The staff started operating a black machine next to the roulette, which looked like a 3D printer. There was even an explanatory note above it, made for the pop-up store. Dark Exploration Records Character Maker. Ah, so that's the thing they mentioned during the roulette event. The Create Your Own Dark Exploration Records Character event. How perfectly tailored to a teenager's tastes. Please input your name here. Okay. Holding the merch box tightly with one hand, I quickly entered my name on the machine's pad. The black machine made a loud, eerie music box sound, putting on a show as gears turned. And then, it spat out a small object. Clank. I picked up the familiar-looking item. It was an employee ID card. Daydream Incorporated. Employee Kim Solium. Field Exploration Team. Wow. Daydream Incorporated. It's one of the most famous factions in our Dark Exploration Records universe. Yes, I know. To sum it up, it's the cliché of a big corporation that profits from paranormal phenomena. And the Field Exploration Team. That's the department where everyone dies, like the red shirts in that one sci-fi show. It's the team that always gets sent to investigate the paranormal, only to meet their end. Because of that, a lot of the named characters seem to belong to the Field Exploration Team. Wow. An employee ID from the Field Exploration Team. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of adventures employee Kim Solium will have in the Dark Exploration Records universe. Yes, thank you. I was about to cringe hard but managed to hold it in. At least it's not an ID from a government agency or a shady religious cult. Thank goodness it was a corporate employee ID. Although it was a little embarrassing, the staff had clearly said this so many times that they had built up immunity to it, handling it all with professional poise. With that, the roulette event seemed to be over after I received the employee ID card. Thank you. I looked down at the employee ID card with my name printed on it and sighed inwardly. This needs to be hidden somewhere no one will ever find it. No matter what, my tolerance for embarrassment couldn't handle this any longer. Meanwhile, the staff cheerfully asked again. Do you like it? You'll treasure it, right? Yes. Liar. I looked up, thinking I misheard. Smirk. The staff was suddenly smiling at me with an unnaturally wide grin. Their mouth stretched upward unnaturally, almost reaching their ears. In that instant, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed me. The noise of the pop-up store vanished. Everything in front of me blurred as if covered by black paint, flickering in red and blue. And by the time the dizziness passed, I had no idea the world would have completely changed, not even in my wildest dreams. Welcome to Daydream Incorporated, everyone. Before I knew it, I was standing in a corner of a large auditorium, looking at the central podium. And boom. With a burst of applause, fireworks exploded from the PPT projected onto the screen at the podium. New employee orientation. As the applause and cheers echoed, a person who seemed to be the host smiled brightly and advanced the PPT. It was clearly a new employee orientation event for a major corporation. The new recruits, dressed in suits, clapped and cheered with both excitement and nervous pride. They looked thrilled, having finally secured employment. Our new employees, who have successfully passed a 145:1 competition, should be proud of themselves. Haha. Now, let's begin the new employee orientation. What is this? I tried to step back in hesitation. But I realized I was sitting in a chair. I was dressed in a suit. I had worn it because I had to meet with a client in the evening, but coincidentally, I looked similar to the new employees filling this auditorium. Meanwhile, the merch box I received from the roulette event was quietly resting on my lap. Excuse me, did you get that somewhere? Is the company giving those out? I couldn't respond to the question from the new employee sitting next to me. You are the chosen candidates. In fact, only a select few of those who applied through this job posting have been gathered in Orientation Room A for this special session. Congratulations. You have passed the aptitude test and have been assigned to the special team, the Field Exploration Team. They've already made the assignments. Field Exploration Team. Does Daydream Incorporated have a department like that? Field Exploration, for a pharmaceutical company. It sounds like we're being exiled somewhere. Not the headquarters but a branch office. Are they trying to lure us in with fancy words? I could hear the murmured conversations of the new employees around me, but I didn't have time to focus on them. I recognized the company's name and the team's name. Daydream Inc. Field Exploration Team. Like a bolt of lightning, a page from the wiki flashed in my mind. Field Exploration Team, Daydream Incorporated. One of the 5 teams under the development department of the massive organization, Daydream Incorporated, as featured in Dark Exploration Records. Commonly referred to as the Death Squad. A tragic team, but one that is fun for ghost story writers. Wait a sec. This is the ghost story from the pop-up store event I just participated in. So, what happens next is, at the very new employee orientation, they're thrown into a deadly survival game to determine who gets full-time employment. It's a consistently popular topic for wiki entries because it shows what happens when ordinary people try to explore the dark. What are you doing? I immediately stood up from the chair. Frueval.com. I didn't care about understanding the situation, my only thought was to run outside. But it was already too late. Before official employment, there will be a brief probationary period, but don't worry, it won't be long. We will assess your practical abilities through an absolute evaluation. Of course, full participation is necessary for a proper evaluation. Freeloading will not be tolerated. Chapter 1.3. Bang, bang, bang. The doors to the auditorium shut one by one. Damn it. While I was panicking, the naive new employees, who still thought Daydream Incorporated was just a regular pharmaceutical company, hadn't realized what was happening. And so, as about 100 new employees listened attentively to the host cheerfully shouted out, "Now, let's get started." With that lively voice. The lights in the auditorium went out. Huh. The new employees, still confused, seemed to think it was a video or something being prepared, showing only mild curiosity. That would be expected. Who would expect such a crazy thing to happen just because they got a job? For example, the surrounding scenery suddenly transformed into the inside of a desolate subway train. "Passengers, thank you for using Abyss Transpo today. Our train will not halt. Please pay attention to the announcements for a pleasant journey to your destination." An unfamiliar announcement, with strange station names, started playing. What is this? The new employees, still in their suits and seated neatly on subway chairs as if the auditorium had been transported as is, all shot to their feet. It was understandable that they were startled. "Excuse me. Is this some kind of VR? Did we really move?" Many of the people who were in the auditorium seemed to be there still, which offered some comfort, leading to complacent reactions. They wandered around the subway, looking for any sign of the company or someone from the event, or searched for doors that might open. Soon, they began to get a better sense of the situation. There are people in the next car. But, the doors won't open. Is this some new technology? With a feeling of cold sweat creeping up on me, I squeezed my eyes shut and opened them again. I already knew which ghost story this was. Welcome to Abyss Transpo. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. D-class darkness that boasts a ridiculously high difficulty for escaping and one of the most infamous stories. The field exploration team suffers endlessly. Exploration records indicate a total of entries. Welcome to Abyss Transpo. As you can probably guess, it's a ghost story based on the Korean subway system. You fall asleep and wake up on a subway train. It feels like your usual commute home, but strange station names start appearing. That's how it begins. The target of this ghost story is anyone who has ever commuted by subway, making it all the more chilling for most working people who read it. And this ghost story, it's under Daydream Incorporated's jurisdiction, isn't it? It seemed like Daydream Incorporated was planning to filter out their new hires through this ghost story, damn it. Is this something like an escape room? Why would a pharmaceutical company that makes hair loss treatment bother with escape rooms for new sales recruits? That's when it happened. This stop is Sorrow Station. Sorrow. The first announcement came over the speaker. I held my breath and turned my head. The doors are on your right. Click. The train stopped. The doors are opening. The doors opened. It seemed like any other ordinary day, but the doors will close in 30 seconds. Once closed, they will never open again. Passengers whose destination is Sorrow Station should disembark according to the announcement. The familiar voice calmly mixed strange words and phrases into the announcement. But people always try to rationalize things to find some form of reassurance. Look outside. It's just a subway station. And indeed, they were right. Outside the train, the platform was clearly visible. It looked a bit dark and damp, but otherwise, it seemed like an ordinary subway station. Relieved by this, 2 or 3 people moved toward the door. "Oh, no. I think it's better if you don't get off." Huh. This is bad. I sighed and spoke quickly. "You heard them say, Sorrow Station. There's no station like that in Korea. Anyone would think it's strange." "Oh. Yeah, I think this guy's right. Maybe we should wait and see how things play out." One of the quicker-witted people backed me up. It was the new hire who had been sitting next to me. Because of that, the people who had been about to step off hesitated further. But still. "Hey, the doors are closing." But the sound of the doors closing caused a few panicked individuals to impulsively jump out. It was a disaster. The doors are closing. Ah. I missed it. Shit. The people who didn't get offside, watching the ones who did wave back at us from the platform. Some even glanced at me and muttered curses under their breath. I understood. In such a strange, unsettling situation, their instinct would be to flee without thinking. But still. What the? Look at that. A grotesque sight unfolded. As soon as the people who got off turned around to move, silver droplets suddenly poured from the ceiling and pillars of the platform, cascading down on them. Drip, drip, drip. It looked like giant teardrops. But the countless silver droplets fell onto their bodies like molten metal, producing horrifying tearing sounds. Screams. Convulsions. Silence. Blood mixed with the silver liquid splattered against the windows. The train is now departing from Sorrow Station. The last thing we saw outside the window. In front of the sliding doors, now soaked in filth and blood, only the crushed remains of the new employees were left behind, twitching slightly. Ah. Ah. It was the fate of those who chose wrong. Please pay attention to the announcements for a pleasant journey to your destination. Finally, fear began to spread among the people as screams and shouts echoed around. It started. I squeezed my eyes shut. I'm inside a ghost story. I don't know how this happened, but I definitely seem to have become a new employee in a company from a ghost story. And one in a department with an insanely high death rate. Is this for real? Sure, if I'm being honest, I'm probably in a more advantageous position than the other new hires. I've read through all the dark exploration records on the wiki. Furanovel.com. 3.2 exploration records, up to entries. I can remember things pretty clearly up to about this level. From this point on, it sounds like the classic overpowered protagonist trope. Maybe you're thinking I could escape this situation and look cool by using my superior knowledge of this world. Maybe you're even imagining that I could monopolize the hidden treasures and items to come. That might be true. But there's one problem. A very critical problem. I'm fucking terrified of anything remotely horror. That's right. I am a coward. Text is fine. I can enjoy reading that. But the moment it's visualized, I can't handle it. And not just a regular coward, a coward to the point where my friends would constantly tease me for it. Kim Solium's crush asked him to watch a horror movie but he turned her down BC he's too scared. Is this for real? Lololololol. Dude, your name is literally the SFX for Goosebumps but you can't even watch a horror movie LOLOLOLOL. She, no wonder your crush ran away LMAO. LOL. Wanna die? Sorry. Srey. I'm the kind of coward who, when reading horror stories at work in broad daylight, will turn off the background images and BGM just to focus on the text. I was so scared, I didn't even include an image in the ghost story I posted. A long-term resident of the shelter for scaredy cats, that's me. I covered my face with both hands. I'm screwed, big time. Chapter 2.1. This stop is Resentment Station. The doors are on your right. A suffocating silence flows through the ghost story subway. I'm contributing to this silence as well. Even though I already know this ghost story, I'm the type of person who gets startled just by the thumbnail when a related YouTube video pops up and immediately clicks, not interested. And now I have to survive in this ghost story. Just kill me already. That would be a mercy. I don't even have the energy to figure out what's going on. I pressed my face into my hands, wanting to deny everything. Then, it happened. Blink. First place, Dark Exploration Records Real Merch Box. I lifted my head. Something like a notepad was flying around in my field of vision. I could see it whether my eyes were open or closed. It looked like a piece of paper, torn from a notepad and folded, fluttering around. This. Wait. No one else seems to be seeing it. I quickly shut my mouth. Drawing attention to myself in this situation would be foolish. Instead, I discreetly pressed the notepad in front of me with my hand. Trying not to look too awkward. Flap. Amazingly, the notepad moved as if it were unfolding, spitting out something small. I quickly covered it with my hand, as if to hide it. It was a pop socket. A very simple black pop socket with nothing remarkable about it except for a golden X symbol in the center. But with that design alone, I realized what this pop socket was. It's merch. One of the merch sold at the Dark Exploration Records pop-up store, which I had visited right before waking up in this bizarre situation. It was one of the items I had purchased today. With trembling hands, I picked up the pop socket. In the story, what function did this item have again? Memorial pop socket. C-class item featured in Dark Exploration Records. When attached to a smartphone, it displays the text you remember in a clear, organized page format. A standard issue item for 9th-level employees at the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau under the Ministry of Environment. Displays memories as text. Then, perhaps. With trembling hands, I peeled off the adhesive backing of the pop socket and immediately attached it to my smartphone. The moment I did, the scattered text I vaguely remembered from Dark Exploration Records materialized clearly on my phone screen in the form of pages. Dark Exploration Records /Ghost Story. Welcome to Abyss Transpo. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTR D16. An early-stage D-class darkness with overwhelmingly difficult escape requirements. A notoriously insane ghost story. Depicts the endlessly suffering field exploration team. Exploration records indicate a total of up to 56 entries. So this means, did the merch I bought actually work? Come to think of it, the black merch box that had been resting on my lap had disappeared without a trace. So that merch box turned into this notepad and spat out the merch I bought. What kind of crazy situation is this? Still, it's certainly advantageous for me. The ghost story universe I've entered, Dark Exploration Records. Do you know how many internet veterans have unleashed their creativity based on this? There are literally hundreds upon hundreds of ghost stories. Of course, it's hard to recall all of them like flipping through a book in my mind. Plus, these ghost stories don't directly tell you how to survive. You have to infer the correct answers from the stories, which makes it even harder to figure things out in new situations. But if I can check the text of what I've read all at once. If that's possible, the first thing I need to look at is previous escape cases. I immediately scrolled down the wiki page. I quickly read through section 3.2 Exploration Records, and then I came to a conclusion. I got it. I found my answer for which station I need to get off at. But there's a problem. I turned to look at the others in the subway car with me. There were 8 young new hires in total, including myself. The people who had panicked after witnessing 2 live dismemberments were starting to regain their composure and talk. That station name, resentment, it sounds like the kind of resentment people feel when they're angry, right? Yes. No cell service, no data, seriously, what is going on? Yeah. How am I supposed to convince these unfamiliar, untrustworthy people to get off at the right station with me? Somehow, I need to make as many people as possible get off with me. I clenched my fist. Did I suddenly develop a noble sense of duty, feeling that these extras who are destined to die in this ghost story world are real people whose lives I need to save? Well, sure, I might feel that way as a human being, but that's not my top priority. The real reason I'm so desperate is I can't get off alone. That's right. A lot of these stations are just insane. Walk alone through A station filled with eyeballs. B, a station shrouded in darkness, or C, a station that's upside down. Just imagining it makes me break out in a cold sweat, and I'd probably end up crawling on all fours in terror. Chances of me passing out before making it to safety? Over 90%. No way. Please, save me. I have to convince them, somehow. I opened my mouth to speak, but then quickly shut it. Still, blurting out things like supernatural phenomena or darkness would be idiotic. Who would want to believe they're trapped in a situation straight out of a ghost story? They'd either refuse to believe it and mock me, or believe it and panic even more. Slowly. I need to build trust first. At least one person. If I can just convince 1 or 2 people, the herd mentality will make it easier for others to follow. Let's see, someone who seems like they need help, or a clue to build a connection with. This is like some YouTube ghost story. Found one. You mentioned a ghost story? A woman with short hair and a calm demeanor nodded slightly, looking a bit flustered. Yes. I watch ghost stories on YouTube sometimes, and this reminds me of one. Could you tell me more? This doesn't seem like a normal situation, so it's probably best to share any information we have. It's not really information, it just feels like everything is straight out of a ghost story. The lecture hall suddenly turned into a subway, and people died like that. Her face turned slightly pale, likely remembering the insane dismemberment that happened just moments before. I understand. I want to throw up too. Let's both try to erase it from our minds as quickly as possible. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to suddenly. No, it's the same for me. It's hard to think straight with everything that's happening. The woman gave a weak laugh. You seem to be handling it more rationally than anyone else here. That's only because you haven't seen me fainting in panic yet. And surprisingly, around this time, someone else approached me. For a very good reason. You were sitting next to me earlier, right? It was a man with curly hair who looked fairly innocent. Now that I think about it, he was sitting next to me in the lecture hall earlier. It seemed like this new hire wasn't part of any of the other conversations happening around us. He rubbed the back of his neck and glanced between the woman I was talking to and me before extending his hand like he wanted to shake mine. My name is Baek Sahyun. Chapter 2.2. I nearly forgot to shake his hand for a moment. Baek Sahyun. He's a named character. Dark Exploration Records / Daydream Inc. / characters. Baek Sahyun. An employee of Daydream Incorporated in Dark Exploration Records. Final rank, Section Chief. Total number of Exploration Records, 106. Of these, 17 are special cases recorded in the wiki. Nickname, Viper. He was an employee who had appeared multiple times in Dark Exploration Records. I looked up and stared at the men with the somewhat timid-looking curly hair, letting out a small sigh. This guy is Baek Sahyun. He doesn't really match the image in my head. Still, it felt strange to meet someone in real life who I had only seen as a text-based character in a ghost story universe. Meanwhile, the short-haired woman who had first mentioned ghost stories extended her hand as well. Given the situation, we might as well introduce ourselves. I'm Go Young-gun. It was a name I'd never heard before. And if I don't know a character's real name, it means one of two things. Either she left early after handling the ghost stories relatively easily, fruobnovel.com. Or she died right away. Damn it. Sometimes, named employees only appear with nicknames or code names, but in those cases, their personalities are so distinct that you can identify them immediately. This feels unsettling. I quickly pushed those thoughts aside and hid my discomfort. I'm Kim Solium. The handshakes were brief, and we naturally sat down in the subway seats to continue our conversation. In the meantime, it felt like the people around us had started to split into groups. Ah, those people, it looks like they're trying to communicate with the front car somehow. Seems so. In this ghost story, moving between subway cars is prohibited. As expected, they soon gave up trying to communicate and returned, using hand gestures to signal their failure. What should we do? We can't communicate with the front car at all. And it looks like there's a fight breaking out up there. As the tension and anxiety among the passengers grew, another station announcement played. But this time, the atmosphere of the keyword was different. This stop is Euphoria, Euphoria Station. Huh. The murmuring crowd suddenly fell silent. Euphoria. Doesn't euphoria sound kind of positive? Maybe. No. You can't make such a simple judgment here. I gritted my teeth as I recalled the exploration records I had just read. In this ghost story, the station names change every time it appears. That's why it's impossible to find a specific phrase or station like, get off at this station, or, this station is the answer, in the previous cases to guarantee an escape. But you can identify trends. Like this. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. / Welcome to Abyss Transpo. 3.2 Exploration Records, up to 56 entries. 1. Stations named after colors like red, yellow, blue. 2-person escape success, attempt, blue station. 2. Stations named after body parts like left arm, cornea, heart. No recorded escape success, attempt, cochlea station. 3. Stations named after serial killers like unknown. 12-person escape success, attempt, unknown station. 4. Stations named after years like 2008, 2012, 2016. No recorded escape success, attempt, 2024 station. 5. Stations named after illnesses like asthma, stroke, glaucoma. 3-person escape success, attempt, cold station. Read more. C. Even after 56 cases, there's no connection between the station's positive name and the likelihood of escape. But people were about to get off en masse at Euphoria Station. The doors are on your left. The scenery of the platform that greeted us was bright and pleasant, adding to the problem. Damn it. The platform looked clean and bright, like a brand new station in a newly developed city. I could feel the mood of the people shifting in that direction. Ah. Should we get off and look for help? This place actually looks fine. The excited crowd started to gather near the doors, peeking out. No way. The number of people in my group. And my mental state after witnessing this. Damn it. In the end, I ran and blocked the doors again. What's going on? Please wait. The doors are opening. Are you certain? What? Are you sure? Yes. I mean, are you sure this place is safe? Or at least have a solid theory? I deliberately averted my gaze. I think most of us can agree that this situation feels like a ghost story. Go Young-gun, who had caught everyone's attention with my words, looked startled but didn't retract her statement. The doors will close in 30 seconds. Once closed, they will never open again. But whether in ghost stories or horror movies, have you ever seen good things happen when you rely solely on luck or a hunch? Well, no, but can you really risk your life without a solid deduction or theory? The anxious people paused for a moment, then someone shouted in frustration. Well, do you have some amazing deductions? This guy's been spouting nonsense since the start. Oh, just move already. What deduction? What is this, some kind of quiz show? Did someone give you a hint or something? Yes. I am giving you a hint. I took a breath. Then I raised my hand, pointing upward. At the subway's electronic display, where the speaker was located. I'm talking about the announcements. Please pay attention to the announcements for a pleasant journey to your destination. From the beginning, the subway announcements had kindly informed us of this. Haven't they been telling us to listen to and follow the announcements all along? They're being very obvious. With that in mind, I added as I heard the next announcement. Passengers whose destination is Euphoria Station should disembark according to the announcement. Is there anyone here whose destination is Euphoria Station? The people froze. Well, it sounds like a good thing, right? Euphoria, like, living life to the fullest, that's the goal of life, right? So, is your destination Euphoria Station? It seemed like most of them sensed something was off. But a few people started to get angry with me. Hey, do we have any real destination right now? Why are you butting in like you know everything when you don't either? If we can't get off and escape because of you, are you going to take responsibility? Will you take responsibility? Take responsibility. Yes. What? I will take responsibility. That's an easy question. I was planning to escape together with them anyway. If they get off here, it's a guaranteed wrong answer, after all. So, there's no way my answer could be worse than that. But since they didn't expect my response, they stood there with their mouths open, frozen in their places. Chapter 2.3. Seeing me take such a firm stance seemed to shake them. I could see their internal struggle. The doors are closing. Meanwhile, the door is shut. Ah. I stepped aside. A few people who had been staring at the closed doors in disbelief clung to them. But no one was yelling at me for blocking them anymore. Is this enough? I was feeling somewhat satisfied when I suddenly heard a panicked shout. Hey, everyone in the front car got off. They all got off. I immediately looked beyond the train window. Not everyone, but about 5 or 6 people seemed to have gotten off at once. Sigh. Honestly, I didn't want to watch what was going to happen next. But I needed to see it to make a coherent argument later. Damn it. Holding back a curse, I squinted through the window, my vision blurring slightly. Huh. They're running. The people who had gotten off seemed to have quickly decided to move. I saw 5 or 6 figures running toward the platform's exit, heading for the stairs. But they were too late. Ack. The platform floor began to boil with a yellow hue, and the runners' feet started sinking into the ground as if melting. Gee gold. It was a bizarre sight, as if their lower bodies were turning into gold and fusing with the floor. They screamed and struggled to run, but their movements grew slower and slower. Until finally, their bodies collapsed, leaving only their upper halves, which tumbled forward at the base of the stairs. Even those were turning into shining gold. The easiest way to experience happiness. Hook. MMPH. The train is now departing from Euphoria Station. Inside the departing train car, only the sounds of people gasping in shock and sobbing filled the air. One of the people who had been about to get off grabbed me in desperation and asked, "Why, you said you'd take responsibility. Can you really guarantee we'll find a safe place?" Huh. Yes. I answered firmly. It was ridiculous how the conversation had jumped to me guaranteeing the correct answer, but honestly, that was the only answer I could give. This is crazy, really. My legs were shaking so badly I thought I'd collapse. The image of their lower bodies disintegrating kept replaying in low resolution in my mind, making me nauseous. One thing was certain. Even if I were to survive this, I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. During all this, Beksahian spoke to me in admiration. "You're amazing, teacher." Teacher. Oh, I tend to call people teacher when I meet them. He awkwardly smiled and added, "There aren't many people like you these days. You know, who can firmly say what's right or wrong, instead of speaking in vague terms like, I think it might be. I hope the outcome matches your confidence." Ah, thanks for the encouragement, but this isn't the kind of situation where vague words or detached speech will help. If we don't get a good result here, you're dead too, you know. Wait. No, that's not right. I had missed something while whining about how scared I was. If there's a record of Beck Sahian working as an employee in Dark Exploration Records, that means he passed this entrance exam, right? If that's the case, couldn't I just follow Beck Sahian when he gets off at a station? If I convince myself and go Yun-gun, that makes 3 of us. When someone actively supports getting off, there's a higher chance others will follow as well. Is it really this simple? Beck Sahian. Yes. Is there a particular station you want to get off at? I mean, is there a word or name that, when it appears, makes you think, I should get off here? Suddenly. I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts. Beck Sahian seemed to ponder for a moment before shrugging. Not really. I'm not very knowledgeable about this stuff. I see. So, he hasn't gotten a clear idea yet. I nodded casually. In any case, this seemed like a decent idea, so I was going to keep an eye on it. Ding, ding. Attention passengers, this is an announcement from Abyss Transpo to ensure a pleasant journey. Please pay attention. The announcement started again. Everyone stopped talking and immediately looked up. The train is about to pass through a curved section, which may cause noise and shaking. Please be seated to prevent accidents. Fucking hell. Everyone, let's sit down. Without any objections, everyone quickly took their seats. It was as if my earlier remarks about the announcements had sunk in. Even the person who had been adamant about getting off earlier sat down quietly and was one of the first to find a seat. But not everyone seemed to follow the same logic. Oh no. The people in the front car. Those people. The passengers in the front car were still standing, seemingly too caught up in a heated argument. Although I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, their raised voices must have drowned out the announcement. It was clear just by looking at them. They were in complete panic after witnessing the unimaginable deaths of those who had gotten off earlier. Shouldn't we say something to them? Hey! Can you hear us? Sit down. The new hires closest to the front car shouted, but the people there barely acknowledged them. One person who happened to make eye contact with us even walked over. Sit down. No, don't come over here, just sit. It was too late. Entering the curved section. The lights went out. In the darkness, the train began to shake violently with a loud rumble. And amidst the rumbling, a sharp noise rang out. Screams. Ack, The sound of something wet bursting. Like squeezing a ripe grape too hard. Then, a dull thud. As if it were happening just on the other side of a door. The people in this car held their breath, trembling faintly, trying to stay silent. Then the lights came back on. Through the small window on the front door of the train, we could see into the front car. It was covered in blood and filth. It looked as if only living organisms had been thrown into a blender. There were no traces of people left. Everyone was dead. You may now stand up safely. Thank you for your cooperation. In stark contrast to the calm announcement, the train was filled with the sound of people panicking. Let me out. Let me out. Gasp, gasp, what the hell is this? What is this? Mom. Even in that state, the new hires tried to cover their mouths and listen closely to the announcement, desperately trying to stay quiet. After all, it had been proven to be their lifeline. Damn. While the situation was clearly favorable for my survival, the reality was so horrific that cold sweat formed on my forehead. I wiped it away with my trembling hand and clenched my teeth. I mustn't look at the front car anymore. Just focus on convincing them. A few stops later, when the right station comes up, I'm sure people will get off together. Attention passengers, this is an announcement from Abyss Transpo to ensure a pleasant journey. Please pay attention. Another announcement. Again. Hayek. Cutting through the sobs of the exhausted passengers, the crisp, mechanical voice continued with its strange message. There is a lost item. Wait a second. I looked up sharply. If you found the lost item, please disembark at the next station and hand it over to the station staff. I knew this scenario. A rare escape case. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story / Welcome to Abyss Transpo. 3.4 Miscellaneous Records, Escape. A document recording irregular survival cases where the individual successfully escaped by getting off at a station. Several methods were repeatedly observed. The most frequent cases involved temporary stops for train intervals and lost item announcements. A guaranteed escape ticket. As long as you had the announced lost item, you could safely get out. But only one person can escape. For someone like me, who can't go alone, it's a survival ticket that's useless from the start. I clenched my fists tightly. So, who should I send out? No, is sending someone out even the right answer? And then, the lost item is the left eye of a type A male in his 20s. The lost item was something I couldn't have imagined. Chapter 3. In the midst of the chaos of a ghost story where people were dying, a survival ticket appeared. Just like in a movie. And it wasn't an illusion. If you take the lost item mentioned in the announcement, you'll be guided out of the station as soon as you meet the station staff. It was indeed a glimmer of hope. The problem was that the lost item mentioned in the announcement was absurdly grotesque. What did it just say? A male in his 20s. The left eye of a type A male in his 20s. Go Young-gun dropped her head, her face hollow. Type A must be referring to blood type, right? Yes. A heavy silence fell. Everyone seemed frightened already. Should I just let this go? If we get off at the right station, everyone can survive. If one person escapes early, the mood might get weird and cause unnecessary conflict. But things didn't unfold that easily. Still, wouldn't it be better to find it? Yeah, you never know what might happen. These new hires were so focused on the announcement that they couldn't just let it go. Let's see how this plays out. By the way, how old are you? Oh, I'm in my 30s. You look young for your age. Oh, and I'm blood type B, so I don't count. Same here. Everyone started checking to see if they fit the description of a 20-something male with blood type A. But no one matched the conditions exactly, and soon the question turned to me. Kim Solium SSI, by any chance? I answered simply. I'm type AB. It was actually a lie. I'm blood type A. But there's no reason to reveal that I'm the target. If people thought I was trying to gain an advantage, they might misunderstand and refuse to listen to me later. I see. Then, what about you, Beksahian SSI? Wait a second. Suddenly, the person sitting across from me raised his hand with a serious expression. Actually, I fit the criteria exactly. Oh. He spoke in a rather grave tone, probably because he was worried he might die if things went wrong. He doesn't need to worry about that, though. And the reason he suddenly confessed became clear. This stop is Anger Station. The announcement for the next station had just been made. The station where the station staff would be waiting to collect the lost item. The new hire who had stepped forward looked tense. Is there no one else? Yes, it seems that way. Damn. Beksahian, who had been listening to the conversation next to me, sighed and then asked him. The doors are on your right. You said you're blood type A. Why yes. Too bad. And then a fist flew. A brutal, sickening sound echoed as Beksahian's fist mercilessly struck the left eye of the new hire who had confessed to being an A-type 20-something male. Beksahian had struck him with his smartphone, using the corner to hit his eye, as if he didn't care if it burst. Ugh. And just as the person collapsed without even managing to scream. The doors are opening. Beksahian leapt over the fallen man and exited the train. What, just. Af. Who the hell are you, ewanvel.com? The others, too late to react, screamed in shock. Beksahian chuckled softly. You morons. If one eye is all it takes to escape, just do it already. It said we could get off the train. It seemed Beksahian had accurately understood the nuances of the announcement. If you found the lost item, please disembark at the next station and hand it over to the station staff. Even though there had been a hint to pay attention to the announcements, it was an incredibly bold move. Well, it's hard to expect that kind of reasoning from someone who expects others to take responsibility for their own survival. What? On top of that, Beksahian calmly continued his blunt remarks. It was as if he was certain no one would dare follow him off the train. And he was right. Everyone had already seen what happened when you got off at the wrong station. That guy. Go Young-gun was so enraged that her face turned red, but for the first time, I felt a sense of clarity. It made sense. His nickname was Viper. The portrayal of Beksahian in Dark Exploration records, it now made sense that it came from a personality like this. I thought he might be okay since he was a new hire and hadn't yet been corrupted by society, but it seemed this was just his natural personality. The doors are closing. Meanwhile, Beksahian waved towards the train with a smug smile, clearly pleased with his successful escape. Even if it meant giving up someone's left eye. That guy. But, the thing is, it wasn't necessary. While everyone was focused on Beksahian, I quietly reached my hand up to the luggage compartment. I definitely saw it earlier. And as I reached deeper, I grabbed something hidden in a blind spot, like magic. I pulled it down to check. Inside a strange, portable lens case was an eyeball. And a label. Type A/female/27/R. This was another lost item candidate. A lost item isn't something you lose yourself, it's something someone else loses, right? In fact, this announcement was more of a treasure hunt, where you had to disembark with the lost item that perfectly matched the description from among a few candidates in the luggage compartment. There were even cases where people had randomly handed over what they had and managed to escape. So now Beksahian is part of that statistic. But what if he found out he didn't actually have to sacrifice that guy's left eye? The screen door had already closed. As the train was about to depart, I briefly made eye contact with Beksahian, who was turning toward the platform. I raised the lens case with the eyeball in it, making sure he could see it clearly through the window. I had covered the label, so only one thing would be visible. The eyeball. Through the glass door, Beksahian's expression changed as he realized what it was. But by then, it was too late. The train is now departing from Anger Station. The train began to move. I looked back at the new hire Beksahian had attacked. Judging by the wound on his left eye, Beksahian had tried to eliminate another, correct lost item, besides his own. He must have thought only one lost item would be acknowledged. I couldn't blame him for trying to survive by escaping on his own, but he had crossed a line. I turned my head back toward the door. From far behind, I heard the sound of someone furiously pounding on the sliding doors. And faintly, in the distance of the departing platform, I thought I could hear the agonized screams of someone enduring a strange kind of pain. The lost item has been successfully handed over to the station staff. Translator's note: I won't cut the chapters if the original's not super long. Chapter 4. One person had escaped the ghost story. But, they did so with an eye gouged out. Phew. Did you hear that? However, unlike the previous times, the passengers didn't show much pity, even though they were terrified and disgusted. Is this the result of violence without persuasion? The train became briefly chaotic as people checked on the condition of the person attacked by Beksahian. This stop is Hatred Station. Hatred, ha. Ha. The announcement only deepened the gloomy atmosphere. Go Young-gun, who had been looking after the new hire holding his injured left eye, stood up. Her face was dark. I'm almost certain his cornea is damaged. It's worrying. Are you in the medical field by chance? No. I studied it briefly in college but changed majors, so I never took the national exam. I'm not a professional. Go Young-gun sighed and sat down on the floor, cross-legged. The doors are opening. The train doors opened, but people only glanced outside, not making any moves. They simply looked out cautiously. At the same time, they also glanced at me. It seemed they were waiting to see if I would suggest we get off here. At least they're paying attention. I had worried that Beksahian's actions would make people more suspicious of each other, but instead, having a common enemy seemed to have calmed everyone down. It also felt like, given the madness of the situation, they were waiting for the next statement from the person who had spoken confidently earlier. In other words, me. It even felt like they might leave the decision of which station to disembark it to me. You must feel a bit pressured. Go Young-gun spoke with a complex expression. People keep leaning on you. Thanks. They're scared and anxious, so I hope you don't find it too exhausting or distasteful. Ugh. Sorry. I'm scared and anxious too, which is why I'm trying to lead everyone. I've been trying to think things through in my own way too. Oh, I see. The floor is open to opinions. In fact, I welcome them. What have you been thinking about? Well, I've been pondering what you said earlier about the final destination. Go Young-gun lowered her voice. If it's the final destination for a person, could it be death? Isn't that what marks the end of human life? The more I think about it, it feels like that's what it means. So, I was wondering if we should get off when we see a word like that. Oh. But then I thought, would that just mean we're going to die peacefully? So I couldn't say it for sure. No, that's a very convincing thought. Is it really? Yes. however. I trailed off, and before I knew it, I smiled slightly. It was because I had just seen the name of the next station on the display. What does the term destination really mean? What? If you look it up in the dictionary, a destination is defined as the place or goal someone is trying to reach. And the theme of this train is very straightforward. Sit down. Find the lost item. The instructions are given clearly and without twists, and if you follow them, you stay safe. Even those who got off at the wrong station died in a very straightforward manner. So, I'm approaching the term destination in the same way. I believe that the destination mentioned by this train refers to a place or goal that we, in our current state, haven't yet achieved or reached. If you think about it that way, the criteria for choosing the right station become very simple. Something I don't have. If we apply this logic, we can reinterpret the previous escape cases as well. 1. Stations named after colors like red, yellow, blue. 2-person escape success, attempt, blue station. 2. Stations named after body parts like left arm, cornea, heart. No recorded escape success, attempt, cochlea station. 3. Stations named after serial killers like 12-person escape success, attempt, station. 4. Stations named after years like 2008, 2012, 2016. No recorded escape success, attempt, 2024 station. 5. Stations named after illnesses like asthma, stroke, glaucoma. 3-person escape success, attempt, cold station. At blue station, the people who escaped were likely those who had nothing blue on their bodies or belongings. And it makes sense that the station named after serial killers had many escapees. No one in the train would have been one of those serial killers, so almost every station would have been the correct choice for them. On the other hand, stations named after body parts, the likelihood of someone missing a body part is lower, which is why they failed to escape. It's the same with stations named after years. Everyone had experienced the year 2024, which is why they failed to escape that time. If we apply this logic, it becomes clear which station we should get off at now. An emotion I don't have. So, we need to choose an emotion we would never feel in this situation. What? This is where it gets tricky. Most people have experienced all basic emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. Unless you're someone who lacks a particular emotion, it becomes very difficult to choose the right station. Even if the intensity of emotions varies, most people have felt them at some point. Therefore, we need to choose an emotion that isn't expressed in degrees but exists as a more neutral state. An emotion that conceptually exists but is extremely difficult to fully experience. That's what we need to choose. This stop is Serenity, Serenity Station. The announcement played. It's easy to think that this is just another ordinary emotion as a station name. After all, we often say things like, that person looks so serene. But it's a phrase we often use when describing others. It's rare for someone to describe themselves as serene. And it makes sense. The dictionary definition of serenity is to be without any worries or concerns. But can a person truly be serene, without any worries or anxieties? The chances of that are almost non-existent. Especially in an extreme situation like this. This is the correct station. We're getting off here. I spoke confidently and without hesitation. I stood up immediately. The others, startled, stood up as well, watching me. We're getting off here. Yes. I then approached the injured new hire, who was clutching his eye, and helped him to his feet. I'll help you. Thank you. As I led the injured person toward the door, the others instinctively followed. No one could back out now. We're all getting off together. Good. If we all escape together like this. The doors are opening. But outside the open door, there was a sea of blood. No way, this is over the line, I mean, what the hell? Dear fuck almighty. Save me. Kim Solium SSI. I almost hid behind Go Young Gun. But my last shred of dignity as an adult stopped me. Instead, I awkwardly turned my head and looked at the others. Are you sure, this is the right station? Yes. It definitely is. But I couldn't think of any fancy words to convince them to get off. Actually, I didn't want to get off myself. I wish someone would convince me that we didn't have to get off. Please, someone. Excuse me. I still think we should get off. Go Young Gun. You're the only one who's been certain of your decisions. Everyone else is scared, but you've stayed calm this whole time. Me. That guy earlier tried to get off on his own, causing all that chaos. At least I'd rather listen to someone kind. I'm getting off. And with that, Go Young-gun bravely stepped out of the train first. On the rusted platform, the eerie lights flickered, and liquid dripped from the exposed pipes above. Blood dripped onto Go Young-jo's shoulder. Ha, ha. Kim Solium SSI. Don't worry about me. I believe in you too. Let's go. The injured person I was helping urged me forward. Maybe they thought I was hesitating out of concern for them. Honestly, I was starting to get confused myself about whether I was grateful or resentful. In any case, I naturally followed Go Young-gun off the train. The others, still hesitating, eventually followed as well. At least I wasn't the last one off, which was a relief. It's easy to overlook, but being the last one is the scariest position. Ha. At this point, I just want to abandon myself. Should we head up the stairs? Yes. Even in this situation, Go Young-gun yelled toward the other train cars. Hey! Get off. This is the right station. I wasn't sure how effective it would be. Some might have been too wary to get off, but still, if even one more person gets off because of that, we're saving them. I have to admire her. No, I'm really trying to focus all my attention on admiring her right now. Helping the injured person was definitely a good decision. Whenever my focus started to waver, I instinctively stopped myself from panicking. I recommend it to all cowards. Though, I doubt many cowards would ever be in such a ridiculous situation. Ugh. Let's keep walking. I tried my best to avoid looking at my surroundings as I walked with the group. I saw the stairs ahead. Talisman-like symbols are plastered all over them. Realizing that even the stairs looked far from normal sent chills down my spine, but I'll just focus on the feeling of going up. One step. Another step. I walked quietly. Soon, I felt my vision blur slightly, and then congratulations, new employees. Suddenly, we were back in the lecture hall. Bright lights. A modern, comfortable, spacious room. Reality came rushing back as I looked at the large screen in front of me, where bold text had appeared. Congratulations on completing your probation period. Congratulations. You have been officially hired to the field exploration team of Daydream Inc. Ha. Ah. The people who had escaped with me collapsed into chairs, their legs giving out. I turned my head and counted. 1, 2, 3, 7. Everyone who had been in our car survived. We made it. From the ghost story Welcome to Abyss Transpo, 7 out of the 10 people in our car escaped. Now, it's time for the gift awarding ceremony. Chapter 5.1. What happens when a new hire successfully completes their probation period, you ask? Usually, there's a light-hearted celebration with a gift-giving ceremony. I didn't expect a major corporation inside a ghost story to be the same. Let's see, oh my. We have 22 successful candidates this time, everyone. Wow, I wonder what the HR department thinks of this. No one is curious about that. And I'm sure the other new hires sitting next to me feel the same. This is truly an amazing record. If this wasn't a case of miscalculated difficulty, you all are an elite group. Elites. The room fell into silence. The host cheerfully continued, unfazed. Shall we pick out the top elite among our elite employees? The top of this cohort from the field exploration team. One of the fastest to complete the evaluation and escape, and the highest scorer in the overall assessment. The host raised his hand. Congratulations, Kim Solium SSI. Me. Kim Solium SSI, are you there? The event won't end until the gift is presented. Come up and accept it. For real. Why though? I stood up, since it would be foolish to stay seated after being given instructions. After all, we had just been stuck in a ghost story where failing to listen to announcements meant death. Ah, you're quick to get up. That quick comprehension will serve you well in our department. What a shame, such a shame. Was this a superior from another department? Somehow, that made him even more irritating. I stepped up onto the stage and stood in front of the host. Come on, take your gift. What the host handed me was a sharp-edged paper bag. Inside the silver shopping bag, stamped with the Daydream Incorporated logo, I could glimpse a plaque, presumably an official certificate, along with some other items. Don't feel too bad that there's nothing extra special for being the top scorer. I wasn't happy at all. I accepted the bag, nodding slightly to avoid glaring at the host, and began to head back down when. Take a good look inside. What? What's in? Now, let's call the next new hire. The host was already calling out the next person's name on the mic, as if we hadn't just exchanged a few words. I didn't waste any more time and quickly left the stage. After that, Go Young-gun and the others who had been in our train car also went up to receive their gifts. It didn't mean much, but Baek Sahyun was called right after me. He remained seated next to me afterward, not saying a word. He didn't even make eye contact. Judging by how he was holding his left eye, it was clear he had returned the lost item. He'll figure out how to get to a hospital. Next up, Kim Jaewon SSI. As more names were called, some of the people receiving their gifts looked strangely disheveled, with odd gaits or unfocused eyes. Maybe they were stuck in the ghost story for too long. Even though we all seemed to regain consciousness at the same time in the lecture hall, there had clearly been a time difference between our escape from Ghost Story and now. The thought of how long some others might still be trapped made a chill run down my spine. At least I made it out, which is more than can be said for the other 78 people. Did everyone receive their gifts? Finally, the gift awarding ceremony ended. There was no audible response, but a strange tension and sense of expectation hung over the room. Perhaps we might finally be allowed to leave. To be honest, even I was hoping for that. It seemed like things should be wrapping up soon. But, however, this company doesn't hire all of the candidates who pass the probation period. Sometimes, there are people who make it through purely by luck. No way. But Daydream Incorporated is a company that never forgets the social value of fairness. Such probationary employees are penalized heavily in the final evaluation. The host didn't do anything overt. No dramatic snap of the fingers, no ominous glance, not even the lights in the hall dimmed. And yet, as I mentioned, freeloaders are always identified. People started melting. All around, several people began to dissolve, their bodies collapsing as if they were being smeared away. There were no screams or movements. Damn it. The person in front of me pressed their hands over their mouth to suppress a scream. I hurriedly turned my head away. But I had already seen it. They're gone. Of the 10 people from our train car, only half remained. Me, Go Young-gun, Baek Sahyun, and the new hire who had been attacked by Baek Sahyun. Everyone else was gone. To the remaining 13 new employees, congratulations. You have successfully become full-time employees with excellent results. Not a single person clapped out of joy. In the chilling silence, one person, overwhelmed with panic, fumbled and stuttered. I resign, I'll resign. I want to quit. But the host remained calm. Oh. Leaving such a great work opportunity. Come on, at least hear about the benefits before deciding. Behind me, Go Young-gun shouted desperately. So, can we quit after hearing about the benefits? Without any penalties? Yes, absolutely. You can quit without a single scratch on you. The host's words were smooth and confident. That's when I realized. It's here. The stick had passed. Now comes the carrot. The benefit I was expecting. Let me introduce our company's top employee benefit. The reason why, after going through such a crazy experience right upon joining, employees still stay with the field exploration team. Employee benefit. Wish ticket. Something appeared on the large screen in the lecture hall. A beautifully sleek crystal bottle. Plop. Inside the bottle, a strange liquid shimmered with multicolored ripples. It moved like waves. The colors, textures, and rippling patterns were so beautiful and strange that they gave off an uncanny feeling. Silence filled the room. Let's take a closer look, shall we? The host pressed a button, and the screen lifted, revealing a table that had been hidden behind it. On the black table was the same dazzling bottle from the screen. The liquid inside the bottle shimmered on its own, reflecting the light in the room so brilliantly that it seemed otherworldly. It made you question whether such a thing could even exist in reality. You all know Daydream Incorporated is famous for being a highly successful pharmaceutical company, yes? I mean, how advanced must our technology be if we even developed a cure for baldness? But in truth, our main product is something else. It's this. The host steadied his trembling hand and put on white gloves. Then, carefully picking up the crystal bottle from the table, he held it up for the employees to see. Fuabmv.com. The name of this medicine is the Wish Ticket. And its effect is, just as it sounds. When you drink it, any wish will come true. Chapter 5.2. Don't believe me. But we have a whole truckload of your seniors and superiors who've taken this and had their wishes fulfilled. Allow me to demonstrate. The host tore open the packaging of the bottle and downed it in one gulp. Today's the day I was scheduled to receive my wish ticket. Haha. And in that moment, everyone in the lecture hall immediately knew what the host's wish had been. The instant he drank the wish ticket, the face of the host, who appeared to be in his mid to late 40s, rapidly tightened and gained a youthful, rosy complexion. His body became fit, and his hair grew back, shiny and thick. He had returned. He looked exactly like a young man in his prime, full of energy and growth. Yahoo! The host, who now looked like a high school student, raised his fist in excitement. How about that? To put it simply, rejuvenation. Even his voice had grown young and youthful. A stunned silence fell over the room for an entirely new reason. It was a silence filled with disbelief. The host pointed at the new hires in the lecture hall. The field exploration team, your team, always gets great performance reviews. On average, they receive the wish ticket in half the time it takes other teams. In fact, the 10 employees who got the wish ticket the fastest were all from the field exploration team. Gulp. Someone swallowed nervously from somewhere in the hall. Of course, it was all wordplay. In reality, it was no different from hazard pay. Before those 10, dozens, maybe hundreds of people must have died. So, it was more like bait, a shiny, but deceptive promise. But still, there are people who've taken it. It wasn't a scam. Now, let's take some questions. Oh, you there. One of the new hires quietly raised a hand and asked in a rough voice. Can it bring the dead back to life? It was a tall man with brown hair. Ah. You always hear that question in these kinds of stories, don't you? The one thing that can't be wished for. But the host raised his hand dramatically. The wish ticket will grant any wish the drinker desires. Of course, as long as you use it correctly. For detailed instructions, please refer to the employee portal. The questioner fell silent again, but the unease among the new hires grew even stronger. The host didn't miss the moment. For other benefits, please check the screen or the pamphlet included in your gift bag. So, shall we make a decision? With a swift motion, the back doors of the lecture hall swung open. Frobnovel.com. If you want to resign, please go to the desk outside and collect your paperwork. But if you've decided to stay with the company. The host gestured. Put on the mask that's inside your gift bag. A mask. Oh. So, this is when they hand those out. You know how customization is all the rage these days, right? The mask is designed to express your unique personality. Well, this one doesn't have any special functions, though. That's all there is to it. I clutched my smartphone. There were too many eyes watching to check properly, but if I could access the page of Dark Exploration records reconstructed by the Memorial Pop Socket, it would probably show something like this. Dark Exploration records /Daydream Inc. /departments. Miscellaneous. Employees in the field exploration team wear masks while on field duty, which are distributed after the new hire orientation. According to Employee D, the design of the mask is determined by the year of hire. For example, agents with ant masks and agents with mantis masks are likely to have joined in the same year. In short, it's a symbol of the Daydream Incorporated Field Exploration Team. I can't believe the day has come for me to receive this. It felt strange in many ways. Of course, 90% of me wanted to run out of here and throw the mask aside, screaming that I was quitting. Please, just let me go. But, even if I quit, this whole universe is a mess. The dark paranormal phenomena are already scattered everywhere. It's far too easy to end up as a background extra in a ghost story and have your life end in a rare and horrific way. Ha! It might be safer to work as an employee, collecting my paycheck, company gear, and ultimate reward while aiming for a department transfer. My survival chances might improve that way. Besides, if I want to return to my original world, that wish ticket seems to be my best bet. Anyway, there's no way a coward like me will survive long in this universe. Escaping this world entirely is the only real option. So logically, as painful as it is, if I choose the most reasonable answer, I have to join. As much as it kills me to admit it, there's no other choice. Damn. In the end, I swallowed my tears and opened the envelope. I reached in to pull out the mask. Something else came out with it. If needed. 010-0153-24865. A business card. The space where a name and title should be had been whited out, replaced with scribbled text. Did the host put this in here? I looked around, but no one else seemed to have a business card stuck to their mask. I'll deal with it later. I slipped the card back into the envelope and pulled out only the mask. It was smooth to the touch, covering only until my nose, a basic mask in shape. The surprising part was that everyone around me was already attempting to put their masks on. Without a single exception. Even after all that, no one's running away. There was only one wild card. The wish ticket. Did they filter out only those who would risk their lives for the wish ticket? As I looked around the lecture hall at the silent employees accepting their masks, I felt a complicated mix of emotions. We're all about to do the same thing, after all. No choice, I guess. I brought the mask to my face. As soon as I did, the shape of the mask began to change. I could feel it stretching and becoming more uneven across my cheeks and forehead. I reached up and touched it. A mask with antler-like horns and a bizarre wood grain pattern had formed. Wait, antlers. Reindeer. Deer. It looked too strange to just be a deer. Reluctantly, I turned to look around. Go Yun-gun, who was wearing a sheep mask, made awkward eye contact with me. Around us, other new hires, wearing masks resembling animals like elephants and goats, sat stiffly in their suits. They looked just as unsettling as you'd expect from employees working at a company that manages ghost stories. Once again, congratulations on joining the company. Clap, clap, clap. The slide on the PPT changed, playing a recording of applause. Employment confirmed. So, it's come to this. Just as I was starting to feel overwhelmed thinking about my future with the company. Flutter. The notepad suddenly reappeared in midair. The same notepad that had spit out the Memorial Pop Socket merch earlier. Dark Exploration Records Real Merch Box. New merch unlocked. Chapter 6.1. New merch. And if it's saying it's unlocked, that means I can use another one of the merch I bought. Based on what criteria, though? I wanted to click on the floating notepad immediately, but then I remembered I was still sitting in the middle of the lecture hall. Not to mention, I could feel people glancing at me since the host had called me out as the top performer. Let's leave first and check it out later. The event seemed to be wrapping up, so I could head home. Wait. I suddenly realized something critically important. Do I even have a home here? I quickly pulled out my smartphone and started checking my records. Just like that, all traces of my previous job and work history had vanished. Even my family's contact information was wiped out. Please, no. The only records left were from my college days, which at least matched my memories, giving me a moment of relief. But the problem is, I lived in a dorm during college. And I had a tough time getting my own place after graduation because of some schedule mix-ups. As expected, the most recent record I could find was a text conversation about going to see rental apartments and a chat with a friend complaining about staying in a motel because his studio lease fell through. I raised my head and glanced at the screen still floating in the lecture hall. Or rather, I focused on one word at the bottom of the screen. Employee benefit, miscellaneous. Company housing. Benefit, I might as well take full advantage, right? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The company housing benefit was processed shockingly fast. Hello. Hello. In less than an hour after inquiring at the front desk, I was assigned a room number, given a key, and even an address. The location wasn't bad, either. Of course, it wasn't out of the goodness of their hearts to make things convenient for employees. If they want to exploit me around the clock, it makes sense to keep the wage slaves nearby. Still, the building looked like a decent office-style. It was clean, recently remodeled, and had solid security. Considering company housing is usually a perk for working in remote areas, this was absurdly generous. This company just made me go through a death survival game, so sure, why not move in? But this cynical thought became reality soon enough. When I bumped into Go Yun-gun outside the office-style, she told me. Did you hear? 7 of us got company housing. That's over half of us. It seemed like Go Yun-gun had also come here to move in. They gave me a sheepish look, noticing my stare. It's a bit scary, but since we're already hired, turning down a free place near the subway would be hard to justify. Right. Exactly. In capitalism, money is the scariest thing. Saving 1.2 million won a month. Anyone would move in, pretending to be crazy. Approximate $900. Of course, there was a more crucial reason behind this. It seems like those who came from outside the city got notified about the housing and signed up as soon as they were hired. That makes sense. Now I understand. The new hires had already celebrated and accepted the housing, making it hard for them to back out. I had wondered how they arranged my room so quickly, but now it made sense. The room I'm getting must have belonged to one of the new hires who didn't survive the death game. The thought sent a chill down my spine, making me feel a little ashamed. Anyway, after exchanging a few more words with Go Yun-gun, I headed up to the 12th floor, where my room was located. So far, so good. The problem. The official unit had 2 rooms. Fruboval.cm. And my roommate was Baek Sahyun. Baek Sahyun was sitting in the living room. He had a medical eye patch over one eye, suggesting he'd received some sort of treatment, probably from the company, not a hospital, considering the timing. I quietly nodded to acknowledge him and started heading to my room when... Hey. What? Hey. I stopped in my tracks. Baek Sahyun flinched when I responded but, fueled by anger, he glared at me and spoke. You must have enjoyed watching while I had to gouge out a perfectly good eye because of that damn lost item, huh? It seemed he thought I'd known about the lost item and just stood by to watch him get his eye taken out. He's the one who ran off on his own, and now he's blaming me. He was perfectly fine punching someone else's eye out, but when it came to his own, I was supposed to help him. What a creative way to twist the situation. But at that moment, I realized something. If I responded apologetically, saying, well, you suddenly ran out, so, or, why are you speaking informally all of a sudden, teacher, it would only make him feel more justified and lead to more nonsense. There's a term I learned from dealing with difficult clients for people like Baek Sahyun. We call them creationist complainers. They make up situations in their head and stubbornly cling to them. With people like this, explanations don't work. It's better to just... Oh, I found it pretty amusing. Going on the offensive is the best strategy here. I walked right up to Baek Sahyun and gripped his shoulder firmly. Thanks for that. I had a great time. Is this what they call a dopamine rush? WH. Make sure to share more good news with me. Actually, I hope we work together. Work's going to be a blast. That should do it. Now, he probably thinks I'm crazy. Given his behavior so far and his performance in Dark Exploration Records. Baek Sahyun seems like the type who, if he realized the other person was scared, would push them into a corner even more. In that case, it's better to plant the impression of, I should stay away from this guy. Consider it a bit of bluffing, too. I patted Baek Sahyun's shoulder a couple of times, then stood up and walked toward my room without looking back. As long as he doesn't stab me in my sleep, I'll be fine. Of course, I was bluffing a bit just now. The likelihood of working together with someone from the same squad is extremely low. What company forms squads of only new hires? They split us up and assign us to different squads. It's like a balancing act, similar to that famous ninja manga, assigning people based on their skills. And besides, I was called first, and Baek Sahyun was called second. So, he probably did well in the evaluations too, which makes it even less likely we'll end up on the same squad. We won't be working together for a while. Let's just act like we don't exist to each other. Clack. I entered my assigned room with a sense of relief. Phew. The clean room had fresh bedding, a desk, and even a private bathroom. There was a guidebook hanging on the door. If I apply, they'll change my bedding and clean the room every week for just 100,000 won a month. This company's over-the-top benefits seem designed to dazzle the new hires, making them forget all about the death game they just went through. A lot of new hires will likely be confused by the sudden shift to this neat, friendly reality, as if the death survival ordeal had been a lie. Given what I know about this company's motivations, it's all too obvious what they're trying to do. Yeah, they're desperate to fill positions in the field exploration team. They want to make sure none of the new hires who've been deemed capable of doing the work decide to quit. Well, might as well take full advantage of what they're offering. I've already decided to stay, after all. Chapter 6.2. On the desk was a small welcome gift package, expensive snacks and company-branded office supplies. There was even a diary tucked away in a half-open drawer. Judging by the company logo on the cover, it was another standard-issue item. But it's from last year. Maybe it was left behind by the previous occupant of this housing unit. I opened the diary. On the first page, in huge letters, it said, "Run. Agu." I appreciated the wise words from my predecessor, but I was already too far gone. Not even scary at this point. Just another chapter in the horrors of corporate life, huh? My sense of camaraderie with the author of this note swelled. I closed the diary and carefully put it back in the drawer. Now that I've checked everything out, it's time to get down to business. Dark Exploration Records Real Merch Box. New merch unlocked. Now that I was alone, I could finally check it out. Phew. With a bit of nervous excitement, I sat on the bed and reached toward the floating notepad in a comfortable position. Tack. Just like before, when it spit out the grip holder, the notepad opened, and something fell out. It was a clear OPP vinyl packet. Inside, I could see a stack of stickers, the kind usually used for fancy merch. This. I picked up the vinyl packet. Inside was a typical smiley face sticker, yellow, with a standard smiling emoji. AKA the bribe item. Dark Exploration Records / Daydream Inc. / items. Smiley sticker. A salesperson's best friend. When attached to a sentient being, it induces mild feelings of friendliness toward the user. Unlock requirement, must be a full-time employee or higher at Daydream Inc. PS. Misusing the item for personal reasons, like flirting, will result in disciplinary action. Despite its cheap packaging and rough finish, this sticker was an iconic item used in several parts of Dark Exploration Records. It induces friendliness. That's basically a way to manipulate favorability. It was used to convince other departments for collaboration, wasn't it? And I immediately understood why it was unlocked now. Unlock requirement, must be a full-time employee or higher at Daydream Inc. So I unlocked this because I became a full-time employee. In the Dark Exploration Records, most items created by organizations or specific groups had usage restrictions tied to ranks or affiliations. From a world-building perspective, it was to prevent rampant misuse. And from the perspective of those who create the ghost stories, it was to stop eager newbies from barging into every narrative and recklessly using all sorts of tools like some Mary Sue causing trouble. Anyway, the fact that I now met those conditions means. Does this mean that every time I get promoted or change departments, this merch box will spit out new merch? It definitely seemed like it could be helpful for survival. But really, I'd prefer if they hadn't dragged me into this world in the first place. When I think about it, even this feels like a ghost story in itself. Ugh. I glanced up at the glowing notepad a few more times, feeling uneasy, before finally shifting my thoughts. Well, at least I got something useful. The smiley sticker. It would be a bit tricky since I'd have to stick it directly on someone, but having the ability to earn favor in an emergency is certainly a useful condition. However, there's a catch. This thing was discontinued after some drama. Apparently, the creators fought fiercely over the power of the sticker, arguing like it was life or death. The item ended up being discarded entirely from the narrative. I'm not sure when exactly it disappeared, but it's possible the set in my hand could be the last remaining one in this universe. I stared at the smiley sticker in its packaging. Better make sure no one finds out about this. Just in case, I took 5 stickers and tucked them into my suit pocket. That way, I'd have them ready for my first day of work. First day of work, huh? I was starting to feel a bit unsettled, but I knew I needed rest. After everything that had happened, my body and mind were completely drained. I need to recover. I changed into the provided robe, locked the door, and got into bed. It was my first proper rest since being plunged into this ghost story. To be honest, I didn't sleep well. The sight of people being torn apart and the grotesque images of that subway station replayed in my mind, like my brain had turned into a surround sound home theater system. Still, after a couple of days, I was at least able to sleep through the nightmares. It was a small comfort. A few days passed like that. I checked my dwindling bank account balance and made sure to stretch it out as best as I could, buying clothes and daily necessities. Of course, I didn't forget the most important thing. I need to memorize everything. Through the Memorial Pop Socket, I continued reading all the Dark Exploration Records wiki pages I had once glanced at, memorizing them until they could roll off my tongue. This was my lifeline now. And soon enough, Monday arrived. It was my first day at Daydream Inc. Monday morning. I made my way to Daydream Incorporated's headquarters with a less than pleasant expression. Go Young-gun, who I bumped into as I left the office, seemed surprised. Oh, Solium SSI, are you okay? Did you, not sleep well? Kind of, yeah. I'll be fine. Oh dear. The two of us, both new hires, exchanged a few short pleasantries as we walked the 15 minutes to the headquarters. Along the way, we passed a few other new members of the field exploration team, all of them looking just as tense, though we only exchanged nods. We scanned our employee IDs and boarded the elevator. I heard the field exploration team uses floors 10 to 15. I'll get off here. Solium SSI, let's give it our best shot, okay. Yes, let's do our best. I waved as Go Young-gun got off on the 10th floor, then glanced at the button I had pressed for my floor. 13th floor. Even the floor number feels like a bad omen. I could only hope it was just my imagination. I double-checked the assignment notice I'd received 2 days ago. New employee, field exploration, _assignment.pdf. Kim Solium/D Squad. Ding. The elevator doors opened on the 13th floor, revealing a hallway divided into sections labeled with letters. I made my way to the automatic door labeled D and pressed the button. At the same time, I greeted those inside. Good morning. Oh. You're here. A few adults sitting in the spacious office lifted their heads and greeted me. One of the men stood up and extended his hand. Welcome to D Squad of the 15th Unit. A woman with a blank expression and a bob haircut nodded and added. By the way, they call us the Death Squad because all the newbies die. Just kidding. Should I just quit right here and now? Chapter 7.1. What is the correct reaction for a new hire when their team says something like, hey, newbie, you might drop dead soon? Haha, just kidding, on your first day. The truth is, there isn't one. No, really, there's no right answer. Fortunately, my colleagues didn't seem to expect much of a reaction from me as they quickly changed the subject. Anyway, congrats on surviving the death survival test. Are we seriously calling it that out in the open? But are you really the top of your batch? That's amazing. Come on, let's hear some bragging. I'm curious about that myself. I just did my best, really. Oh, if that were enough, we'd all be at Seoul University. Either way, it's impressive. You're a great addition to our squad. Being top of the batch comes with its perks. It seems like the department, despite its heavy workload, doesn't have the energy to haze new hires. The squad leader will be back soon. He's out on site, so just relax for now. Oh, thank you. I followed my superior's directions and went to the partitioned-off area. 4 desks clustered together. Next to them, a small sofa and a coffee table with an old-style radio on top, straight out of the 80s. The superiors returned to their desks and gestured toward the sofa. Go ahead and sit there. All right. As soon as I sat down, the radio on the coffee table clicked on and emitted a scratchy sound. Upbeat background music and a high-pitched announcer's voice filled the air. Hello. This is your live traffic update. The roads in Seoul are currently clear, just like today's sunny weather. However, starting this afternoon, I turned my head to glance out the window. It was drizzling outside. A disconnect from reality. This radio, it's part of a ghost story. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Hello Traffic Info. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTR E63. It's a peculiar radio that tells today's fortune through traffic reports. Sometimes it offers advice, but the advice can be so unsettling that it often leads to ghastly consequences. Did you catch that? Wow, this newbie is sharp. You picked up on the weirdness quickly. A male superior who looked like a physical education major approached and turned off the radio. This thing gives your daily fortune through traffic reports. It's a relatively safe urban legend. Twilight Class Darkness, verified. Hold up, were you just thinking, what the heck is an urban legend or darkness, you nerd? No, not really. For newbies like you, we've prepared this. Ta-da. He placed a tablet PC on the table. After a few taps on the screen, he played a video. Watch this through. Field Exploration Team New Employee Training Video. Retro vibes washed over me as cheerful, low-quality orchestral music played. 2 cartoon characters, resembling the mascots of the '88 Olympics, appeared and bowed. New hires filled with dreams and passion. Welcome to the Field Exploration Team of Daydream Incorporated. Today, we'll explain the cool work that the Field Exploration Team does in detail. A fox and a dragon. A red fox and a yellow dragon, dressed in traditional Korean hanboks, smiled brightly. But before we begin, an overtly old-fashioned font appeared above the 2 cute characters. What kind of company is Daydream Incorporated? I already know. To the public, this company is a highly successful pharmaceutical company specializing in miracle hair loss treatments and skincare products. But in reality, you think all we make is hair loss treatments? Oh my gosh. Actually, Daydream Incorporated can create any medicine you could ever need. A true magic company that makes magical potions. From cures for drug addiction to elixirs for eternal life, the company creates all sorts of fantastical potions and secretly trades them with the elite and political circles. That is the true nature of Daydream Inc. A secret organization producing supernatural potions. Which is impossible with existing science or reality. The Fox character winked and raised a finger. But magical potions need magical ingredients. That ingredient is Dream Essence. The word Dream Essence appeared in bold, golden letters, and sparkling liquid began to flow majestically across the screen. Hearts and stars popped out as if it were some children's cartoon about magic potions, but its true nature was something else entirely. Dream Essence is harvested from supernatural phenomena. The dragon held out its hand, and the screen transitioned. It showed a city alleyway in a cute illustration style. But red eyes appeared in the shadow of a street lamp, turning into a monstrous figure threatening a passerby. Then, the animation exaggeratedly depicted a fan licking its blades as it hovered over a sleeping person. Did you know supernatural occurrences still happen in modern society? Fans running in a sealed room will kill you, or receiving lots of criticism will help you live longer. These are all superstitions and urban legends. But sometimes, these urban legends become reality. So they're calling these urban legends. Indeed, calling it an urban legend does sound a bit less unsettling than creepypasta. And then came the key point. Daydream Incorporated manages these urban legends, collects Dream Essence, and makes wonderful magical potions that grant people's wishes. Isn't Dream Essence the most important resource for the company, Yonyang? Of course. We always need it. But who's going to gather that Dream Essence for us? The dragon character named Yonyang tilted his head. Who else, indeed? The brave field exploration team, of course. An SD animation depicted office workers in suits giving a thumbs up, bravely navigating spaces where all kinds of surreal events were taking place. Thanks to the courageous and wise field exploration team, the Dream Essence collectors are full once again. On the screen, a character with thick eyebrows proudly held up an object in one hand. A portable cylinder with measurement lines. It's the Dream Essence Collector. Chapter 7.2. Dream Essence Collector. An item featured in Dark Exploration Records. A portable liquid storage container created by Daydream Incorporated, which fills up as you explore the darkness, urban legends/ghost stories. The company refers to the liquid collected in the cylinder as Dream Essence. This essence is the main resource used by Daydream Incorporated to produce the almost reality-altering potions that serve as the company's primary revenue source. The two characters clapped as they showcased the essential tool of the field exploration team. Now, take your Dream Essence Collector and bravely and wisely step into the darkness. The future of our company rests on your shoulders. Good luck. The typical new employee gaslighting video ended with fireworks and the Daydream Incorporated logo. ReadNovel.com. How was it? Impressive. I chose my words carefully. Very memorable. Well, our department's work is kinda like that. The friendly superior reached out for a handshake again. Let me introduce myself properly. Your employee Kim Solium, right? Yes. Pleased to meet you. Great. Oh. Over there is Assistant Manager Eun Hage. The short-haired woman at her desk gave a brief wave before going back to work. The guy who looked like a phys ed major grinned and pointed to himself with his thumb. I'm Park Min-seong, contractual supervisor. Nice to meet you, Supervisor Park. Haha, no need to be so formal. Okay. In this department, after about a year, pretty much everyone gets to this position. You'll get here soon. There's also a good chance I'll die before then, but let's not put that out there in the universe. Yeah, or you might die before that. Guess he said it for me. Oh, come on. Why? He should know the truth. As the video showed, it's dangerous work. Assistant Manager Eun gestured casually, confirming the blunt reality. I see, to reach her level in this company, you'd need nerves of steel. Quitting is always a valid option. There are plenty of other jobs out there. Although in this world, any job comes with a risk of getting pulled into a ghost story anyway, so. Thank you, but I'll stick it out for now. Good choice. Ooh, such enthusiasm. Both of them nodded approvingly, and Assistant Manager Eun offered some reassuring words. Even though we deal with urban legends, ghost stories and the like, don't worry too much. We have response manuals for everything. Understood. Supervisor Park leaned in conspiratorially. By the way, in this company, we call them darkness. If you don't want people thinking you're some kind of creepypasta-obsessed otaku, just call them that. So I won't be labeled an otaku. I stayed quiet and nodded, not wanting to push my luck by arguing with my superiors on my first day. Got it. Have you gone through the manual? Yes. I had read through the work manual that Supervisor Park handed me and nodded to show I understood. Good, good. The two superiors exchanged glances and smiled before turning back to me. Shall we get to work, then? Wait, what? 14th floor. My superiors led me to a different floor. Now that you've got the basics down, it's time for some field experience. We got off the elevator and stopped in front of a small storage room next to the emergency stairs. So, for this afternoon, you'll be doing just a light exploration of the darkness. Pardon me. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. You won't die, you won't die. Oh, think of it like the slimes you encounter in beginner towns and games. Right. I mean, I was expecting work, but this is dizzying. They wouldn't send me somewhere lethal on my first day, would they? It'd be tough for them to handle a panicked rookie anyway. I tried to calm myself and think rationally. Why are we standing in front of this storage room? Ah, is this a location connected to a ghost story? Which ghost story starts in a storage room again? As I searched through the Dark Exploration Records wiki in my head, my superiors started giving me instructions. The first thing I received was an item. You saw this in the video earlier, right? It's the Dream Essence Collector. I was handed a sturdy, dice-shaped plastic-sealed cylinder that had clearly been used. They sold this as merch, didn't they? Still, holding the actual thing in my hand felt strangely surreal. Be careful not to lose it. Each one is numbered, and it'll be a real headache if you misplace it. Yes, assistant manager. I understood, it's like losing a bullet casing. And make a habit of wearing your mask before entering the darkness. Don't ask why, just do it. Now, where's your ma? My superiors blinked at the sight of my mask, which looked like tree bark with two antlers sticking out. A deer. A roe deer. I have no idea either. Nice antlers though. Yeah, let's go with roe. Sounds tougher than a regular deer. Tougher. Anyway, put that on and look at this. Supervisor Park handed me the tablet PC. Ah, so they're going to brief me with another video. Do this and get 20 million won vs just live your life. It was an internet post. Playing tag with a ghost at a convenience store with no one else within 10 kilometers for 3 days and get 20 million won. vs just living your life. By the way, the ghost looks like this. Ugh. I shuddered as I quickly scrolled past the photo, but the image was already burned into my mind. A blue ghost with bulging eyes and a swollen, grotesque forehead. What does it say? It's asking if you'd spend 3 days playing tag with a ghost at a convenience store for money. I had no idea why they were showing me this. Surely, this wasn't some kind of workplace hazing. We're about to go on a dark exploration, and yet they're showing me some random internet post. Oh. I scrolled back up to look at the post again. Do this and get 20 million won vs just live your life. Wait, no way. Chapter 7.3. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Make a choice. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTRL F243. It originates from balance game posts on the internet, like, would you do a scary challenge for money vs just live your life? This darkness appears sporadically when accessing URLs with certain numbers. It often involves being chased by a murderer or ghost, and if you get caught, you must start over from the beginning. What a nightmare. As the world around me warped, I heard Supervisor Park's voice clearly. Just take it easy, all right? Heave-ho. Take it easy. I was about to protest. How could they send a new hire on their first solo assignment into a ghost story, but before I could scream. The world twisted, and I was thrown into the darkness. I staggered to my feet. It's really dark. The air was cold and damp. My visibility was incredibly poor. The only light came from the faint, flickering glow of the drink's fridge in the distance. Holding my breath, I cautiously moved toward the light. The dim outlines of the convenience store flickered in and out of sight as I approached, disappearing into the shadows again. Silence. Stillness. Each step echoed on the floor, sending shivers down my spine as cold sweat trickled down the back of my neck. There didn't seem to be anything around. At least, not yet. Whoo! I swallowed my sigh. I stopped walking just outside the fridge's dim glow, where the light couldn't reach me. Leaning into the cold, hazy light, I surveyed my surroundings. The convenience store was quite large, about the size of a franchise cafe. The shelves were neatly stocked with everyday necessities and food items, meticulously arranged with not a speck of dust. At least survival essentials aren't an issue. Right. This ghost story, this darkness, wasn't one that physically endangered you. It was designed to shock and scare you out of your wits. The safest course of action quickly became clear. Just grab some water and energy bars and hide until it's over. Yes. I knew my limits. There was no way I'd play tag with a ghost. I didn't even need the energy bars, really. Just grabbing something quiet to eat would be enough. Humans can survive a day or two without food. Better that than meeting a ghost. But I definitely need water. There was no other choice. I spotted some water bottles in the drinks fridge. It was easy to spot because of the light, and thankfully, it was in the far corner, where I could keep a close eye on my surroundings. I cautiously stepped forward, avoiding the light and moving toward the far end of the fridge. Phew! At the very last compartment, just as I had seen from afar, the top shelf was packed with water bottles, their labels blurred out. However, standing this close, I could see something else besides the water. That wiki page I saw earlier. I had scrolled past it so quickly, but the grotesque outline was unforgettable. A blue, bulbous face with bulging eyes. A ghost. Fuck. As soon as our eyes met, the ghost's face twisted into a sinister grin, its eyes swelling grotesquely. Why the hell is this ghost's face in the fridge? I instinctively pulled back, turning to run. But at that moment, I realized. The ghost wasn't inside the fridge. It was reflected in the fridge's glass door. Phew, ugh. Thud. Something touched my back. A cold, hard, damp grip tightened around my neck. A drowning victim's hand. And then. Gotcha. Pitch black. Tag, you're it. Hup. I gasped and opened my eyes. Cold air. My vision was dim. The only light was the faint, flickering glow from the drink fridge in the distance. I had returned to the starting point. When you're caught by the ghost or killer in this darkness, you start all over again. This is insane. I had to endure this for 3 days. I'd rather die than keep going through this. No, calm down. I quickly pieced together a more terrifying possibility. If I can't make it through, I'll keep resetting, so who knows how long this could actually last. It's an endless loop. People like me, who can't handle even the slightest bit of horror, might lose their minds before it's over. I can't let that happen. I needed to find another way. This time, I avoided the drink fridge and headed toward the counter. There were plenty of large objects and structures around the counter to hide behind, so I figured I could take cover there and buy some time to think. I'll crouch under the chair inside the counter area. But then I saw it. Between the legs of the chair and the counter. The silhouette of the ghost's lower half. Tap. Tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Pale, bare feet moved with an odd rhythm, their steps unnaturally spaced. The eerie, unsettling way it moved, so inhuman, sent shivers down my spine like an alarm. Holding my breath, I crouched under the counter. I stayed still for as long as I could, even after the ghost's bizarre footsteps faded, pushing my limits of endurance. There are too many cliches where the monster shows up just when you think you're safe. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I slowly exhaled, straining to make no sound. This is driving me insane. Cold sweat dripped from my chin. I couldn't do anything. Even using my phone was out of the question, since the screen light would give me away immediately. My only hope was my memory. I've gone over the records of this ghost story many times. F-class ghost stories often involved multiple new hires in the exploration, so I'd studied them like exam questions. Of course, I never imagined I'd be thrown in alone from the start. Damn it. I racked my brain, sweating as I combed through the exploration records. Mountain lodge, basement, crosswalk, fast food restaurant, abandoned school. None of them matched. But there was one unusual case. I was sure of it. Dark exploration records / ghost story. / make a choice. Exploration record number 23, irregular. A night in an abandoned hospital, chased by a crazed doctor throughout the night, 12 hours. Note, Exploration ended after 16 hours and 11 minutes. That's it. I began piecing together the relevant details, forcing my memory to reconstruct the scenario. Chapter 8.1. In Dark Exploration records, the creepypastas share a common feature. The more popular a story becomes, the higher the likelihood of anomalies appearing in the records. It's because multiple creators are involved. When a creepypasta is first posted, it adheres strictly to its established rules. However, as the story gains popularity and more people start writing exploration records about it, what happens? As the numbers of records grow, exceptions begin to occur to break the monotony and repetition, within reason, of course. The example I desperately recalled was one such case. The exploration record of the J Squad from Daydream Incorporated's field exploration team, in which they had to endure 12 hours in an abandoned hospital at night. But note, exploration ended after 16 hours and 11 minutes. For some reason, the exploration here lasted 16 hours and 11 minutes, longer than the intended 12 hours. This was the temporal anomaly I was looking for. Still though, they ended up spending even more time there. Something must have gone wrong during the exploration, trapping them in the ghost story longer than the original 12-hour duration. So, I remember now. It was because they missed an important signal. It all came back to me. 3:12, employee Lee Jae-jin accidentally disconnected the phone line at the counter. This mistake prevented the incoming call, which was supposed to trigger the end of the exploration. The call for the shift change. So the situation spiraled out of control, with the doctor who should have finished their night shift at the hospital continuing to work, creating chaos. 12:12, 7:12 a.m. passed, but the sun did not rise. Despite the passage of time, the night did not end. The employee who had set their wristwatch to 7 p.m. as soon as they entered the ghost story panicked when they realized the night wasn't ending. I remember there was an argument about whether to get caught and reset, and one person ended up being tied up. Fortunately, after several hours, another squad member reconnected the phone line, allowing the exploration to proceed normally, and they finally escaped. 16:09, phone line restored. The phone rings immediately. Waited 3 meters away from the desk. 16:11, the doctor answered the phone and disappeared. Successful escape attempt. A ghost story that doesn't end when it's supposed to, a chilling anomaly. But there's a clue here. Despite the extended duration in that case, there was a mechanism at play. There was a trigger that signaled the end of the exploration. In that case, it was the shift change call. And when that trigger failed, the ghost story wouldn't end. If I think about it in reverse. If the trigger that signals the end of time works, the ghost story could end faster, right? What in the convenience store could indicate the passage of time? Thud. Wait a second. I heard something above me. I instinctively looked up at the ceiling, which was blocked by the counter. Above me was the cash register. Beep. Beep 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 beep. The ghost was pressing buttons on the register. The odd rhythm echoed through the convenience store, accompanied by a distorted, recorded voice. Calling for assistance, calling for a C, stand seckling for a haha assistant seckling for assistance assistance assistance. Ah, I get it. The ghost knew I was hiding under the counter. It wasn't catching me just yet. It was toying with me. Even though I knew this, cold sweat trickled down my back, and I felt a growing sense of dread rather than anger. Wow, this situation is seriously driving me insane, I'm going crazy. I need to get out. I had to run. But my feet wouldn't move as easily as I wanted them to. I felt like one of those extras in a horror movie who freezes at the sight of a ghost and dies. No, I can't. Even if I ended up getting caught again, I couldn't let myself fall into this state of learned helplessness. I forced myself to crawl out from under the counter. The moment I did. Calling for assistance. The next thing I knew, a blue, bloated face was right in front of me, grinning widely as if its mouth would tear apart. Gotcha. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Restart. I took a slow, deep breath. My heart was pounding so hard it made my head hurt, but I pushed through. Move on. My whole body felt numb. Endure. Instead of heading toward the register this time, I bolted in the opposite direction, toward the convenience store's entrance, illuminated by the faint glow of the drink fridge. Outside the glass door was pitch-black darkness. Still, I strained to see something beyond, and as I peered closer, I noticed something attached to the side of the glass door. It was an electronic clock. 12:000404. April 4th, 12 o'clock. That must be the current set date in this ghost story. My eyes, adjusted to the darkness, also caught sight of a bell attached to the door. If I touched that door, the ghost would surely hear the bell and come rushing over with its odd, heavy steps. And it probably won't even open. Since the location for survival had been set as the convenience store, there were likely restrictions in place. I tore my gaze away from the glass door and half hid behind a nearby shelf. Leaning against the wall, I continued to scan the store while thinking. Cold sweat ran down my temples. I need to survive for 3 days. So what could trigger the completion of my time here? What typically happens after 3 days at a convenience store? Deliveries. I glanced at the boxes stacked near the door. Could I somehow check the delivery time for new goods and use that to signal the passing of time? No, that's too indirect. Such complicated and detailed conditions wouldn't work. The dark exploration records are internet-based ghost stories. And internet ghost stories are quite direct. The more intricate and fiddly the conditions, the less impact they have, making them less popular. I need something simpler, more obvious. So, in a convenience store, what could be the clearest sign of time passing? Of course. I turned to the shelf closest to the entrance. It wasn't the drink fridge, but a different refrigerated shelf emitting a cold breeze. Curiously, though, there were only a few items displayed there, some dairy drinks, coffee, and doshirak boxes and triangle kimbap. Quickly perishable food items. Expiration dates. Chapter 8.2. I hurried to the shelf, carefully picking up a doshirak and triangle kimbap to check their expiration dates. Most kimbap has a shelf life of 36 to 48 hours. The doshirak would likely be the same. But strangely, many of the doshirak and kimbap had expiration dates that were either more than 3 days away or were completely smudged and unreadable. I kept searching, patient and quiet, carefully turning the items over and checking both sides. And finally, found it. The current time in this ghost story is April 4th at 12 o'clock. I found an item with an expiration date of April 7th at 12 o'clock. Gravy burger steak doshirak. I grabbed the doshirak and headed for the cash register at the counter. Ugh. The image of the ghost madly pressing the buttons on the register flashed in my mind, but it was just a memory. The ghost hadn't appeared here yet. Stay calm. I navigated the register settings, selecting date and time adjustment, and there it was. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. The set time is exactly 2 days and 23 hours from the start time of April 4th, 12 o'clock. April 7th, 11:59 p.m. Please let this work. I pressed the change button and then confirmed. Time adjusted successfully. It worked. Thank goodness, it actually worked. Sometimes it doesn't let you change it, but thank heavens this time it did. I steadied my trembling hands, a mix of joy and anxiety coursing through me. I was almost there. All I had to do now was register the food as an item close to its expiration date. Beep 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 beep. Expiration alert. Items approaching expiration date. The cash register announced cheerfully. The recorded voice echoed through the dark convenience store. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. I froze and turned my head slowly. In the distance, I saw it. Our eyes met. It was coming. Sure. I forced myself to focus on the screen. Just look at the screen. Please, please, hurry. My shaking hand missed the barcode scanner 3 times before I finally got it. Would you like to register this item? I spammed, yes, with all my might, and the strange, erratic footsteps grew closer, almost upon me. I kept my composure as much as I could, moving my hands as fast as possible. Item registered for expiration. At the exact moment the ghost's distorted steps brought it to the counter. Process complete. It disappeared. Click. The lights turned on. The bright convenience store flooded with light, and the now unremarkable POS screen displayed a simple message. Registration complete. The sound of a receipt printing broke the silence. In that white noise, I realized. I did it. I had succeeded. Phew. I leaned against the counter, my legs trembling. I can finally breathe. It's amazing how much we humans rely on light. Still, the brightness alone was enough to bring my mind some peace. Now I just have to head for the door and clang. The cash drawer beneath the cash register popped open. Huh. Inside was a thick, brown envelope. This is. I grabbed the envelope and opened it. Inside were 4 thick bundles of crisp, golden bills. Stacks of 50,001 bills. Is it 100 bills in each stack? That meant a total of 20 million won. It was the first time I'd ever handled so much cash. But why was this money in the convenience store's cash drawer? Oh. The reward. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. / Make your choice. Note. If you clear it, you actually get the money. Maybe it's just a nice ghost who likes to scare people for fun. Oh. Asterisk. How long do you think it'll take? If he makes it through 3 days, he should be able to come out right away. First try success. Wow, that's pretty generous. D-Squad of Daydream Incorporated, Field Exploration Team. The 2 employees had just stepped out to the rooftop for a smoke after sending the new recruit into the ghost story. No matter how many times they did it, it never felt routine. Pushing new recruits into paranormal phenomena was still unsettling. But this particular ghost story, Make Your Choice, was known to be harsher if the time limit was shorter and more lenient if it was longer. Since the rookie was assigned 3 days, it probably wouldn't be too difficult for him. It's like a 3-day courage test at most. Of course, it was still harsh. But there was a shared understanding between the 2 employees. If he can't handle this, he'll be dead soon anyway. Better to quit now than get killed later. Many recruits had quit after this initiation, which was why D-Squad often got side-eyed from the HR department, but they managed to get by, joking around as usual. Watching a coworker, especially a new team member, die right next to you was terrible for one's mental health, after all. But this time, something felt a little different. There was a strange sense of anticipation. This new guy, though. Yeah. He's something else. He sure is. The rookie assigned to D-Squad, Kim Solium, had ranked top in his class. I've never seen anyone act like that on their first day. Most new hires freak out the moment they realize their job involves repeatedly being thrown into life-threatening paranormal phenomena. It's only natural. But Kim Solium, he was eerily calm. He didn't even seem nervous. Yeah, didn't flinch at all. Even drank his coffee just fine. Not once did he lose his composure, break down in tears, or try to run away. Of course, Kim Solium had already spoiled everything for himself and spent 3 days mentally preparing and resigning himself to the situation, but from an outsider's perspective, he seemed like a rookie with an insane level of mental fortitude. You like him already, don't you? Yeah, he's solid. Strong nerves were always welcome in this department, where employees regularly encountered horrific, bizarre, and eerie urban legends. Cowards wouldn't survive. Well, it's not like any coward could pass the death survival test anyway. But one did. Not that his superiors would ever know, they just kept nodding and praising the new recruit, thinking they had a gem on their hands. There was just one thing that bothered them. He doesn't seem like the type to slack off, so why didn't he take any notes? Maybe he's just new to all this. We'll teach him. He'll catch on. In a job where life was on the line, information and manuals were crucial. The 2 nodded in agreement. He needs to write things down so he can review them later. That's how you learn. Exactly. It's not like he knew all this in advance. He knew it all in advance. Unaware, the 2 continued chatting, saying things typical of a team with a new recruit, before finally deciding to head back to the office. We still have to write the report. Ugh, those reports no one even reads. The rookie wouldn't be coming out for at least 3 days. Still, the ghost story had food and a place to sleep, so even if it took a while, he'd be fine. They nodded, picked up the tablet with the internet post that had sucked in the new recruit, and started heading back when. Tick. The tablet spat out a person. The new recruit, who was supposed to come out 3 days later. Kim Solium, the rookie, dusted off his perfectly intact suit and stood up as if nothing had happened. In his hand, he held something. A completely filled, dream essence collector. I filled it. Clear time, 1 hour and 24 minutes. The rookie, who had just achieved an unbelievable feat, looked at his stunned superiors with a calm, composed expression. I almost died of a heart attack. Of course, this was just the result of a desperate coward who, if given the chance, would have crashed through the walls of the haunted house to escape. Chapter 9.1. A rainy Monday afternoon. The members of Field Exploration Team's D-Squad were furiously writing up the situation report, finishing it with record speed, even submitting it under the squad leader's ID for approval. The reason? A rookie who cleared a time-limited ghost story way too fast. Wasn't the time limit supposed to be 3 days? It was. Sitting across from the rookie on the sofa, assistant manager Un and supervisor Park laid out snacks they had scavenged from the break room. They exchanged glances and nodded. It was finally time to ask the question properly. So how did you get out so fast? Oh. The rookie seemed to hesitate for a moment before nodding as if he understood and calmly answered. I sped up the time. He's saying that as casually as if he's talking about what he had for lunch. Before they could even react, the rookie slowly explained the method he used. Since there was a time limit, I thought there must be an event that signals the passing of time. I focused on that. He explained how he used the expiration date to trigger a time alarm. The superiors, who had been listening in silence, thought to themselves. He's a genius. No way we're letting him quit. The rookie's instinct and logic were sharp enough to instantly grasp the essence of the ghost story. His abilities were perfect for the field exploration team. They absolutely had to make sure he couldn't that he could soon adapt well. I'm not one to be saying this, but welcome to the squad, Ro Dearnim. You'll probably outrank me soon and get promoted to assistant manager. This kind of rookie doesn't come around often. When you succeed, don't forget us, and when you get that wish ticket, make sure to come brag about it. The rookie looked a bit flustered. No, actually. The rookie added, as if confessing something serious. I just wanted to get out quickly because I was scared. Since when could someone escape a scary urban legend by being scared? It felt like the kind of mind-altering thing you'd only see in an escape room. Is this humility, or? But the rookie remained firm. Freewebnovel.c Sigma. I'd appreciate a heads up next time. I almost fainted from fear. You cleared it in an hour, and that's what you say. The rookie, now wearing a somewhat ambiguous expression, said. I really thought I was going to die. Lies. No one who genuinely feared for their life would attempt a speedrun, setting a record-breaking time like a veteran employee. That's something even the most seasoned workers wouldn't dare attempt. Still, they could understand his sense of betrayal. To be fair, it was harsh. Even if it was considered safe, being thrown into a paranormal phenomenon alone wasn't something to take lightly. And they knew exactly how to comfort someone in that situation. Workplace therapy. Assistant manager Un sipped her coffee and asked. So, Ro, how much did you get? The money. How much did you make from clearing it? Oh, right. I got 10 million won. That's right. Clearing this F-class ghost story came with a cash prize. And the company manual clearly stated. When clearing a graded darkness, F-class, ghost story with a completed manual, 50% of any additional income generated will be awarded to the employee as a bonus. In other words, if you earn money in a ghost story using a fully documented manual, the company takes 50%. However, rookies assigned their first ghost story were exempt from this rule. Since they're placed in ghost stories proven safe through countless attempts, the company doesn't consider it hazardous enough to warrant hazard pay. The rookie had already read the manual, but then. They're supposed to take it all, but just keep it for yourself. Pardon. Once you've been around long enough, you learn all the ways to bypass the system. Since he cleared it using a new method, they could claim it wasn't covered by the manual. There were plenty of loopholes. Getting a huge bonus on your first day of work would make everything seem better. Assistant manager Un and the supervisor Park shared a knowing smile, applying a time-honored trick they had both experienced firsthand. Come on, just keep it. We've got ways to handle this. Actually, it was 20 million won. Kim Solium broke into a cold sweat, as he'd been planning to pocket half of it himself. Suddenly, he found himself with an extra 10 million won that he couldn't explain, feeling both thrilled and a bit guilty. But he quickly got up to follow his superiors. Now that you've successfully completed the dark exploration, it's time to accumulate the most important thing. Accumulate, what? Points. Supervisor Park replied with a grin. Employee welfare mall points. Who? It felt like pure bliss to be standing in the middle of a bustling city in broad daylight. Even though he knew I'd struggle to sleep with the lights on tonight, that worry was far away for now. Maybe having 20 million won in cash in your pocket gives you some inner peace. No matter how terrifying the ghost story was, this was still 21st century South Korea, a capitalist society. I finally sat down at my assigned desk, turned on my computer, and accessed the company intranet. Sitting under bright fluorescent lights in a spine-supporting office chair, the ghostly events I'd just experienced felt like a bizarre lie. On my desk, there were some surprisingly cute stationery items and a lizard plushie with big eyes. This desk seems used, doesn't it? I could only hope that the previous owner had left abruptly due to winning the lottery. Since the welfare mall was already bookmarked, I quickly accessed it. Daydream Incorporated Employee Welfare Mall. After entering my employee ID to register, I clicked on the Point Registration tab, just as my superiors had told me. Select the class grade of the ghost story you cleared, enter your name, and attach the PDF. I did exactly that. 5 minutes later. Employee Kim Solium/accumulated points, 100p. Incredibly, the review process was completed at lightning speed, and my points were credited. So clearing an F-Class solo gives you 100 points. Well, despite the hellish experience, F-Class was still F-Class. I tried not to expect too much. Still, I had earned points, so I decided to check what I could buy with 100 points. And then, right on the first page, I was surprised. A robot vacuum cleaner. The items available were better than I expected. Most of the special discounted products were around 100 points, while high-end large appliances, like those you'd buy for a new home, were around 500 points. Moreover, Daydream Incorporated's undisclosed medicines were being sold for around 1,000 points, including advanced over-technology items like cornea regeneration potions. For context, their famous hair loss treatment, which cost around 500,000 won on the market, was available here for just 100 points. This is actually pretty good. Feeling hopeful, I scrolled through the products. Now it was time to check the most important item. I sorted the Company Products tab by highest price to see the glorious name at the top. Wish Ticket. The miraculous potion that had been introduced as the ultimate employee benefit after surviving a death match. Its price was Wish Ticket, 500,000p. Is this a joke? 500,000. I had just cleared a ghost story and earned 100 points. 500,000 points. Theoretically, even if I cleared F-classes every day by myself, it would take me 15 years. But of course, it wouldn't be that simple. There's no way the company would let that happen. It wasn't realistic to think you could clear F-class ghost stories every single day. There would certainly be anomalies. It's likely that I'll be forced into higher class ghost stories with squad mates. Wait, do they split the points between squad mates in that case? I dug through the Welfare Mall's point registration tab to find the basic point system for each ghost story class. F-class, 100p. D-class, 1000p. C-class, 500p. B-class, 10,000p. A-class, 100,000p. S-class, special review required. On top of that, there were additional bonuses based on internal assessments, which considered urgency, lack of prior information, or extra dangers. So if 3 people are in a squad, and 3 people clear a ghost story together, you'd have to clear a B-class 150 times to earn enough points for the wish ticket. Are they out of their minds? Chapter 9.2. Even with a B-class ghost story, the survival rate for a normal person drops to around 2%. At that level, no matter what choice you make, you're either going to die or end up worse off than dead. If someone enters that 150 times, it's pretty much a death sentence for a regular employee. In such an insane situation, you'd have to beg on your knees not to be sent in. Speed-running higher-class ghost stories isn't a realistic option at all. So, to raise my survival rate even a little, I'll need to invest over 10 years. This isn't some tale of a nobleman seeking revenge. Yet, if the field exploration team is the fastest department, people in other departments have an even lower chance of getting their hands on a wish ticket during their career. With so many other attractive products in the welfare mall, many employees in other departments have probably resigned themselves to that reality and settled for less. But not me. My goal is far more surreal and absolute. Returning to my original world. And they expect me to survive here for 15 years. I'd die of a heart attack from the stress before then. No chance in hell. I needed a plan, a strategy. I need to figure out which ghost stories I should enter and which ones to avoid. I had to balance safety and speed perfectly to gather 500,000 points in the shortest time possible. ReadNovel.com. Just as I was about to dive deep into serious contemplation, Supervisor Park gave me a friendly pat on the back. Hey, did you get everything registered? Is the computer working fine? Yes. By the way, the personal items here. Oh, that's the squad leader's desk. No wonder it looked used. Just don't break the monitor. Feel free to use it today, no worries. Is this company for real? Letting a new hire use the squad leader's desk for the day, is that something a sane company does. Come to think of it, nothing here seems normal. This is a company that churns out potions by throwing people into ghost stories. Holding this place to the standards of an ordinary 21st century Korean workplace was bound to lead to shock after shock. Maybe a little bending of the rules wouldn't hurt. Hey, do you smoke, Ro? No, I'm good. I didn't follow my superiors for their smoke break. Instead, I stared down at the desk I was sitting at, took a deep breath, and flipped the keyboard over. As expected, there was a post-it note stuck underneath. Squad Leader Lee Jae-hyun /1051055301. ID, Yang 1111. PW, Didachvolgox, 111. It's hard to criticize the lack of security awareness when I've seen so much of this already at the company. If he's the squad leader, then that means he's probably a section chief. And actually, there's a certain website accessible only to section chiefs and above in this company. It could really help with clearing higher-class ghost stories. Now that I'd seen the absurd goal of 500,000 points, it felt like something I couldn't afford to pass up. Alright. Let's do this. I resolutely logged back into the welfare mall. But this time, I didn't use my own ID. ID, Yang 1111. Password, Didachvolgox, 111. I attempted to log in using the D-Squad leader's credentials. Incorrect password. No problem. I expected this minor setback. Let's see. Clicking the register button shows the password requirements. A capital letter is needed. So, if I capitalize the first letter of the password written on the post-it, making it Didachvolgox, 111, and log in. Ding. Welcome, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. I'm in. I discreetly pumped my fists under the desk in triumph. A small celebration you can do in an office without drawing attention. Not that anyone was around right now anyway. Now, what I needed to find on this page was a kind of phishing link. The so-called alien shop. In the dark exploration records, there were quite a few alien ghost stories, and some of them involved extraterrestrials trying to sell items to Earthlings through bizarre means of communication. They didn't mean any harm, but they sold things that were unsettling or dangerous from a human perspective. Still, these ghost stories leaned more toward being quirky and even somewhat heartwarming. And apparently, those aliens had a bit of a business mindset. They wanted to target potential customers, so they even embedded something like ransomware into Daydream Incorporated's intranet. Only section chiefs and higher can see the shopping mall's ad phishing link. I also remembered how to access that phishing link. While randomly clicking around in the welfare mall, if you hit the back button 5 times in a row. Click, click, click. Beep. Suddenly, a small green hand appeared in the corner of the welfare mall screen. A pixelated left hand, waving as if to grab your attention. A speech bubble floated above it. First anniversary appreciation discount. 80%. Is your job boring? Click. Do you want to get stronger? Click. Want cool items? Click. This is trash. It looked just like those old internet banner ads from back in the day. But, surprisingly, if you click this clumsy thing, you'd be taken, like magic, from the internet to an external internet site, abducted to an alien shop. I was tempted to click it immediately, but hold on. Instead, I right-clicked and copied the link, then pasted it into an Excel sheet and took a picture of it with my phone. Company PCs record everything. I didn't want any trace left showing I had clicked on the alien ransomware link, especially not on someone else's account. After a while, as my superiors returned from their smoke break, I greeted them with a nod as if nothing had happened. Ro, let's have a welcome dinner when the squad leader gets back from his field duty. It's on the company card. Yes. Thank you. And then, I waited for quitting time. Asterisk. That evening, after my monumental first day at work, my tasks still weren't over. Let's do this. After depositing 20 million won, I went home. Now, in my bedroom, I was copying the phishing link from the alien shop I had photographed in my smartphone gallery through image analysis. After fixing a few unreadable parts, I opened a browser and pasted the link into the address bar. Whoo! Deep breath. Enter. Click. The browser navigated through the complex link, and a page appeared that resembled the layout of Daydream Incorporated's welfare mall, only to shatter and disappear. And then, a new page opened. It looked like something from the early 2000s, with obvious underlines and outdated fonts. Space Shopping Mall. Amazing items from outer space. I'll take a look at the items. Boing boing boing. A little green spaceship rotated in the corner. This is so lame. But I couldn't let the tackiness fool me. If you click items here, you'll see bizarre, supernatural products for sale. Though the problem is, the prices are just as outrageous. The minimum started at 1,000,001. A result of the overinflated imaginations of ghost story creators with massive egos who thought, I need to use even more expensive items. That was me just yesterday. I wouldn't have been able to buy a single thing from this list. But now, I've got 20,000,001. My heart raced a little. The thought of being able to purchase items from a fictional world felt like a serious dopamine rush. Phew. Finally, I clicked on the Items tab. The screen loaded. Items. Blood-sucking cutlery, 14,999,999 Korean wons. Wide-range walkie-talkie, 4,999,999 Korean wons. Alice picnic set, 11,999,999 Korean wons. We can help. 66,666,666 Korean wons. Discount, Silver Serpent, 4,999,999 Korean wons. 19,999,999 Korean wons. I recognized most of these items. Finally, my luck was turning. Hell yeah. In my excitement, I quickly recalled the details. Blood-sucking cutlery. A weapon set consisting of a small fork and knife, which grows bigger and sharper as it absorbs the blood of its victims. You could literally call it a growth weapon. Broader walkie-talkie. A toy walkie-talkie that allows remote communication with others, even within ghost stories. It would be very useful when you have companions. Alice picnic set. As the name suggests, it's inspired by Alice in Wonderland. It contains food items. It came with a drink that temporarily doubles the effect of items and cookies that have them. That's where my knowledge of the items ended. I didn't know the other two, but we can help was way out of my budget, so I ignored it. The Silver Serpent is on sale. Getting a discount always feels like a win. I crossed my arms over my chest. A weapon, a communication device, a buff potion, and a discount item. My budget was 20,000,001. What should I buy to get the best value? All right. I made my decision and clicked. Chapter 10.1. Click, click. The transaction was complete. The alien shop displayed the items I had placed in my cart in an orderly fashion. What I decided to purchase were Alice picnic set, 11,999,999 Korean wons. Sale, Silver Serpent, 4,999,999 Korean wons. Equals 16,999,998 Korean wons. That's right. I bought the effect-boosting potion and the discounted item. The reason was simple. I couldn't use the others. The blood-sucking weapon. Sure, it sounds cool, but there's a catch. You'd have to charge at a ghost with a knife. If a coward like me tries something that dumb, I'm dead. Shaking hands, panicking, and dying as an extra in a horror movie isn't a cliché for no reason. Besides, the weapon would only work if the target had blood, so it wasn't very versatile. If it were armor, maybe, but in this situation, a weapon's out of the question. Overestimating myself was a surefire way to shorten my lifespan. I'll leave it at that. Next, the wide-range walkie-talkie. Well, who could convince their boss to carry a toy walkie-talkie? Anyone who could, probably wouldn't need to work under someone in the first place. Even if I explained that it was more than just a toy, it would still cause problems. The inevitable, "Where did you get this?" question would have no good answer. This was an item that could only be useful if you had a trustworthy companion. So, rejected. In the end, the most sensible choices were the Alice picnic set and the Silver Serpent, both affordable within my budget. Both seemed useful. First, the Alice picnic set had versatile effects that doubled or halved the power of items, which could be useful in various situations. I could even use it defensively if needed. Plus, it was easy to carry around without attracting attention from colleagues. So, I bought it. Lastly, the discounted item, Silver Serpent. It's originally priced at 20,000,001. That gave me a good feeling. This was an investment. Judging by the silver in its name, it's probably currency. In the Dark Exploration Records universe, there were various forms of currency in different ghost stories, and some could even be exchanged for real cash through specific organizations. Buying something worth 20 million for just 5 million is definitely a win. Sure, there's usually a reason when the alien shop offers such massive discounts, but the risk was worth it. No, this isn't like investing in cryptocurrency. It's a rational decision. And so, I prepared to transfer the 17 million won. Hugh. The only available payment method was through direct bank transfer. The account information was displayed with Alien as the account holder. I'm not expecting any tax deductions on this. Transferring this much in one go felt surreal, like the time I had to put down a deposit for an apartment. With trembling hands, I transferred exactly 16,999,998 Korean wons through my banking app, which I had already set to allow high-limit transfers. The moment I hit send. Purchase successful. Your item is on a rocket. Arrival in 00:00:08. Wait. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. Hold on. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Ding. A cheerful sound rang out. Arrived. Pop. Whoa. The air in front of me seemed to open, and with a puff of smoke, the items tumbled out. It was a postal box, delivered by rocket. Wow. It was literally rocket delivery. This crazy universe, who knew you could be fascinating instead of just terrifying? I was even moved. ewenvel.com. After a moment of awe, I snapped out of it and opened the package. First, the Alice Picnic set was a rusty tin case decorated with fairy tale illustrations. When I opened it, I found a flat can of soda and a paper-wrapped cookie, each labeled "Drink Me" and "Eat Me." Dang. I could carry just one or two of these around like the smiley stickers. I nodded in satisfaction. Then, as I pulled the tin case from the box, I noticed a round, silver object at the bottom. I picked it up. A shiny silver coin. It really is currency. A surge of excitement ran through me. The coin had an engraving of a snake biting its own tail, and it was about the size of a 501 coin. I flicked it, feeling its metallic weight. A few possibilities of where I could use this currency flashed through my mind. Wherever I use it, I'll make sure it counts. Even though the 17 million won had vanished like snow melting in the sun. At the end of the day, it was money that would disappear when I returned to my original world, so there was no need to cling to material desires. I could calm down. Well then. I guess I'm pretty well prepared now. I took stock of the items I currently had. Memorial Pop Socket. Smiley Sticker. Alice Picnic Set. Silver Serpent. From now on, I needed to use these items to clear higher-class darkness as quickly as possible. Let's make use of everything. Avoiding things out of fear could lead to something even scarier. Don't forget that, you coward. Resolving to use everything at my disposal, I tried to sleep. Instead of counting sheep, the convenience store ghost pranced around in my mind, completely wrecking my quality of life. Ha ha. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. And then, the next day. We have a few ghost stories we regularly manage, so today we'll be entering one of those. Yes, ma'am. I barely slept for 3 hours. At this rate, I might actually die. However, my expression must have been mistaken for worry, because Assistant Manager Un patted me on the shoulder. Don't worry too much. It's a D class. Yeah. The level of difficulty is about the same as what you went through during your orientation, right? Seriously, PTSD from a death survival test, and that's what you say to a new employee. But the field exploration team staff, whose sensitivity to normal human experiences had long since eroded, just chuckled and offered those words like a pep talk. You managed to clear it by going in blind, so there's no reason you can't do it now that you have a manual. As long as you don't do anything crazy, you'll be fine. Got it? Yes. Well, sure. I got it. Whatever it was, it couldn't be worse than playing hide-and-seek with a ghost at a convenience store by myself. Please, let me get some sleep tonight. I prayed for an artistic-style ghost story, creepy because of its atmosphere and lack of information but not genuinely terrifying. Here are the materials. Supervisor Park handed me a tablet. The ghost story I'd be entering today was Tuesday Quiz Show / Dusk, D, Class. Huh. You see it, right, Ro? You're going to enter as a contestant on a quiz show. Yes. If you get a question wrong, you face a penalty, and the penalties can be pretty horrifying. It's the kind of ghost story. But don't worry. We already have all the answers, so we're good. No need to be too tense. Supervisor Park flashed me a grin and gave a thumbs up. Well, okay. I have a feeling this will be a lot less scary than seeing ghosts in person. But there's a catch. I don't know this one. Tuesday quiz show. There's no page for the D-Class ghost story in Dark Exploration records. I couldn't check my Memorial pop socket because of my bosses, but I was sure it wasn't in the ghost stories I'd read. Then again, even if I had read all of the ghost stories in Dark Exploration records, there could still be others in this universe. It was, after all, an internet playground where ghost stories were constantly being added in real time. I thought I'd know more than most, but here I was about to enter a story I'd never heard of. Chapter 10.2. Does the company's list of darkness extend much further than I thought? Cold sweat trickled down my neck. But my superiors were relaxed. Our department just happens to get assigned a lot of TV-related ghost stories. Oh, yeah, every team has its specialty. Then, Assistant Manager Oon sent me a PDF file, claiming it was the answer sheet for the Tuesday quiz show. For now, just memorize that answer sheet and skim through the exploration manual again. When the squad leader arrives in the afternoon, we'll head out. Got it. I obediently nodded. Supervisor Park kindly added more advice. Oh, should I give you a physical copy of the manual too, just in case? You'll need to take notes. Oh, no need. I've memorized it all. With my Memorial pop socket, having a physical copy would just be extra baggage. You memorized it all? Yes. So, notes. Pardon. Oh, nothing. Supervisor Park gave me a knowing look, then nodded his head. The squad leader is going to like you a lot. Well, it seemed to be a compliment, so I let it slide. For the record, the squad leader of Team D was still out on a field assignment but was expected to return this afternoon. I'll be meeting them soon enough. But then, an hour later. Hold on a sec. Our squad leader, I mean, the section chief, he's still out on a field assignment, what? No, that's ridiculous. Assistant Manager Oon, who had been on the phone, frowned deeply as she hung up. Are these people out of their minds? Saying we have 3 people now, so we can make it a trio, what a joke. Really? Are you serious? Yeah. Seems like it. Assistant Manager Oon glanced at me. Oh. Is it because of the convenience store ghost? Because I cleared the F-class darkness by myself using an unusual method, higher-ups probably thought, oh, so this one can handle a full load. Looks like the consequence of pocketing the 20 million won solo is showing up here. Not because they're annoyed I took the money. It's the end of the month. Ah. Watching my 2 superiors murmur to each other, I started to piece it together. There must be some issue with the department's performance numbers. I wasn't sure, but it looked like they needed to meet some sort of quota by lunchtime, and now they figured the new recruit could pull their weight. Assistant Manager Oon made a decision after a brief moment of consideration. Ro, did you memorize that? Ah, the quiz show answers, wait. If I say I memorized everything, does that mean I'm going in? Maybe I could feign ignorance. Oh, he's already memorized it, I bet. He just said he's memorized the entire exploration manual, that thick thing. Oh. Assistant Manager Oon nodded. Great. Then we'll handle this ourselves today. And there went my tiny, desperate hope that having more people would make things less scary. The principle is to go in as a trio, but sometimes, if someone takes leave, 2 people go in. We do get backup support, but scheduling that is tricky, blah blah blah, they explained. Yes, I get it. This company is just full of surprises. Anyway, I'm ready for this. I've got my items prepared, and it's not one of those horrifying ghost stories, right? Actually, come to think of it, it's probably better to go now than to wait until the afternoon. Isn't it better to just get the beating over with? The longer I wait, the more my imagination will conjure up horrors. Right now, my courage is at its peak. It might be best to go in before it dwindles further. Let's get started. As I was mentally hyping myself up, Assistant Manager Oon approached, having received something from another department. This must be the medium to enter the ghost story, right? It was a postcard. However, the recipient field of the old postcard was already filled with strange scribbles. And in tiny print at the top, the word application was repeatedly written, like a curse. One day, I discovered a strange postcard inside an old magazine. It contained a flyer recruiting participants for a quiz show, but when I searched for the show, there was no such program. It was probably just a vintage postcard with a quirky theme. Out of curiosity, I wrote my name under the sender field as a joke. And then, I was dragged into a truly bizarre quiz show. That's probably the gist of the ghost story. At a glance, it didn't seem like much, but the closer you looked, the eerier it got, sending a chill down my spine. All you need to do is sign here. If it feels too weird, just put your animal mask name instead of your real name. Yes. I needed to gather points. As I watched the others write down Badger and Falcon, I also filled in the sender field on the postcard. Roe deer. The moment I lifted the pen, my consciousness was sucked into the postcard as if it were being pulled out of my body. Ah, finally, our contestants have arrived. A blinding light from the stage overwhelmed my vision. A bright, cheerful voice echoed in my ears. A hand, dressed in a suit, was extended toward me for a handshake. Welcome, welcome. Now, the cameras will start rolling soon. Let's show them our best smiles. Instinctively, I shook hands and looked up. Where a human head should be, there was an old-fashioned television set. With a floating emoji displayed on the screen. The TV-headed figure released my hand and joyfully spun around, spreading their arms wide. Audience. A roar of applause filled the air, but the glaring lights obscured the audience's figures, making them hard to see. Soon, I realized I was standing on a brightly colored podium. This must be the contestant's spot for the quiz show. It wasn't terrifying enough to make me faint. Actually, if I just thought of it as a quirky quiz show hosted by someone wearing a TV mask, it gave me a surprising sense of calm. Compared to the horrors of the eye-plucking subway and the convenience store ghost, this feels almost pleasant. Yes, I could handle this. I felt like I could calmly think things through. After adjusting my mask, I surveyed the situation. Is it your first time at a talk show, folks? Oh ho, then don't forget to cheer. Your excitement is everything to this show. The TV-headed host was busy hyping up the audience, trying to raise the energy in the room. They were likely the host of the show. So, this Tuesday quiz show must be a segment of some larger talk show. The set's vibe, the house band providing background music, the audience setup, and the host's energetic performance, it all felt like a classic American talk show. A bit old-fashioned, though. Wait. Think again. An old American talk show. A quiz segment. The contestant already knowing the answers. This. I recognized these keywords. Caution. Disclaimer, by reading this document, you accept full responsibility for any fear, hallucinations, or that may arise. Daydream Incorporated, Limited, is not liable for any damages. Please proceed after signing. This isn't just D-Class. This ghost story. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Chorus of the Sacrificial Lambs. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTRL A104. A-Class Darkness. The catalyst of the reclassification disaster that led to countless casualties. Official record of survivors, none. 3, 2, 1. And now, the show begins. No way. Chapter 11.1. The circumstances match. The disaster began with a dusk, D-class darkness in the style of a 1970s American talk show. Good evening, viewers. The joy of Tuesday, the heat of Tuesday. You are now watching the Tuesday Quiz Show. The live broadcast had begun. With the lively music of a band, the host, dressed in a suit, waved to the cheering audience. It was a typical American-style talk show. Except for the fact that the staff's faces were all blurred, and instead of a face, the host had an old-fashioned TV set for a head. The host explained that this talk show had a different theme for each day of the week, but there were no known cases of entering any other day. Only the day talk show is accessible. Have you all been waiting for Tuesday? So have I. After all, it's the only day we get to see our lovely new quiz show contestants. It matches. The field exploration team entered the day talk show from the 12th session, fully equipped with a list of answers for the main corner quiz. Over the course of 99 explorations, from session 12 to session 110, they successfully escaped without casualties. Prizes included. Incredibly, for the past several weeks, there hasn't been a single contestant who got an answer wrong. It's unbelievable, truly. It matches. However, on the 111th session, during the 100th exploration, an anomaly occurred. Will the contestants get the answers right this time as well? Ba bam bam ba bam. With a sound effect, the lights shone down. On the 7 podiums arranged in a semicircle. 3 of them, including mine, the podiums pinpointed by the lights belonged to me, the supervisor, and the assistant manager. Mr. Badger, Miss Falcon, and Mr. Roe Deer. Give them a big round of applause. Woohoo! Invisible audience members clapped. I felt like I was about to pass out. Could it be? Could it really be? Breaking news. The host made a fuss and received something from the staff. It's been quite some time since all the contestants got the answers right, hasn't it? The total duration is a whopping 98 sessions. This will be the 99th, haha. I was saved. It's not the 100th. My heart almost leaped out of my chest. Yeah, the odds of it landing exactly on the 100th session are actually low. I almost grabbed onto the podium in relief, but I held back. It was clearly stated in the PDF of the Tuesday talk show answers I had received earlier. If you disrupt the broadcast, you will be incinerated. It wasn't just a penalty. It was incineration. And this was a live broadcast. In other words, if anything strange happens, you're dead. Will the 99th contestants continue the winning streak and pass the baton to the 100th contestants? Or will this great record come to an end? Stay tuned and watch. I turned my head. Assistant Manager Oon and Supervisor Park, standing on the other podiums, gave me light nods or smiled faintly, showing no signs of major anxiety. 99 sessions, with nearly 3 years of accumulated safety and a well-established pattern to the ghost story. They were acting like people who were certain this time would be the same. Deep breath. It's fine. It'll be fine. I took a deep breath in and then exhaled. Now, Mr. Roe Deer. Yes. Are you nervous? Yes. It's my first time participating in a quiz show like this. Ah, good, very good. Let's start with an easy question. On the host's head, the old-fashioned TV displayed strange letters. It was an unfamiliar, ominous script I had never seen before, but I could read it. A surge of nausea and a headache hit me, then quickly passed. Question: choose the element that is not a component of the human body. 1. Water. 2. Iron. 3. Oil. 4. Earth. Number 4, Earth. Correct. The quiz show proceeded smoothly. The theme is a bit eerie, but the questions aren't so hard that they're unsolvable. Plus, the list of past questions the field exploration team had stolen from this ghost story was definitely helpful. The questions weren't identical, but they were similar enough to make answering them easy. In fact, since I have to use my brain, the chances of making a mistake are lower. Unbelievable. Correct answer. Again. He's hesitating. He's conflicted. Yes, number 3. What will be the fate of Mr. Roe Deer, who chose strangulation, correct? Hurrah. The answers matched perfectly, and the show proceeded without any issues. I pretended to hesitate on purpose, sometimes stalling before answering, doing my best to match the atmosphere of the broadcast. Frububble.cm. I have to get through this broadcast somehow. This obsessive thought completely dominated my mind. During the commercial break, when the host suggested I participate again, I inwardly screamed but outwardly played along, pretending to be tempted. After the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I made it to the 9th question. Mr. Roe Deer. It's the final question. Finally, the end of this insane situation was in sight. The other contestants have incredibly answered all the questions correctly and continued the winning streak. Will Mr. Roe Deer be able to carry the final link? From the other podiums, my superiors glanced at me, some waving lightly or nodding their heads. If I got this last one right, it would all be over. Are you ready? Yes. Good. The question appeared. Question: what percentage of blood loss causes death in humans? 1 to 40%. 2 to 45%. 3 to 50%. 4 to 55%. Was this a trap for the final question? I took a deep breath. The answer is number 1. You chose number 1. And number 2. And number 3, and number 4. All of them. Humans typically face life-threatening danger when they lose about 30 to 40% of their blood. Oh. So, of course, losing more would also result in death. No, unbelievable. The TV flickered. Even if I got it wrong, it didn't seem like I would die. But I didn't want to give this dangerous ghost story any room for mistakes, so I gritted my teeth to avoid the trap. You're saying there's several answers. Are you sure you don't want to change your answer? I'm sure. Oh. Murmurs came from the audience. And then, a faceless staff member suddenly rushed onto the stage. Amazing. We have some surprising news for you. Actually, the answer prepared by our writers was number 1. Wait, hold on. But Mr. Rodeer's answer is much more impressive. It's more logical, isn't it? Yes. I heard the audience shouting. The host spread his arms wide. Then, of course, it's correct. We'll count it as a perfect answer. Wonderful. Ha. I survived, somehow. Why did I dig a trap for myself? I inwardly screamed in relief, closing my eyes tightly and then opening them. The host, seeming to take this as an emotional moment, came up and patted me on the back as if to hug me. The fact that he had body heat made it even more unsettling. Incredible, truly incredible. Thank you. Now then. The host grabbed the microphone and shouted in excitement. Amazingly, all of our contestants have maintained their winning streaks. Fantastic. Pop. Confetti burst, and cheers erupted. From each podium, my superiors had expressions like, "It's finally wrapping up." It was almost visible through their masks. But the MVP who will take home the grand prize is only one person. And that is. A drum roll followed. The host pointed at me. It's Mr. Rodeer. Wah. The band played loud celebratory sound effects. Congratulations. Please take your prize. Thank you. I accepted the small gift box the host handed me. I was happy. Not because I got a gift. It's finally over. As soon as the cameras shut off, I could leave. Please, let's go now. As I began to calm down at the thought of soon returning to my office in a 21st Century Soul building, I heard. Unfortunately, it's time to wrap up the Tuesday quiz show. Tomorrow, we'll have even more amazing guests for Wednesday. Click. Out of nowhere. Suddenly, the lights came on over 4 empty podiums. There, 4 figures were suddenly standing. The 4 people looked around in bewilderment. All were dressed in suits and wore masks. Chapter 11.2. Company employees? They were clearly from a different squad in the field exploration team. I recognized one mask, likely a new hire, someone from my training group. That much I understood. But why did they overlap? Is it even possible to overlap and enter the ghost story like this? I mean, whether it's possible or not. This is a broadcast accident. A tense silence filled the studio. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Something's wrong. The employee wearing the zebra mask standing next to me seemed to sense it as well. WHY are the people who arrived first? Oh no. The flames ignited. The employee in the zebra mask was consumed in a silent blaze, their mouth still open in shock, unable to comprehend the situation, before collapsing like a lie. All that remained were ashes, shaped like their shoes. The camera hurriedly panned away. Surprise. This was a special preview of next Tuesday's contestants. The noisy band sound blared, as if trying to cover up the incident. The camera now focused on me. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. I desperately waved the gift box I was holding in the air, pretending to be excited. Pop. Confetti rained down again, and the drums roared loudly. The host encouraged the audience's cheers. We'll see you tomorrow with an even more exciting show. So, have a good night. Bam. With the sound of a cheerful guitar riff, the camera lights turned off. It's over. It is over, isn't it? Why are we still here? Phew, that was a close one. Almost ruined the live broadcast. Glad everything was handled smoothly. The cameras were definitely off. Faceless staff rushed onto the stage, and the lights in the audience seats went out. The band disappeared. Backstage, filled with noise and murmurs, was revealed like cold steel beams. But we didn't disappear. A chilling feeling crept up my spine. Mr. Rodeer. That was great thinking. Are you perhaps interested in becoming a regular panelist? I already have a job. Oh no. Well, our talk show applications are always open, so feel free anytime. Why is this ghost story continuing? The reason was simple. The thoughtful host was about to kindly explain to the contestants why this situation had occurred. And to the new participants. You must have been shocked, thinking you almost ruined the broadcast. I trust it wasn't intentional. Don't be too hard on yourselves. And don't worry. We'll give you another chance as well. With a friendly and affable demeanor, the host addressed the employees who had suddenly entered, our new contestants, as if they had always been part of the show. In the meantime, the staff swept up the ashes left behind by the incinerated person with a broom. I felt like I was losing my mind. I'd love to give you all a chance to participate right now, but unfortunately, our show is live. So, see you next week. But we could leave now. Please let it end like this. End it here. For now, you can all go home, HM. It was then. Someone holding a megaphone suddenly ran onto the stage. That person's face was indistinct in the lighting, but unlike the other staff, they were wearing sunglasses. The figure with the megaphone whispered urgently to the host. I see. The host turned to look at us. You see, it's hard for me to say this, but, The emoticon on the TV monitor showed a sad face. Our show was just cancelled. To be precise, it's the Tuesday quiz show that's ended. Technically, my show isn't over, yes. The quiz segment has been replaced. What? We won't be able to have you as the 100th winning contestants. I sincerely want to apologize from the bottom of my heart, freewebnovel.com. The host bent forward, even lowering the antenna on the TV head as if truly apologetic. So, is it cleared? Who? Hugh. I could faintly hear the voices of the other members of my squad, filled with confusion, fear, panic, and yet, hope. But a cold sweat trickled down the back of my neck. No. This development. Exploration record number 100. The show began in the same studio as previous sessions. However, the program name had changed. The host explained to the confused employees that the Tuesday quiz show had been cancelled. Since the contestants had answered correctly 99 times in a row, the penalty had become meaningless, and the segment was no longer appealing to the viewers, leading to its discontinuation. The new segment was chosen to be more engaging was. Hold on a moment. The host's TV antenna suddenly sprang up after receiving a signal from the staff. Good news. You've all been selected as contestants for the new segment. And since it's pre-recorded this time, it'll be even easier than before. Haha. Let's start filming right away. Although I'll only be playing a supporting role, I'll do my best to ensure it's a great show. Wait. The assistant manager from our squad raised her hand with a grim expression. We've already participated in the show, so we'd like to go back. You want to leave before the filming is finished. The TV screen buzzed as it got close to assistant manager Un's face. Oh dear, it was all written on the application postcard. But if you truly can't participate, well, there's no helping it. So, tell me. Can't you do it? Assistant manager Un slowly moved her eyes, meeting mine from across the way. I shook my head ever so slightly. She must have realized it too. No helping it didn't mean they would let us leave. It meant they would incinerate us. You can do it, right? Good. An ominous silence. The studio was filled with the sound of the shallow breaths of pale, terrified employees. I was surely one of them. Was I even breathing? Oh. The tension is palpable. That's how it always is with new programs. Let's stay strong. Mr. Rowe dear, you performed wonderfully in the live broadcast. I'm sure you'll do great again this time. Was there no excuse I could give? No plausible way out? Yes. But I didn't expect to appear on the show consecutively. Oh. I could make a mistake, couldn't I? I gripped the podium so tightly my knuckles turned white. I should prepare a bit more and come back next Tuesday. Look at that, the lights are coming on. 3, 2, 1. The host mumbled in an excited voice. It was no use. Completely absorbed in the broadcast, the host dashed toward the camera. Good evening, viewers. The joy of Tuesday, the heat of Tuesday. You're now watching the new segment of our talk show. I'm going crazy. Are you sad that the quiz show is gone? No need to be. Because this is an even more advanced form of quiz show. Something has been added to the quiz. What could it be? The host waved both hands as he read the teleprompter. What pulls at the heartstrings more than anything is melody. Especially voices. Choirs, ah, such a beautiful sound. Haha, no need for our band to feel left out. We've invited a true master of an entirely different genre. A new guest is about to appear. The set opened up to reveal a new figure. The stench of rusted iron and filth filled the air, accompanied by a massive, dark pig's head. The conductor of the choir of purgatory, the filthy, the vile, the master of great melodies, the butcher. That's right. The new segment is the Tuesday Choir. Hell has arrived. Chapter 12.1. A terrible stench spread through the studio. Walking into the spotlight was something with the head of a pig, walking on two legs. Its body was emaciated, and from its large, dead pig's eyes, blood dripped down. Hold on a moment. He's a silent artist. Ah. His equipment is coming in now. 13 silver trays descended from the air, suspended by wires. The large, round silver trays were intricately and boldly decorated. Screaming faces. Countless of them hung like clusters of grapes. Shall we meet the passionate contestants who have volunteered to join the choir? The lights on each podium came on. The 6 podiums revealed the pale, terrified faces of the humans standing on them. You recognize some faces from last week, don't you? Haha, will our contestants who defended the 99th win record set a new record with this new segment? Stay tuned. We'll reveal the results soon. Wah. The audience seats were empty. But a canned applause filled the space mechanically. But the first glory must go to the first contestant. The host stood in front of an employee I didn't know. The employee wearing the mole mask hunched her shoulders. Here's the question. Flash. Question, which of the following creatures has the longest lifespan? 1. Pig. 2. Human. 3. Rabbit. 4. Flea. Human. Number 2. Human. Correct. A sigh of relief crossed the mole mask's eyes. Yes. In the original Tuesday talk show, the segment would have moved on with cheers. But the new segment had a new phase added. Congratulations on passing, Ms. Mole. The conductor with the bleeding pig's head raised his skeletal arms and swung a silver baton. The mole mask's head was ripped off. Such a beautiful harmony. Thud. The headless contestant's body collapsed beneath the podium like a broken puppet. The employee's remaining head floated into the air and was displayed on the silver tray. It was still mouthing words. Each contestant's unique talent will be awakened. Oh, it's incredible. Truly incredible. When the pig raised its arms, the gaping mouth of the head suddenly began emitting a clear, piercing scream in tune. Humans. It's human. It was as if someone had forcibly squeezed the vocal cords, producing a sound like a woodwind instrument. The first choir member has taken their place. The choir practice had begun. They endlessly repeated the last words they spoke before losing their heads. The chorus of the sacrificial lambs consists of 1 conductor and 13 silver trays that are summoned. The heads of talk show contestants are placed on the silver trays, and their selection process is determined by the day's broadcast corner. Each head fused to a tray produces different phrases and instrument-like sounds, forming an a cappella. The highest number of heads recorded is 7. 1 head causes mild headaches, anxiety, and sudden mood swings. If you were just comfortably reading this ghost story, you might think, only 1 head. For such a terrifying situation, it's manageable. But if you found yourself in this insane scenario, that thought wouldn't come to you. Not like the employee who was directly affected. AAG. SCN, C. Incineration. Another podium's light went out. The charred body stuck to the floor. The head that remained continued its eerie melody. Human. Number 2. Humane. Next up. Ah, we have another new face. Hello, Mr. Jellyfish. Let's see if you can create a beautiful harmony with the successful contestant. Now, the question is. I don't know. I don't know the answer. The employee wearing the jellyfish mask screamed before the question was even asked. His instincts seemed to tell him that getting the question wrong and facing punishment would be better. How surprising. It was a remarkable judgment. A meaningless one, though. Failure. His head exploded. Like a firecracker, sparkles from the studio's mirror ball and a shower of confetti filled the air. The recorded audience's reaction mixed with both disappointed sighs and cheers filled the studio. Oh no, disqualified. How unfortunate. He didn't make it into the great choir. Right. There are no punishments anymore. If you get the quiz wrong, you're simply disqualified. I blinked. It didn't feel real. Half the people died in just 5 minutes after the recording began. And there was no escape. 3 of us remained. D-Squad's assistant manager and supervisor. And me. Let's meet our next contestant. Oh, familiar faces. I recalled one fact I had been avoiding. These superiors' names were also not mentioned anywhere in the dark exploration records. It's the same as with Go Yun Gun, my fellow new recruit. I remembered what I thought when I first heard Go Yun Jones' name. Either she left early after handling the ghost stories relatively easily. Or she died right away. Mr. Badger. Supervisor Park was called next. Park Min-seong. While standing at the farthest podium from me, he had turned completely pale. It was a death sentence, and it would soon be mine too. It's your turn to answer. No. Get a grip. I punched my stomach, hidden by the podium. The pain cleared my head slightly. Being scared doesn't justify an excuse. This wasn't a situation ruled by that kind of fear. It's a disaster. It was like witnessing a natural disaster up close, the overwhelming force of it. I had been swept into an unexpected catastrophe. That's right. If I panic here, it's all over. I won't even have a chance to survive. I can't forget. Of all the people here, you have the best chance of survival. I have to think. Right. I have information and items. Mr. Badger, are you ready? Could I use this moment when the host and staff's attention wasn't on me? Was there really nothing I could try? I desperately recalled the items I had. I frantically reviewed the characteristics of this ghost story. I don't expect much, but if I could just get out of here. I wasn't hoping for something as grand as this insane talk show getting cancelled. Just stop for a second, just for a moment. Ah. I raised my head. The host's back was right in front of me. Chapter 12.2. He was about to ask Supervisor Park a quiz question. You're ready. Great. He's close. In that case. I hid my trembling hand beneath the podium. Then, I slightly lowered my body and pulled out 2 items from the inside pocket of my suit jacket. A cheap sticker with a smiling emoticon and a can labeled, "Drink Me." Hurry. I opened the can bottle. Then, I stuck the smiley sticker onto the can bottle. Hurry up, hurry the fuck up. Ah. May I say something to the viewers before I answer? Oh, of course. Supervisor Park glanced toward the camera, pretending to address it but actually looking toward me and Assistant Manager Un. He was looking at the podiums where we stood. I have a family member in the hospital. I hope someone could check in on her after this filming. If possible. Wow, how touching. So, what's your answer? Supervisor Park gave a nervous smile, sweating profusely. I don't know. Wait a moment. I raised my left hand. Mr. Host. At the same time as I drew his attention, I stretched out my right hand and quickly slapped several wet smiley stickers under the spherical TV that was the host's head. Splat. A drop of water hit the ground. Did the cameras catch it? Did anyone notice? No, if they had, my head would have already exploded. Oh, Mr. Rowe dear. Do you have something to say? They didn't notice. I swallowed hard. When I looked over, Supervisor Park was staring at me in shock. He seemed surprised that I hadn't been incinerated after interrupting the flow and speaking out of turn. It was definitely a gamble. freewebnovel.cm. But I have a reason. Didn't the host say it earlier? It's pre-recorded this time, so it'll be even easier than before. Haha. In other words, this was not a live broadcast. So as long as I don't outright ruin the flow or act uncooperative, it might not count as disrupting the broadcast. Simply raising my hand and making a personal comment wouldn't be a problem. Mr. Rowe dear. They let it pass. Yes. I glanced at the area beneath the host's TV where the water had dripped. Then, lowering my voice just enough for only the host to hear, I said. My head feels very dizzy. Could I rest for a moment? What I had just done was the smiley sticker, an item that induces mild feelings of friendliness when attached to a sentient being. And the Alice picnic set / canned drink, an item that doubles the effect. I soaked the sticker into the can and stuck it to the host. Of course, this was still debatable. Can we consider the host a sentient being? The host was clearly not human. But it must have some kind of intelligence, right? No, it has to. I'm betting my life on this. And now, there's no turning back. What if I'm incinerated for disrupting the broadcast? Well, if I'm going to die anyway, I might as well go out a little more peacefully. The shirt clinging to my back was soaked with cold sweat. The host made a noise. Goodness. Was the passion for the broadcast a bit too much? Yes, I understand that. Mr. Rowe dear, you did work hard. In that case. The monitor of the host's head turned black. He raised his right hand. Cut. Let's take a short break. The band's sound stopped. The staff began murmuring. Haha, I'm sorry. My screen went blurry. Makeup. The camera lights were quickly turned off. Carefully clean it, please. Oh, excellent. A faceless staff member carrying makeup tools rushed up and vigorously cleaned the old TV screen. And as the host finished his task, he grabbed the makeup artist by the arm and pointed at me. Ah, on your way, could you guide this contestant to the waiting room? They were supposed to bring me water. Then, the host winked the TV screen emoticon eye at me, briefly displaying and then erasing text. Take a break and have some water. Thank you. I had succeeded. At least for now. I staggered off the podium, following the makeup artist as I walked. Even though the filming had been paused, the ominous, grotesque pig-headed conductor was still standing at the center of the stage, swinging its baton without moving. The horrifying silver trays continued to emit eerie songs from the human heads. Hold it together. Don't look. With stiff legs, I crossed the center of the stage. Filming will resume in 30 minutes. As I passed the podium on the opposite side, assistant manager Oon slipped something into my hand. I quickly looked at her. I could read her lips. Check it. Alone. What is it? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I was guided to the door behind the stage. Inside was a typical old Hollywood-style waiting room. Aside from the unsettling number of black and white broadcast posters plastered all over like talismans. Thank you. The makeup artist gave a silent nod and disappeared in a flash. Click. Hugh. I'm alive. Only for 30 minutes, but I had at least delayed my scheduled death. I need to do something during this time. And I had a new clue. I immediately opened my hand to check what assistant manager Oon had slipped me. The item they had somehow managed to give me in this dire situation was a button. It was a button, the kind you'd attach to a suit. But it was also a button in the sense of something you could press. It seemed like it had a mechanism inside that would trigger something when pressed. There was only one way to find out, and I didn't have much time. They gave this to me thinking it would help. I pressed the button immediately. Beep beep beep. Click. This is Lee Jahian. Who's this? This is Assistant Manager Oon Hage's call button though. Section Chief Lee Jahian. The squad leader of the field exploration team's D squad, who was supposed to be on a field assignment, had answered through the button. Chapter 13.1. In Dark Exploration Records, when entering a ghost story, data transmission and communication usually become impossible, isolating the participants. This is the typical structure of a ghost story. But stories become more interesting when there is interaction and conflict. I vaguely remember reading in a ghost story that some teams in Daydream Incorporated have a disposable item that allows for emergency communication. Is this button one of those? While my mind raced to deduce the situation, my mouth started talking immediately. Time was of the essence. Are you the leader of D Squad? Yes. I'm Kim Solium, the new recruit in D Squad. I have something urgent to report. I decided to lay it all out. In 30 minutes, all of D Squad will be dead. Even if the other person was startled, it couldn't be helped. This was the most efficient way. I needed to calm him down and explain. I see. I'll take a 5-minute briefing. Why is he so calm? Sure, mass deaths are a routine occurrence in the field exploration team, but this is a bit. Is there something wrong with his humanity? I almost got confused, but the situation was urgent, so I let it go. I quickly summarized everything that had happened so far. There was an anomaly during the D-Class Darkness Tuesday talk show. I explained about the members of another squad who had intruded mid-show, the quiz show's sudden cancellation, and the insane choir segment that had just begun. How many employees are left? 3 out of 7 remain. All of D Squad is still alive, but once the break ends, we'll all be dead. The D Squad leader responded concisely. I see. Buy yourself another 30 minutes. Is that even possible? I don't think that's feasible. In that case, there's nothing we can do. He has a knack for enraging people who are about to die in less than 30 seconds. I don't have time to waste on this nonsense. It's true that the higher you go in the field exploration team, the more some employees seem to lack basic morality or common sense, but experiencing it firsthand is truly infuriating. Does he think his team members' lives are a joke? I was about to hang up and figure things out on my own when. Wait a second. What would change if we had 30 more minutes? Why did he ask for more time? Right. If you could hold off until 55 minutes from now, I could get approval from the security team and rent the strongest weapons and entry devices. His low voice explained calmly. The entire process, even if handled retroactively, would take about 40 minutes, and it would take an additional 15 to 20 minutes to enter the darkness. If that process is completed, could D-Squad be rescued? Probably, yes. A field exploration team member capable of entering an A-class darkness alone and suppressing the supernatural phenomenon using special equipment. The only people capable of that would be a named character. The person I was talking to had to be one of the employees I'd read about in the dark exploration records. Someone with a significant or memorable role. Chills ran down my spine. Several candidates flashed through my mind. My brain was spinning. Stealing equipment from the security team, yeah, that's impossible. Correct. The security team's operations are heavily restricted to maintain narrative coherence in the ghost stories, and their security is airtight. It's true that such an act would be impossible based on the rules. But if this person really is one of the employees I think he is, there might be a way. I swallowed nervously and asked, "May I ask what mask you wear, sir?" If he said the nickname I was thinking of. Lizard. Ah. It's you. Section Chief. We had 20 minutes left. Based on what you've told me, I've come up with a plan. Let's go with this. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ah, Mr. Roe dear. Break time was almost over. Holding a water bottle from the waiting room, I returned to the talk show set. Human. Number 2. Human. Against the backdrop of 2 employees who had been exposed to choir practice for several minutes and whose complexions had drastically worsened, the host with the old TV for a head extended his hand toward me. Are you feeling better? Ready to create the best broadcast ever? Yes. Thank you for your consideration. Haha, a contestant's condition is key to delivering the best moments on the show. His tone was surprisingly friendly, considering the host's previous behavior. It seemed the smiley sticker's effect was still active. So far, things are going as expected. I carefully chose my next words. You really put a lot of passion and energy into this show, Mr. Host. I think that's why you always make such captivating broadcasts. Perhaps it was the most extreme situation, but flattery was coming out of my mouth effortlessly, without a trace of shame. Such high praise. But a broadcast is something everyone creates together. Mr. Roe dear, you are a part of that too. No, that's not the direction I was going for. I appreciate your kind words, but there's no comparing me to you, the one who leads this great talk show. This was the direction I needed. But I was surprised that the format of the show changed without notice to someone as important as you. There's no live audience, we're using recorded applause, the punishments are gone, even the band has fewer members. I recalled the black and white broadcast posters in the waiting room. They were all talk shows with live audiences, where real-time communication was part of the experience. If that waiting room was the host's personal space, there's a good chance the host doesn't like this new format. It feels like the changes were made to cut costs across the board. There was a risk of being beheaded if the host misinterpreted my comment as an insult to the talk show. But staying silent would lead to death anyway. I had to do this. I glanced back, pretending to look at the stage, and managed to continue speaking. The conductor with the dead pig's head. Could the reason for this revamp be that it cost a lot to book that guest over there? Exclamation point. The emoticon on the host's TV screen disappeared. But it soon returned with a smiling emoticon. That's none of the contestants' concern. I apologize. Please, spare me. Honestly, I'm so scared I haven't even properly looked at that pig-headed creature. I was just such a huge fan of the Tuesday quiz show and was really looking forward to participating. I must have said something rude because I was disappointed by its cancellation. Ah, what a kind thing to say. But, show business is ruthless. The host's TV screen quietly turned black. If the viewers prefer this format, then as an entertainer, it's my job to adapt quickly to what they want. I see. I swallowed hard. But isn't it still uncertain how the viewers feel? At least for me, I prefer the old format. The real-time interaction with the audience and the excitement of the live Tuesday quiz show. To change the show so abruptly, without even discussing it with the host, never mind. I'm sorry. I've spoken out of turn. I pretended to hesitate, then added. I had a lot of fun earlier during the live broadcast. My heart was racing, and it was quite exciting. The host stood silently. Frueval.com. The TV screen made a faint static noise. Chapter 13.2. Beep beep beep. There are only 60 seconds left before filming resumes. At the sound of the alert filling the set, the emoticon returned. All right, everyone, let's give it our all until the end. Mr. Rowe dear, you should get back to your podium. Yes. We're starting. 10, 9, 8. The host resumed the countdown, looking into the camera as usual. But it seemed like my conversation had left an impression, as he didn't seem as entranced by the camera as before. Good. The groundwork had been laid. I nodded to the host and headed back to my podium. And moments later. Now. Mr. Badger. It's finally time to give your answer. The show had resumed. Will Mr. Badger become a proud member of the choir? Supervisor Park Min-seong seemed to have come to terms with his fate, his expression bitter but resigned. I saw him mouthing something quickly at me. Thank you. What was he saying? Thanks for helping me get prepared. No, wait. Let me talk too. I mouthed the words back. Give the correct answer. Supervisor Park looked at me as if I were insane. I understand. Being incinerated is probably better than becoming a living instrument that repeats the last thing you said before your head was cut off. But this was necessary. Supervisor Park, still confused, shook his head and glanced at Assistant Manager Eun. She nodded too. Mr. Badger. You have 3 seconds. Yes. I'll give my answer. Supervisor Park squeezed his eyes shut and shouted. Number 4, Burns. Boo-hoo. As the recorded audience murmured. I finally saw it. Flutter. In the corner of the stage where the lights had gone out, something appeared. A postcard. The strange postcard we used to enter this place. I remembered the conversation I had with Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun just before. So, Section Chief, you're saying we can use that equipment to access the ghost story through an object? Yes. However, the equipment I have is for emergency supply drops, only for delivering small items into the darkness. That's enough. Let's use it. I looked at the postcard. It quietly fell to the floor from the shadows where the light didn't reach. And then, with terrifying speed, a small AAA battery shot out from it. The battery shot toward the ominous conductor with tremendous force, closing the distance in an instant. It struck one of the silver trays. Throw it with all your might, sir. The thick tray crumpled as if pierced by the battery. The sheer physical force was unbelievable. As expected. I recalled the description of Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun from Dark Exploration Records. Employee D. Nickname, Lizard. Final position, Team Leader. One of the few combat specialists in the field exploration team. Known for solving ghost stories, which usually require wit and strategy, by brute force. Shouldn't it normally be that the brain has to work harder if the body's terrible? Conversely, when his brute force doesn't work, it signifies that true doom is upon you. If we had tried to attack the pighead conductor directly, I might have experienced that doom firsthand. But a silver tray. He's a staff member with a physical exorcism works in ghost stories gimmick, so I thought it might work. And I was right. The tray was almost punctured, leaving a deep dent. In that case. Despite sweating profusely, I couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Wow. Mr. Badger, that's the correct answer. Normally, this would be the point where the correct contestant's head would be ripped off and added to the choir on another silver tray. But the conductor's reaction to his precious instrument being damaged. Mr. Conductor. The dead pig opened its mouth wide. Its decaying flesh tore apart, and its jaw dislocated unnaturally. The canned applause abruptly cut off, leaving the atmosphere confused and disjointed. It seems our guest is thinking of a new way to perform. I wonder what brilliant method they're coming up with. My heart is racing. The pig began to scream. The split mouth emitted a horrific sound. The contestant is waiting. Mr. Conductor, please welcome him into the choir. A terrifying scream rose in my throat. What did I just do? What kind of horrific mistake have I made? Did you see the worm that spawned from the ground? How I want to sing, how I made the wrong choice, judgment, indeed. Praise to the silver throne, death. The band's sound drowned out the scream. Ha! This is insane. Drip. Drip. Red spots appeared on the podium. It was my nosebleed. But I had to cover my ears. I had to block out the sound, but the band's sound was fading away. You. Drip. Do not respect the show. I lifted my head. Amidst the silence. ebnovel.com. Whoosh. The grand and ominous guest at the center of the stage burst into black flames and turned to ash. It was a scene I had seen many times before. Incineration. A punishment the host carried out autonomously. In the D-class darkness known as the Tuesday Quiz Show, this was the fate of any contestant who disrupted the broadcast. But now. Did a D-class darkness incinerate an A-class darkness entirely? Something's wrong, something's very wrong. All I intended was for the host to lose his temper at the guest's incompetence, causing today's broadcast to be cut short. As expected, the essence of a show isn't in flashy guests, but in staying true to its core. I looked around. The staff, the lights, the band, the recording equipment, the cameras. All of them were burning and turning to ash. Only the host's old TV screen flickered with color, glowing brightly. The joy of witnessing, the thrill of communication, the excitement of unpredictable developments, anticipation. You creators don't understand that. You don't deserve to make shows. But I do. I can make them. The host raised his arms majestically, like a liberator. He turned to me. Mr. Rowe dear. Thank you. You've given me a new vision. My mind feels so clear. Ah, yes. From now on, I'll accept participants for the show on different days of the week. The host stared directly at me. I can tell. You have the talent of a show creator. I hope you join the crew of my new talk show as well, Mr. Rowe dear, Mr. Rowe dear. This is bad. New participants, a new set, new music, a new season. I'll invite you when the filming is ready. But it's such a pity today's broadcast had to end this way, but your passionate participation was very impressive. Let's meet again in the next show. It worked. I blinked. Beyond my blurring vision, I saw the suited figure with a TV for a head wave as he disappeared. In the next moment, I realized I was sitting on a brightly lit, quiet office sofa. I turned my head. Supervisor Park and the assistant manager Un, both bleeding from their noses and ears, were staring at me with dumbfounded expressions. And I realized. I'm alive. Wah. You amazing bastard. You crazy idiot. Amid the shower of cheers and hugs, I slid down onto the sofa. I'm alive. I escaped. The collector. But that wasn't the end. Supervisor Park, still hugging me, quickly pulled something out of my suit pocket. It was the Dream Essence Collector. It was filled with golden liquid. Unlike the time when I cleared the F-Class Ghost Story, this time, the color was A-Class. Rowe, you cleared an A-Class darkness after just 2 days on the job. Chapter 14.1. A new employee on their third day at Daydream Incorporated. Who? Go Yun-gun cautiously sat down at her desk just as lunch break was ending. This self-taught medical professional who hadn't even taken the state exam believed she was adjusting well to the situation. Her superiors in the R squad weren't particularly warm, but they weren't overly territorial, nor did they push her into life-threatening situations. Most importantly, she had successfully cleared 2 F-Class Ghost Stories so far. Didn't they say the average for new recruits was 1 or 2 per week? Clearing 2 in 3 days, even if they were low-level darkness, wasn't bad for a rookie. She was doing her absolute best to adapt to this insane company. Though she had nearly fainted when she saw the points for the wish ticket. After clearing 2, I only got 66 points. How in the world will I ever get to 500,000? But giving up wasn't an option. I'm going to do it. Go Yun-gun steeled her resolve. Are the other rookies feeling the same? She absent-mindedly looked at her phone. At the top of her KakaoTalk Messenger, there was a pinned group chat. Daydream Incorporated. New Hires Group Chat. It was a chat room for all the new recruits. However, one person had yet to be invited. It wasn't because he was being excluded, no one had his contact information. That person was none other than the top recruit, Kim Solium. We should invite him, too. Even Beck Sahian, the well-known figure, was already in the chat room, but strangely, none of them had ever run into Kim Solium in the company, so they hadn't had a chance to inform him. It made sense to be curious about what kind of intense first 2 days he had gone through. freewebnovel.com. Should I try contacting him through the company messenger? She connected to the internet and began searching for Kim Solium to send him a message. That's when it happened. Ka-talk, ka-talk, ka-ka-ka-talk. Suddenly, the group chat exploded with notifications. Did you see the announcement just now? Does anyone know Kim Solium personally? He's the top recruit, right? Did he seriously clear an A-class ghost story as a major contributor? Was Kim Solium the one wearing that weird horned mask? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wow, Ro, someone from upper management is saying you should be promoted to supervisor right away. Cough. I nearly choked on my medicine. But apparently it got immediately blocked because some people from other departments are foaming at the mouth in opposition, saying it's unprecedented. Ah, I see. Should I have said I was disappointed? But I wasn't disappointed at all, so that was the limit of my response. I set the empty medicine bottle down and rubbed my chest. We had narrowly escaped from the Tuesday quiz show that had transformed into an A-class ghost story, and we were now being treated in the infirmary, taking emergency medication. After all, we'd been bleeding from our facial orifices. Feeling better? Yes. It seemed the medicine was effective. Though the medicine from Daydream Incorporated always seemed suspicious, the regular first aid meds were just exceptionally good at what they did. Darkness, you know, those bizarre creatures from urban legends. This is the kind of recovery medicine you take when you suffer supernatural damage from them. In other words, it was like a health potion in these ghost stories. It was probably sold as cherryade flavor at the Collaboration Cafe near the pop-up store. But the actual taste was just like cold syrup. Anyway, it feels unreal that I'm alive and drinking a potion. Everything felt great now that we had escaped. Living in the bright daylight, it's really such a good thing. But it seemed like my superiors were more concerned about something other than our sense of relief. How had this situation been reported and handled by the higher-ups? They were busily tapping into every network they had to figure it out. Honestly, this was an unprecedented special situation. I wish the squad leader had been more assertive in pushing the issue, but he's really not that kind of person. Please do it when you get promoted later, assistant manager. I'll quit before then. Honestly, me too. I really want to say that as well. Amidst a strange sense of camaraderie, we each collapsed onto the infirmary beds. Supervisor Park Min-seong stretched and let out a sigh. It was a long sigh of relief. I really thought I was going to die, but living is definitely better. Hey Ro, thank you. No, I just did my best. Honestly, the Dark Exploration Records wiki did all the work for me. If I tried to explain any further, the conversation would shift towards something uncomfortable, like, we were all about to die, but you were smart and did well, so I just stayed silent. We're not that incompetent as seniors, but we let our guard down because it was categorized as D-class. Assistant manager, that excuse sounds a bit pathetic. Well, then we'll prove ourselves in the next darkness. I just hope there won't be a next darkness. The peaceful, paid rest time didn't last long. The section chief said the meeting is over. He's coming to the infirmary. Assistant manager Eun, holding her smartphone, shot up. Supervisor Park quickly stood up as well, so I instinctively followed suit. Am I finally going to see him in person? Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Employee D, nickname Lizard. One of the most famous employees of Daydream Incorporated in the Dark Exploration Records. There were even rumors that, due to his popularity, the company was working on a character design for him. Honestly, I was a bit curious. What kind of person could he be? Judging by the conversation we had when I pressed the call button, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. But considering his superplay with the AAA battery shot, everything about him seemed almost glorified. Knock, knock, knock. The door is open. Come in, squad leader. The infirmary door opened. Standing there was a tall figure. Dressed in a perfectly fitted black suit and even wearing an employee ID, he looked every bit the classic, polished office worker. Finally, the appearance of Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, the named employee D from the Dark Exploration Records. Hello. It's a lizard. No, not a mask, but literally. He literally has a lizard head. Wait a second. no, that can't be right. I must be suffering from some kind of mental breakdown due to excessive stress, leaving an afterimage of that TV-headed host in my mind. That's it, right. My brain is mistaking someone wearing a mask for a real lizard head. Now that I look closer, there's a mask hanging at his waist. Oh, I'm going to lose it. It's really so great to see you that I'm about to cry. Please, come in, squad leader. Why is everyone so calm? If a lizard in a suit is going to appear, shouldn't there at least be a warning to the new recruits, like don't be shocked? Why is everyone acting like this is a normal meet and greet? Ah, this over here is Ro dear, sir. And Ro, this is Section Chief Lee Jahian. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Wow, Ro looks like he's shocked by how handsome the Section Chief is. Haha. Like he doesn't even look like he's the same species as us. Can you please clarify if this is just office banter or a hint for social survival? The white lizard head turned toward me expressionlessly. Its red, reptilian vertical pupils glinted. Mr. Ro dear. Can you see? Shit, oh shit fuck. Chapter 14.2. What do you mean? Oh, no, I didn't hurt my eyes. My vision is fine. I was impressed by my own quick thinking. Hello. Alright. The white reptilian head turned away with a faint hiss. I nearly passed out. Please stop this, for real. This world is too unfair if you have to suffer even after escaping a ghost story. What the hell is going on? But I wasn't about to say a word. Judging by the atmosphere, it was clear I wasn't supposed to see the lizard head. Everyone else must be seeing a normal human face. Blend in. Don't stand out. I would never show any suspicious reaction toward this walking human, no, lizard excavator. I successfully maintained my composure, and fortunately, thanks to the other squad members, the conversation flowed smoothly. Then, we got to the main point. Section Chief, did the higher-ups give any explanation about why this happened? Yes. The white lizard, no, Section Chief Lee Jahian, nodded. First, the cause of the incident. The employees who barged in. They said it was a human error, with the Tuesday talk show being assigned to both D Squad and L Squad at the same time. Oh, seriously? Good grief. It made sense that the assignment had felt rushed. It seems there was a mistake. The section chief continued his briefing. L Squad began writing the medium postcard to enter the Tuesday quiz show at a similar time to D Squad, but a 50-minute delay occurred as they left the company building during the process. Did they go out to buy coffee for the rookie? L Squad did have members who were particularly good at taking care of their teammates. The two employees briefly looked bitter as they recalled the now-deceased L Squad, but quickly concealed their expressions. Anyway, it seems it was transmitted at an odd time, and our squad happened to go in first. Yes. Lee Jahian answered briefly and continued the briefing. The next part, however, was the bombshell. And the reclassification of the Tuesday quiz show to A-class has not been acknowledged. What? The absence of another group to cross-verify the situation, and the relatively high initial survival rate, 43%, leaves it unproven whether the darkness was truly suitable for A-class classification. What the hell are they talking about, when L Squad was wiped out? The collector. The Dream Essence Collector's liquid was gold. I've heard many times that gold signifies A-class. While the liquid in the Dream Essence Collector does have a concentration comparable to A-class, the possibility of extracting higher-class liquid from lower-class darkness in special circumstances cannot be ruled out. So, since the official company classification was D-class, no exception has been granted for the Tuesday quiz show. In other words, the company's stance is: let's not escalate a situation caused by an error, let's just quietly resolve it. Typical corporate behavior. They drive their employees mad, that's for sure. This is unacceptable. We should go and talk to them directly. Assistant manager, wait just a sec. Supervisor Park asked, in disbelief. The higher-ups took all the A-class liquid, didn't they? And yet, it's still ending as a D-class result. No, that didn't happen. freewebnovel.com. Separate compensation has been arranged. Honestly, I'm not surprised. They're basically trying to keep us quiet by offering something in return. It's normal for a company to prepare some kind of hush money, unless they're utterly clueless. The only question was how much that compensation would be. I tried to avoid making eye contact with the lizard as I focused on Section Chief Lee Jahian's, not snout, but mouth. Given the uniqueness of the situation and the verification of the Dream Essence Collector's liquid color, they've agreed to acknowledge that it was an exploration comparable to A-class. So, additional points will be awarded. For the successful clearance of the Tuesday quiz show, a one-time bonus of points equivalent to A-class will be awarded. The amount is 30,000 points per person. Supervisor Park and Assistant Manager Un froze as if struck by lightning. 30,000. Yes. Wah. The basic point reward for A-class is 100,000 points. Assuming the points are divided among the number of people entering the darkness, with only 2 squads surviving, the estimate would have been under 17,000 points per person. But we just got nearly double that. And it didn't stop there. And a separate incentive has been awarded to the employee who played a decisive role in clearing the darkness. The lizard's head turned toward me. Kim Solium SSI. An additional 10,000 points awarded to the top contributor. A total of 40,000 points will be granted to you. I just filled 8% of the wish ticket in one go. Wow. I was almost in a daze. Am I disappointed that the A-class clearance didn't officially get recorded? No, it's actually better this way. There's no benefit in standing out and getting a superfast promotion in this world. What happens if expectations rise beyond reason? I'd surely be forced into even more difficult ghost stories, and the more I stand out, the harder it becomes to use the merch. Of course, there are special spaces and items that become accessible with a promotion, but priorities must not be mistaken. This is a world where one wrong move means death. And considering I was at death's door, I definitely don't want to go near A-class again. Looking at the points, it didn't feel like my efforts were wasted. Apparently, the others felt the same. I think I just heard my resignation come 3 years earlier. Same here. But soon they composed themselves and said to me, points aren't transferable, so this feels a bit awkward. Right. Ro practically earned them all. No, it's fine. Honestly, even if transferring was possible, I don't think they would have given them to me for any reason. This isn't about character. These are people who got jobs in death zones to collect points for a wish ticket. For most members of the field exploration team, their points are something they would never give up. I'll make sure to keep this firmly in mind. Woohoo. They really came through. We immediately returned to the office and registered the points. Kim Solium / accumulated points, 40, 100p. Whoa. I looked at the monitor. A 5-figure number. Honestly, it hit me differently. Phew, I survived, and I scored big points. Assistant Manager Un grinned. We should use the company card for a team dinner. Oh. Let's go, Ro. Without hesitation, I replied cheerfully. Yes. Asterisk. And now. I'm watching the rare sight of a lizard eating premium beef. Sizzle. I'm trying my best to look natural as I watch the perfectly cooked beef disappear into the lizard's mouth. The squad leader's personality is a bit unique, but his skills are solid. Yeah. You're really lucky to be in our squad. Yes. It's almost certain I'm the only one seeing a lizard face. Having read about Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun physically destroying ghost stories a few times, I could understand why the team members were so favorable toward him. Anyway, ghost stories or not, the beef was delicious, and I found myself enjoying the dinner more than I expected. At least it's not uncomfortable. I also realized that having a little alcohol really helps ease the fear. Once I get home, I'm going to watch 10 episodes of kids' cartoons and sleep with all the lights on. While I was planning this extreme bedtime routine, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, who had been eating green onion salad, suddenly asked, "Are you going to save the 40,000 points?" Pardon. It was a natural question. Oh, yes. I need to buy a wish ticket. I see. Wait a minute. This conversation pattern feels familiar. I retraced our previous conversation. So, is there perhaps another useful way to spend points? Yes. So this is how I should have approached it. Now I think I'm starting to understand how to deal with the lizard squad leader. I felt a bit of relief as I asked in a more relaxed tone. What would that be? Custom equipment. I didn't expect this to come up here. It finally came. One of the main perks of being an employee at Daydream Incorporated. Personalized equipment. Chapter 15.1. Daydream Incorporated is a creepy company that throws field exploration team employees into terrifying ghost stories to extract potion concentrate. This raises a question. If you recklessly throw employees into high-level, extremely dangerous ghost stories, won't they all die and fail to extract the concentrate? To address this concern and make the progression of ghost stories more convenient, there's a setting where employees can obtain custom equipment that becomes more powerful as they are promoted. However, this isn't overly detailed. If they started breaking down the equipment into specific tiers and classifications, it would no longer be an internet ghost story but a massive game setting. To make it easier for anyone to participate in the storytelling, a more convenient system was added. Customized personal equipment. Employees who have proven their usefulness can receive supernatural equipment supported by the company. Of course, this doesn't mean that ordinary employees wield cartoonish superpowers, just a slight boost in special abilities. It's more about creating convenient situations. Still, it's great that it even exists. I unintentionally looked at squad leader Lee Jae-hyun with hopeful eyes, but when I made eye contact with the lizard, I quickly lowered my gaze. I'm really not getting used to this. Oh, can I make custom equipment? Yes. Could you explain it to me? Yes. After asking 3 times, I finally got a detailed explanation. Still, it was fascinating. This is something I only knew bits and pieces about. The scattered mentions from Dark Exploration records were now being organized and explained by the section chief. Custom equipment can be made using specific ghost stories owned by the company. Right. They'd use the ghost stories, of course. Toy maker of the Cheerful Lab /Cthulhu, E07. Kind Seed Kit /Cthulhu, E99. The Offering of the Ritual /Cthulhu, E404. In my memory, these were the 3 ghost stories mentioned in connection with equipment creation by Daydream Incorporated employees. Among them, the one most used by the field exploration team is that. Oh. Asterisk. It just so happens this is a ghost story that can only be used during moonlit nights. While my squad members gladly accompanied me for the experience, I headed with the section chief to the annex next to the company building. Seizing the moment while the iron was hot, my superiors urged me to go now. Oh, this place is where relatively safe and useful ghost stories are kept in isolation. Assistant Manager Un explained. The company usually calls these Twilight Class. I already knew that. Officially, these ghost stories are classified as E-Class. However, simply calling them E-Class doesn't quite fit the classification system. They're carefully selected useful ones. Some are far stronger than D-Class or less dangerous than F-Class, which is why most people refer to them by their unique name, Twilight. Ro, you saw that radio on your first day, right? It's useful because it tells you your fortune for the day. It's similar to that. After Assistant Manager Un scanned her employee ID, the first floor entrance to the annex revealed a staircase leading down. And as we descended the stairs, we found a dimly lit reception desk with a figure sitting behind it. The figure was peculiar, dressed entirely in black with a mask, sunglasses, and even a hat. Was this an employee? Supervisor Park immediately rushed forward. Hello. We're Field Exploration Team's D-Squad, visiting for new recruit training. Freewebble.com. We're requesting access to Twilight Class Ghost Story number 99. The dark figure gave Supervisor Park a brief, scrutinizing look before nodding. With a nod, they pressed a button on the desk, and one of the emergency doors behind them opened. Creak. Beyond that door was a corridor lined with countless other doors. Don't open any other doors by mistake. Actually, they're probably locked, but let's not even touch the handles. That's sound advice. I nodded silently and began walking. Soon, we stopped in front of the door labeled 99, and Assistant Manager Un placed her employee ID on the reader. Click. Let's go in. I lifted my head. Moonlight was pouring into a greenhouse overgrown with weeds. And in the center, a rusty machine stood bathed in moonlight. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Kind Seed Kit. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, Cthulhu, E99. It treats objects as plants, extracting genetic information to crossbreed and sow them. Operates using moonlight as an energy source. That's right. If you put 2 objects in, it mixes their traits to create a new item. This was the ghost story primarily used by the field exploration team for making custom equipment, and it certainly had the atmosphere of a ghost story. This is the darkness our department almost exclusively uses. I stood in front of the rusty machine and asked. Does it cost points to use this? Yes. For the Twilight Class darkness stored in the annex, you have to pay a usage fee to activate them. Oh. By the way, this one costs 1,000 points per use. Wait a minute. Isn't that a bit odd? If it's equipment necessary for exploring ghost stories, shouldn't the company be subsidizing it instead of charging fees? As hopeless as this company is, they should at least cover that, right? Oh, once you become a supervisor, you can use it for free twice a year. Maybe I should have gotten promoted after all. Chapter 15.2. So most people wait until they're supervisors before using it. Usually, you only have to hold out for a year at most. I thought it over. There's definitely a reason Section Chief Li Jihian considered this useful, even though it costs points. Even though he's known for relying mostly on brute force, I figured his instincts are sharp, too. If a high survival rate employee gave special advice, it's probably the right decision to follow it. If investing 1,000 points could increase my survival rate early on, that would be the right call. Though my hands are shaking a bit. I'd like to try using it now. Okay. Supervisor Park gave a cheerful response, but then seemed to realize something and whispered. But first, you know you need existing equipment to put in, right? Something with useful abilities to use as a genetic marker. Oh, right. I'd already confirmed that in this Ghost Stories exploration records. Equals Exploration record number 05. Employee N inserted a tumbler asterisk in a backpack. The tumbler asterisk was a special item, liquid poured after sunrise doesn't empty until sunset, owned by Section Chief Choi, while the backpack had no special attributes. Seed result, backpack. Special attribute, similar abilities to the tumbler, but empties after dispensing more than 87 liters of liquid. Don't worry. When a squad member is creating their first custom equipment, there's a tradition where someone from the squad lends them their equipment for free once. Yeah, but it's just one item, not both. For the other one, you have to either use your own stuff or pay to borrow it. Assistant Manager Un glanced at the squad leader Lee. And, well, the squad leader's equipment is the best among us. As expected, he's the boss here. If you wouldn't mind, could I see your equipment, squad leader? Sure. The lizard pulled something out of his pocket. It was a small, ash-colored knife. This is a butter knife. If you cut the medium for entering the darkness, it tears the space, allowing the transfer of small items. Oh. This is the equipment you used when you threw the AAA battery, isn't it? Right. I looked at the butter knife with newfound appreciation. I was hoping for some defense-related equipment, but I guess that's not easily found. Though a bit disappointed, none of the higher-ups' equipment seemed to be defense-related either. There was one for tricks, one for communication, and that's about it. If push comes to shove, I can probably get something with a similar effect from the alien shop. I made up my mind. So, you'll put the squad leader's equipment in? Yes. Out of courtesy, I bowed my head. Thank you, squad leader. Section Chief Li Jihian gave a slight nod and approached the machine. On the old LCD screen, some archaic-looking text appeared. Give me plants 0/2. I watched as the squad leader placed his equipment into the machine to scan its genetic information. Plant information stored. Give me plants 1/2. Now you just need to put in the other item you want. Oh, wait a second. Assistant Manager Un quickly spoke up. Feebnol.c sigma m. If this machine isn't completely weird, most things will work. But there's just one thing that doesn't. He tapped the sign attached to the machine. Do not insert actual plants. Whatever you do, don't literally give it plants, even though it's asking for them. The sensor at the door filters out all plants anyway, but I'm just telling you to be safe. Now that my eyes had adjusted to the darkness, I could see the nature of the overgrown weeds around us. They were all fake. Artificial plants. One exploration record came to mind. Exploration record number 14, irregular. Employee are picked weeds, presumably dandelions, growing near the darkness and inserted them into the machine twice. As a result, redacted, burst out with a scream of, redacted, and then, redacted. It took 7 days for the security team to subdue the situation. All 3 employees present, including employee R, were confirmed dead. All plants were removed. Notice, repetition of this action will result in disciplinary action and termination. Yeah. I definitely need to remember that. Yes, thank you for letting me know. No need to thank me. Meanwhile, the section chief finished registering the equipment and retrieved the knife, placing it back into his suit pocket. Generally, in the other slot, you'd insert ordinary items, but in that case, the supernatural characteristics may be weakly inherited, or, in rare cases, not inherited at all. I nodded seriously, even though I already knew this. I understand. I'll accept the result, no matter what. I reached into my pocket and pulled something out. Oh, so you did stop by the dorm earlier. Looks like you found something you want to use. Yes. In my hand was a silver coin. Silver serpent coin. An item I had bought at a huge discount from the alien shop. I plan to use this. I'll just put an item in the other slot. I had quite a few supernatural items on hand. That's why I was so pleased when I found out the ghost story the field exploration team used was the kind seed kit. I have more sources for items than most people. From the black notepad that gave out merch from the void to the alien shop. As soon as I stepped into this room, I had been mentally running through my lineup of items. And the one with the highest grade is this one, of course. I rolled the round coin with the snake engraving in my hand. Chapter 15.3. It's the most expensive when you consider the original price. Besides, considering that Section Chief Li Jihian's butter knife was for resource supply, I hoped that this currency would create some interesting synergy. I brought the coin close to the machine. The lizard's pupils widened as they saw the silver glint. That. A commemorative coin. I bought it as a souvenir during a trip, but it just felt right. I see. Did he realize it was an item? It didn't matter. This is a world where encountering ghost stories is commonplace. It's not too far-fetched for someone to unknowingly carry a supernatural object. And it's just a coin, so it doesn't look suspicious. It's a small, everyday item. It looks easy to carry. Seems like a good fit. Thank you. I listened to my superior's words of encouragement as I completed the scan. Plant information stored. Give me plant's 2 halves. Oh, now we're at the final step. Please provide the gardener's information. That's why it's called custom equipment. I don't know what effect it has, but apparently, it requires the genetic information of the gardener who will tend to the plant. This step seems to have different effects depending on various factors. Though conflicted, I completed the scan. Information confirmed. Here it comes. Combining genetic information. Kit in progress. Colored smoke billowed from the machine, accompanied by the creaking sound of gears turning. Sewing complete. Hiss. The front drawer of the machine opened, revealing a small object. A gray coin. It looked like a toy coin you'd use in an arcade. Its shiny surface bore the engraving of a glove on the front. Oh, it's out. Congrats, Ro. I carefully reached out and picked up the item. It was my first piece of custom equipment. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I headed straight back to the company dormitory afterward. My superiors also left, saying, "Get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow." It seemed they didn't want to make me do something stupid like test the equipment's abilities while still recovering from entering the darkness. All right. I sat on my bed and took out both coins. One was the silver serpent coin I had used as the parent plant. The other was the gray coin that had been created by combining the silver serpent and the section chief's butter knife. Everything was great. But then, how do I activate this? It wasn't moving at all. Now that I think about it, the silver serpent coin wasn't exactly an item with explicitly stated supernatural powers either. Could this toy coin, which looks like it should be used as currency, really be the equipment I got? Sweat began to form on my forehead. Fortunately, my worries were soon dispelled. So it does work like this. I tried a classic action. I flicked the coin with my thumb. At that moment, the glove engraved on the front of the coin popped out, becoming real. A translucent silver glove appeared in midair. The glove moved as if miming, writing something in the air. Insert coin. It's asking for a coin. I rummaged through my wallet and pulled out a 101 coin, offering it to the glove. But the glove rejected it. What? Is it asking for a different currency? Or perhaps, how about this? I offered a 501 coin. The hand happily accepted the coin, slipped it between its fingers, and vanished with a magical gesture. Was it about the amount? This equipment operates strictly on capitalist logic. As I stared in disbelief, the translucent glove floated toward my hand and merged with it, as if it were being worn. A strange sensation washed over me. A third hand. In front of me, a shadow-like projection of my hand appeared. It moved according to my will. I could push against walls, open bathroom doors, even write with it. Its strength and precision are about the same as mine. In summary, if I feed it a coin, it becomes a telekinetic third hand that can move for a few seconds. The range is roughly about 3 meters. If 501 gets me 5 seconds, that's not bad. Soon after, the shadow hand disappeared, and the translucent glove smoothly detached itself from my hand. With a wave, as if bidding me farewell, it re-engraved itself onto the front of the coin. Not bad at all. This isn't a tool that overcomes spatial limitations between ghost stories and reality, like the section chief's butter knife. But in exchange, it feels like I have a wider operational range within a ghost story itself, making it seem quite versatile. Of course, there's the limitation of how many 501 coins I can carry in my suit while running around. But this is a successful pull. It's great that the coin didn't reveal itself as a supernatural item and just blended in. Work hard for the 1,000 points I invested. I pocketed the coin alongside my other items. While I was at it, I restocked my used-up smiley sticker and grabbed another can. Humans really are creatures of adaptation. I lay down on the bed. Surprisingly, I felt pretty good. Even though closing my eyes brought back vivid images of that terrifying talk show, I could sleep decently as long as the lights were on. Maybe it's because the situation ended well. I did have some decent luck. My squad assignment worked out well, too. Maybe because I earned so many points at once, things feel a bit hopeful. Sleepiness started to wash over me, and I blinked slowly. But then again, I still had a mountain of points to earn for that wish ticket, and I had no idea how many more ghost stories I'd need to clear. Still, for the first time, I felt like I might be able to survive through it. Maybe I can quietly endure this. That naive optimism lasted until only the next day, when I arrived at work and saw a company notice. Wow. A new recruit on their second day clears an A-class crisis. Row, have a seat. It looks like your position is about to change. Pardon. I've only been working here for 3 days though. Chapter 16.1. Change of position. In other words, a change in the tasks or department where someone primarily works. This typically happens when you've been with a company for several years. So, it's definitely not something you say to someone who's only been here for 3 days. A position change. Does that mean I'll be transferred to a different department? I was desperately holding back from saying, "What are you talking about?" right after lunch, and instead asked politely. Well, actually, yeah. Did you see the notice? It just went up. With a sinking feeling, I immediately checked the company intranet. Notice of employee rewards for resolving special incident CTRL D43. CTRL D43 is the Tuesday quiz show. And to summarize the contents. Wow. A team solved a special incident in a D-class ghost story and extracted A-class essence. Now that's impressive. We'll be awarding a total of 100,000 points to the team. You saw that, right? You can do it too. Forget work-life balance, work like a beast and earn those points. Be like D-Squad. And right there, clearly listed as the key contributor receiving 40,000 points, was my name, Kim Solium. I wish this were a dream. And the worst part? If this notice was what caused my position to change, then I felt a chill seeing the assistant manager's hollow expression. Finish reading it. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. D-Squad, well, we achieved something unusual this time. No way. Does that mean the entire squad is being reassigned? Not exactly. It just means the type of work we'll be doing is changing. Assistant manager downed her coffee in one gulp. Up until now, we've mostly been assigned to manage ghost stories with completed manuals. Wait a second. Now they want us to handle ghost stories without completed manuals. In other words, they're going to throw us into ghost stories with no data. Seriously, just because we did well this one time, they're shoving us into even harder situations. Supervisor Park was already slumped over his desk, seemingly aware of the news. Even the caffeine seemed ineffective. Hello. And right on cue, the squad leader with the lizard head walked into the office. Assistant manager immediately snapped. Squad leader. They want us to go into ghost stories without manuals. Are they trying to get us all killed? No, not at all. Huh. Perhaps there was a loophole, as a faint glimmer of hope appeared on the assistant manager's face. Even if the manual is complete, there's no guarantee of safety. Oh, that's what he meant. What a pragmatic lizard this guy is. I barely managed to speak up. But isn't it more dangerous without a manual? There's no data to rely on. The lizard tilted his head slightly to the side. I'm not sure. I haven't noticed much of a difference. Ah, right. He's the guy who exorcises things with brute force. So, you've been bulldozing through everything up until now. I decided to ask directly. Is there any advantage to the current situation? Yes. What kind of advantage? Additional points are awarded. Supervisor Park suddenly lifted his head. Typical of people obsessed with points. How much more, squad leader? A lot. How much exactly? On average, 2 to 3 times more compared to ghost stories of similar grades. What's the highest multiplier you've seen, squad leader? 15 times. Suddenly, the assistant manager and the supervisor's eyes changed. That's the look of stock traders. It was the same expression people have right before they buy into a speculative biotech stock based on rumors. It seems the allure of 30,000 points was too sweet to resist. Normally, someone with common sense would try to stop this, but, well, to be honest, for me, it's basically guaranteed returns. There's not much difference whether there's a manual or not. I already know more detailed information from the exploration records than any manual could provide. So then, it's like a triple points event, right? And so, a short while later. Let's go. Yes, sir. Without any resistance, D-Squad accepted the new assignment and set off. Let's earn those points. Our destination was the 17th floor. From the 20th to the 17th floor, it's mostly used by the development headquarters. Assistant Manager Eun frowned as she pressed the buttons. And the 17th floor is where the researchers who scout for new darkness work. Ding. As the elevator doors opened, a white, artificial-looking office space typical of a combined laboratory and office came into view. Standing there, already waiting for us, was someone who extended their hand. Wow, is this the friend I've been hearing about? Awesome, just awesome. Definitely someone above my rank. I reflexively shook the outstretched hand. I'm Kim Solium. Nice to meet you. Oh, you've got good manners too. The man in a white lab coat and glasses looked fairly young, but considering the strange nature of this world, I decided not to jump to conclusions based on appearances. After greeting the rest of D-Squad, the men turned back to me. I'm Kwok Jae-kyang from Research Team 1. Nice to meet you. Looking forward to working with you. I look forward to working with you too. Our squad's assistant manager whispered to me. Don't worry. He's just a section chief. Aren't you just an assistant manager? But that wasn't what surprised me. I recognized this person. Researcher Kwok Jae-kyang. An employee from Research Team 1 in the Raw Materials Development Department of Daydream Incorporated, featured in Dark Exploration records. Frequently mentioned in the early records of explorations into newly registered darkness. Another named character appeared. His personality, though, one of the few employees described as cheerful and sociable. But, I quietly followed the squad without revealing my thoughts. We'll be seeing each other often from now on, right, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun? Yes. May I ask why? Yes. Finally, the lizard explained. Research Team 1 studies and standardizes methods for entering new darkness. So, you'll frequently meet D-Squad, as you'll be the ones exploring the new darkness that hasn't yet been documented. In short, they're the team that assigns us our work. They find new darkness here and pass it on to the Field Exploration Team's advance unit. Oh, come on, you always explain things in such a difficult way, Section Chief Lee. And you're not even a researcher. The research team's section chief patted the lizard section chief on the back. The lizard's unblinking pupils shifted toward him, as if confused. It kind of felt like watching a thriller movie. Anyway, today's darkness is ready for you to enter. Don't forget your dream essence collector, alright. Assistant Manager Eun's face briefly flashed an expression like, why is this guy from another department telling us the obvious, but Supervisor Park's frantic hand gestures stopped her from speaking out loud. Check the records of ordinary people who went in and came out, as well as the team that previously entered. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun took the documents from the research team. Meanwhile, someone tapped me on the shoulder. I turned to find a grinning researcher talking to me. Hey, do you want to bet on whether it's D-class or F-class? Pardon. We like to play small bets among ourselves. You should try it, it's fun. No, thank you. I answered immediately. Is this guy out of his mind? What if they get audited? And this guy's talking gambling right in front of his boss. I glanced at the research team's section chief reflexively. But this researcher shrugged. It's no big deal. It's not like someone's going to die because of a little bet. Ha. Oh, look at that, your expression didn't even change. You've got guts, Solium SSI, freewebnovel.com. I was too dumbfounded to control my facial muscles. Isn't this crossing the line for a workplace? It's certainly fitting behavior for a researcher in a world based on creepypastas. Chapter 16.2. Just kidding. The darkness we're dealing with today isn't life or death serious. A lot of regular people escaped from it, though the planning team did have a hard time covering up all the fuss the Disaster Management Bureau made about it. When none of D-Squad's members responded, the research team 1 section chief just smiled and organized the remaining documents. Oh. The researcher who had been talking about bets looked over at us with a sneer, crossed his arms, and took on a casual, spectator-like stance. Is it really okay to act like that at work? I wasn't feeling great about it, but it's not like work in this company is ever exactly pleasant. What mattered now was the darkness we'd been assigned. What kind of ghost story was it? Oh, Ro, you should take a look too. Yes. I took the documents my superior handed me. I bet it's something I'm familiar with. And considering many civilians had escaped, it seemed like it wouldn't be too bad. At worst, maybe a D-class story. I should be able to handle it without too much trouble. So, no need to panic. Ro, did you read this? Something about portraits of clowns. Oh, if you see a clown ad, you get pulled in. Clown ad. No way, it couldn't be. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. The Clown Hates You. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTR D210. It involves an endless hallway lined with various clown portraits, where people are doomed to wander forever. Upon closer inspection, the portraits aren't of actual clowns but grotesquely twisted people forced into clown-like appearances, with distorted grins. No way. Freebubble.com. The longer you stay, the more distorted and bizarre the portraits become. Those who go missing in this ghost story become new clown portraits. This is a rare, full-blown horror movie-style ghost story in terms of exploration records. Wow. I scanned the exploration record with trembling eyes. It's really that. Wow, it's here. A full-on horror theme, way scarier than the convenience store ghost. Haha, well, let's head in then. Excuse me. Forget the triple points event, just cancel it. I don't want to go in. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. But of course, in society, words like that don't really fly. I opened my eyes. Before me was a dark, pitch-black hallway, no, more like a corridor, just as gloomy as my future. The walls were plastered with grotesque clown portraits, each bearing twisted, unsettling expressions. Fuck. The method for entering this place was terrifying from the start. 1. Watch a YouTube ad featuring a clown with a red nose laughing maniacally while staring directly at the viewer. 2. In any enclosed indoor hallway, a clown's hand suddenly appears from around a corner. 3. If you get too close, it grabs your wrist and pulls you into this hallway. I nearly passed out just from that part. This is insane. I looked around nervously. The exploration records played vividly in my mind, warning me of all the terrifying things that would happen no matter which wall I approached. Cold sweat trickled down my back. Honestly, anyone would be scared of this place, not just me. It's not that dark. We probably don't need to turn on our flashlights. Section Chief. Shouldn't we wait until our eyes adjust to the dark? Right. Close your eyes for 60 seconds. Yes, sir, responded Supervisor Park in a clear, confident voice. Are they serious? To calmly suggest closing our eyes for a full minute in a dark hallway filled with unsettling clown portraits. Ro, close your eyes too. I guess that's the plan. Yes, sir. I pretended to close my eyes but instead stared at the floor, sweat pouring down my face. I just realized something. These people. They're basically immune to fear. Unless it's a life-threatening situation, their threshold for fear is absurdly high. They're the kind of people who would say things like, the scariest thing in life is people, and find horror movies boring. Well, that's probably why they work here. But no matter how brave they are, surely they wouldn't be able to stay so calm if those grotesque portraits started moving. If you get too close to the portraits or stab them, sometimes they crawl out and chase after you. Oh, right. When that happens, the painting becomes empty, and a few people have used that as a way to escape back to reality. I see. Section Chief Lee's voice remained calm and composed. Stab every portrait you see. I nearly yelped. Yes, sir. If anything comes to life, I'll signal and run immediately. Yes. We'll repeat the attempt every hour. Oh, did it say they crawl? That's good, less mobility. Exactly. Oh, row. I noticed earlier, there's a clown with strange eyes over there on the left. Looks just like a movie poster, doesn't it? It resembles the description of a missing civilian. I guess when you go missing here, you end up like that. I couldn't help but look up. In the eerie darkness, there was a portrait of a clown, with a button for one eye, smeared in colorful clown makeup, bearing a forced, toothy grin. It moved. I was sure of it, the pupil of its remaining eye just shifted. Ro, want to try touching that one first? No. Please, just stop. Yes. Why did I say yes? I can't even go near it. A strong sense of foreboding hit the back of my neck. If I keep matching the tempo of these lunatics, I won't survive here. So, Ro will start with the upper left portrait. Wait a second. This is my chance. I think I've figured out the right way to escape. What? It's been less than a minute since we got here, but anyway, I've figured it out. Just trust me. I deduced it from reading the records of civilian escapees. Has my brain ever worked this fast before? I can't let these fearless maniacs take the lead. First, we must not touch the other portraits. Why? Because I'm terrified, that's why. But my mouth said something different. There must be a specific correct answer. Is this what survival instinct feels like? I immediately pulled out the toy coin from my equipment and summoned the translucent glove into the air. Then, I handed over 2,501 coins to the glove as if I were dumping them on a big-time YouTuber. T/N, approximate, $8 total. The glove froze for a second, like it was in shock from the generous donation, then happily spun around in the air before merging with my hand. Wait, is that your equipment, Ro? Yes. It allows me to remotely touch objects. Whoa. At least now I didn't have to approach the clown portraits and touch them myself. But I pretended I had a different plan, nodding seriously as if deep in thought. From now on, I want to run and see as many portraits as possible. We need to find the correct one. I looked at Section Chief Lee Jahian. And starting now, the portrait I describe will be the correct one. If you spot it, please tell me immediately. Is that okay? If this works, I won't have to examine each and every clown portrait myself. Of course, if he responds with "Who's this rookie to boss us around," it's all over. But Section Chief Lee didn't seem like the type to be obsessed with authority. Even though he had a lizard's head. And maybe even thinks like a lizard. Sure. It worked. Relief coursed down my spine, almost making my legs give out, but I held on, nodding as if everything was still under control. Then, I'll start running. I acted as if I were testing out some brilliant new hypothesis, one that required running to test properly. Though it's actually not necessary at all. Escaping from here is surprisingly simple. You can touch any portrait you want, and it won't affect finding the correct one. If you're brave enough, you could just stroll around casually and figure it out. But I had already learned my lesson. I learned the hard way during that game of tag with the ghost at the convenience store. What's the key to survival for a coward? Speedrun. Haunted house midway escape. Let's go. Chapter 17.1. Around the time Field Exploration Team's D-Squad entered the ghost story. Section Chief, what do you think the grade will be this time? D-Class again, most likely. Hey, Supervisor Lee. You should be more tactful about these things, yeah. It's fun and all, but let's keep it within the development department. Don't bring it up when other teams are around. Got it. Yes. The research team supervisor, who had been grinning as he talked about betting with Kim Solium, finally shut his mouth. How annoying. He had underestimated Section Chief Kwok Jae-kang, thinking he was young and easygoing, so it was unpleasant to be scolded over something like this. And this irritation reminded him of someone else who had seemed even more irritating, an easy target. That rookie from the Field Exploration Team. The nerve of him, staring down at his superiors. He had tried to include the rookie in the bet, but the new hire had outright refused, looking completely unimpressed. Kim Solium, wasn't it? You're just a lab rat for human experiments, so where's your attitude coming from? If you're a rookie in the field exploration team, half of your life is already forfeit. But seeing him act all stiff-necked just because he made some achievement. It was laughable. He had heard stories of clueless rookies like this every year, and now, he was seeing one for himself. Will he die? It'd be hilarious if he did. His morally numb brain anticipated a rush of dopamine, making him salivate a bit at the thought. He quickly sent a message in the company's anonymous betting group chat. "I'm betting 10 on D-Class. KK." It was more than a bet, it was his hope. The chances of them dying would be much higher if it were D-Class. Then, a superior interrupted his thoughts. "Supervisor Lee, make sure the preliminary report is ready by the end of the day." Yeez. Not like the lab rats will make it out of the darkness before my shift ends anyway. His boss was making him handle the kind of tasks he'd normally pass on to his junior during a shift change. Why did he have such bad luck with supervisors? Grumbling internally, the research team assistant supervisor continued writing the preliminary experiment report. 3.2 Test subjects. Adults over the age of 18 who have seen the 5-second video ad titled, "The Clown Hates You," played as a promotion on a certain video platform 4. After watching that, they approached the clown's hand, which then dragged them in, right? Isn't approaching something like that just stupid? If you see something suspicious, you should run away. From that point, it's already natural selection at work. But then, there are the lucky civilians who manage to escape. According to the testimonies of surviving civilians, they managed to return to reality by jumping into the empty portrait after a clown left. The test subjects know that going in. However, there wasn't any clear indication of which portrait was the right one. The hallway types, the sizes of the portraits, the frame designs, even the timing, it all varied. It seemed that most people who escaped had simply jumped into the empty portraits by chance and got lucky. Finding the correct portrait is going to be a real grind. The darkness required a lot of stamina, with people having to wake up clowns, evade them, and sometimes even fight them off. At the same time, not knowing which portrait was the right one must have been nerve-wracking. At least 1 or 2 deaths were practically guaranteed in this scenario. They'd probably make sacrifices as they tested out different portraits. For someone to escape, it'll take at least half a day, maybe even a few days. Wah. Clear. Wait, what? The researcher turned his head. Freewebnovel.c sigma. From the corner of the lab, a group of people suddenly poured in. It was the entire field exploration team D squad. Is the Dream Essence collector full? Yes. Oh, it's D-Class. He reflexively checked his watch. It was 2:41 p.m. They entered at 2:15 p.m. Only 26 minutes had passed since they entered. Wait. 26 minutes. Seeing the 4 members of D-Squad emerge from the ghost story in less time than it would take for a quick coffee break, a heavy silence settled over Research Team 1's office. Am I dreaming? No. Are we the ones trapped in a ghost story? Not that either. My goodness. How did you all get out so quickly? Section Chief, did you smash your way through again? Kwok Jae-kang's admiration was met with an immediate response. No. Right. He did it. Kwok Jae-kang's gaze shifted to the D-Squad superiors speaking in unison. Nice to see you again. The rookie who had quietly been standing at the back bowed his head. It was Kim Solium. This friend did it. The unspoken question, isn't he just a rookie, was met with a casual reply. What's new? Ro was like this on his first day, too. The assistant manager and supervisor of D-Squad didn't say anything more and began organizing their equipment. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun nodded. That's how it is. This ghost story is D-Class. Ah, yes, of course. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun promptly started his report. Kwok Jae-kang, accustomed to his efficiency-driven, stream-of-consciousness style, responded right away. So, what's the clear mechanism? I don't know. Oh. May I explain? The rookie raised his hand from the back. Chapter 17.2. Ah, sure, go ahead. First, to enter this darkness, you must have seen the pre-entry ad, "The Clown Hates You," right? That's correct. But, the clown is not actually a clown. Clowns wear colorful makeup, smile cheerfully, and perform tricks. They're a type of traditional entertainer. And But this clown wears monochromatic makeup and has a frowning face. There's a clear distinction. A faint smile flickered on Kim So-lium's pale face before disappearing. And since the ad says, "The clown hates you," I assumed it wouldn't chase us. After all, entertainers don't chase people they dislike. So I looked for the portrait with monochromatic makeup and only red lips, and I avoided all the other portraits. To be cautious, I kept a safe distance of 3 meters and remotely touched the portrait. He considered all that while clearing a ghost story in just half an hour. And based on the outcome, the clown didn't come out of the portrait. Instead, it quietly disappeared from the painting. This rookie had identified the correct solution. While previous civilians had been chased by clowns falling out of various portraits, D-Squad, interacting only with one from a safe distance, had figured out the situation perfectly. The researcher felt chills running down his spine. The rookie even factored in other variables. There was a record stating that shining light on the portraits would cause all the clowns to jump out, so we didn't use any light sources. Huh. Then how did you manage to identify the portraits from 3 meters away in such darkness? Oh. Kim So-lium blinked. The section chief could see them just fine. Ah. Kwok Jae-kyung tried not to turn and look at D-Squad's section chief, who seemed like the embodiment of strength in human form. From now on, I believe future entrants should bring night vision goggles, and they should have no problems. Ah, I see, that makes sense. That concludes my report. Another heavy silence followed. Kwok Jae-kyung muttered quietly to himself. He figured all this out just from reviewing the pre-entry information. Yes. The rookie added, as if he'd just realized something. Maybe none of the people who entered before were familiar with American pop culture. Could it really be explained that simply? So-lium SSI, did you study abroad or something? No, I didn't. Kim So-lium answered immediately. I just happen to know a lot of random stuff. The researchers witnessed the rare sight of Kwok Jae-kyung, usually a smooth talker, at a loss for words. Oh, I've also written a temporary manual based on this theory. Supervisor Park Min-seong was kind enough to lend me a notebook. Oh, I didn't do anything, Ro, you did it all. As Park's words echoed in the background, the researchers watched as Kwok Jae-kyung received the notebook from him. They craned their necks to peek inside. Sure enough, the hypothesis Kim So-lium had explained earlier was neatly organized in the notebook. Kwok Jae-kyung quickly skimmed through it, then closed it with a smile. Interesting. Let's test it. Yes. Thus, the prototype manual was completed, all thanks to a single person, a rookie, no less. The researcher who had made the bet earlier briefly wondered if he was dreaming. Even if So-lium had known about clowns by chance, how could someone come up with a theory and escape in just 30 minutes, even in a life-threatening situation? No. Does that even make sense? Could he be some kind of monster pretending to be human? But then again, there's no way something like that would get hired by the field exploration team. And besides, the dream essence collector only reacts to humans, right? Squad leader, the research team wants that piece you brought back from the darkness. All right. Meanwhile, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun handed over a piece of cloth he had been holding. What is that? Oh, Squad leader Lee grabbed it when the portrait clown tried to escape. It was a torn piece of fabric from when Squad leader Lee had sprinted 3 meters to grab the clown by the collar, preventing its escape. Are they birds of a feather? Were the two somehow related? Now that he thought about it, they did resemble each other a bit. Both had a slick, sharp appearance. The researcher nearly let his imagination run wild with absurd thoughts. And, back to the rookie who had caused such shock and alarm. I'm alive. His heart was still racing from acting impulsively, not thinking of the consequences. Why did the clown have teeth? Why was it peeling off people's skin? Why was it sucking people into the sewer like balloons? Having witnessed all sorts of terrifying, animated clown portraits, he'd probably developed a fear of clowns for life. Another reason for insomnia added to the list. What amazed him was how he had managed to bluff his way through the situation, talking his way out of it. Wait, did I really pull it off? Wasn't I acting too suspicious? I hope they don't think I had a cheat sheet and end up dragging me to some secret lab in the basement of Daydream Incorporated. Just as Kim So-lium was about to let his anxiety take over, Kwok Jae-kyung, who had quietly been holding the notebook, finally spoke. New hire Kim So-lium. Haven't you gotten your business card printed yet? Kim So-lium, snapping back to reality, responded promptly. No, new hires don't receive business cards yet. Oh, don't play dumb. You know what I mean. Suddenly, something came to mind. The business card the host had handed him at the welcome party. If needed. 010-0153-24865. The research team 1 section chief smirked. If you want to earn points faster, contact that number. I have a feeling you'll be calling soon. It sounded like a tempting offer. However. Frubnov.com. No, thank you. Kim Solium responded without hesitation. If that's your decision. Kwok Jaekang shrugged and let it go lightly. Is there any particular reason not to? Ha. The reason was simple. More terrifying events. No, thank you. His heart, still shaken by the recent ordeal, couldn't take it. Kim Solium had already decided to settle for the current, triple points event, and leave it at that. Chapter 18.1. I'll be honest. Now, it's been a month since I joined. Surprisingly, working at a ghost story corporation, it's actually bearable. Wow, crazy, another clear in 30 minutes. Are they actually doing better than C-Squad? Hearing lines that sound like they belong in some YouTube web drama, spoken in real life, is surreal. Hey, enjoy it. All of this is your achievement. It was lunchtime. Assistant Manager Un, proudly carrying both the A and B menu options from the cafeteria, spoke coolly. By the way, we'd already cleared one case this morning. Thanks to Ro, I'm doing the crazy thing of clearing 12 new ghost stories in a month. No, it's all thanks to your excellent leadership, Feebnol.csigmam. Leadership, my foot. I'm just enjoying the ride. That's right. I'll buy beef today, Solium Sunbeanum. Minsianga, that's a bit. Hey, what's wrong with that? Ro's definitely more of a sunbee than me. When a superior makes jokes like this, it can be surprisingly hard to react without feeling awkward. But, whether it was a joke or genuine, Supervisor Park didn't wait for my reaction. Instead, he showed off his excitement, proudly displaying a screenshot of his monthly point accumulation. Already 5,000 points. Yeah. Supervisor Park Minsiang / accumulated points, 200p. That's also how many points I earned in a month. Speedruns do work. I never imagined my survival tactics would end up like this. Most of the ghost stories were F-class or D-class, so it was manageable. It seems like high-level ones don't come around often. If they did, the world would have ended already with a, and so, the world perished, finale for this universe. Anyway, my superiors were more excited than I was. They seemed to find it more amusing since it wasn't their work. Probably the fastest record for a new hire in the company's history, right? Oh. Now that I think about it, I've barely seen any of the other new recruits. Since I've been going in and out of the research team's office at the 17th floor daily, I haven't had many opportunities to meet the other squads of the field exploration team. And Beck Sahian and I are still pretending the other doesn't exist. To maintain the crazy persona I adopted, I'd sometimes throw in over-the-top work-related jokes. You're going on a ghost investigation today, right? Wanna bet on how many civilians die? The researcher who liked to gamble gave me some inspiration. Thanks, buddy. Anyway, seeing Beck Sahian gritting his teeth and ignoring me showed that my approach was effective. Smooth sailing. I finished the last sip of my galbi tang, short rib soup, and set the bowl down. Clocking out on time, and getting bonuses. The cafeteria food's not bad either. In terms of benefits, this company would probably get a 3.5 rating or higher on sites like Employment Korea. Of course, there's the massive stress that comes with essentially spending every day in haunted houses where ghosts appear. Things I would have refused to do no matter what before. Well, that's just typical corporate life now, I guess. And just like any other job, the sense of accomplishment from getting results somehow makes you think it's not so bad. Ro. Assistant Manager Un spoke softly and quietly. At this rate, higher-ups are bound to take notice. Pardon. Your performance, I mean. You can chalk it up to luck once or twice, but not 10 times in a row. Assistant Manager Un squinted and grinned. Someone higher up will definitely want to take a closer look at you. When that happens, make sure to let us know. Tell the squad leader too. If this were a normal company, I'd be worrying about credit being stolen and might have considered keeping quiet. But here. This is the world of horror stories, and my superiors had already experienced me saving their lives before. I nodded obediently. Yes, I will. See, even though he may not look like it, or rather, just by looking at him, you can tell our squad leader is quite exceptional, right? Our eyes followed Section Chief Lee Jahian, who was finishing his meal quickly and leaving the cafeteria. If you ever get an absurd request, just ask for his help once. He'll cover for you. That lizard. Understood. Okay. Ro, you're good at understanding things. To be honest, I wasn't fully convinced, but I just nodded. That's something I'll have to keep secret for the future. Anyway. So, they might start talking about me in the higher-ups, huh? I stood up, clearing my tray, while thinking. At this point, it's inevitable that I'll stand out. I've pretty much accepted that. After all, if I'd seen a clown crawling out of a portrait with only its upper body, I probably would have passed out on the spot. But there's one thing I can rely on. They can't give a newbie anything harder than this, right? If they do, it wouldn't be a simple job dump but actual core tasks for the department. Making a new recruit, who's only been here a month and isn't even experienced, handle the department's core responsibilities. That's something you'd only see in a crazy YouTube skit. Plus, it would go against the unwritten rules of any big corporation. I'll just chalk this up to my work evolving into unhandled ghost stories and consider myself lucky. If this becomes a regular thing, they'll just think, oh, this guy specialized in that area, and get used to it. Shall we head back? Yes, ma'am. I made my decision and returned my dishes. However, at that moment, as I was getting used to this strange world and work life, I forgot one universal truth about society. The one about the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Chapter 18.2. At the same time, in the office of Research Team 1. They cleared it again in just over an hour. One researcher, who had been slacking off while reviewing Team D's records, gritted his teeth. How many points have they earned so far? 5,000p. At this rate, within a few years, they might break the record for fastest Wish ticket acquisition. Lucky you, huh? The researcher muttered bitterly. Some of us are stuck in the lab, facing all sorts of horrors, and we can barely scrape together 500 points a month without hazard pay. Meanwhile, a newbie racks up 50,000 points in a month. Hey, cut it out. The researcher clammed up. The fact that he couldn't even complain about the situation made him even more frustrated inside. Something wasn't right. Some people get lucky and pick the best equipment, making points easily. Meanwhile, others don't even have access to those kinds of points or privileges, not even in their wildest dreams. The field exploration team should be below research positions. We're the elite, and we should be treated better. This isn't fair. It was truly unfair. That thought was genuine. Of course, he conveniently forgot that he had often mocked the field exploration team employees, calling them lab rats. Well, sometimes things just fall into place during ghost explorations. That's how it goes. Section Chief Kwok Jae-kang commented with a smile, throwing a casual remark toward the researcher. Though, I admit, this case is something else. Ignoring the researcher's sour expression, Kwok Jae-kang flicked through the documents. Oh, and I hear this ghost story requires more than 10 people to enter. Supervisor Lee. Ah, yes. That's correct. You need 10 people to enter the ghost story. With a smile, Kwok Jae-kang picked up a pen. Looks like this will be a team effort, then. Assigned, Squads A, D and Y. The researcher watched as Kwok Jae-kang pulled out the roster and marked the squads. And then it happened. Supervisor Lee. Yes. Do you know what the alphabetical order of the field exploration teams means? He did not. Since he was just doing his job on autopilot and keeping his head down, there was no way he would be well versed in the organizational structure of other departments. Kwok Jae-kang laughed and casually tapped the documents. It was a strange kind of laughter. In a word, it's ranked by performance. You know how schools have honors classes, regular classes, and remedial classes. The researcher suddenly realized something. Then, is D Squad an honors class? No. A firm denial came back. A to C. Those are the elites. Kwok Jae-kang tapped his pen on the corresponding teams. The rest are just expendables. Ah. For a brief moment, the researcher felt a little better. But you know, just between us. D Squad's performance has been so good lately that there's some talk about a big promotion during the next assignment cycle. Haha. As with any corporate gossip, such overly bold statements were usually not reliable rumors. Still, the researcher felt a bit anxious. freewebnovel.com. Is there any bad news? As if on cue, Kwok Jae-kang mumbled something in a seemingly regretful tone. But man, what bad timing. They're entering together with A Squad. Is it bad to go in with the elite team? Well, of course. You know why, right? Kwok Jae-kang stroked his chin. There are times when a sacrifice is needed to open an escape route in certain ghost stories. Especially in those that require large teams. Kwok Jae-kang shrugged. This exploration is going to give us plenty to talk about. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few days later. Just like the past month, D Squad received a call and headed up to the 17th floor. There, they were met with an unexpected sight. Hello. There were other visitors in Research Team 1's office. People wearing various masks. Are they from another squad in the field exploration team? I quickly counted the heads. There were about 7 of them. Among them was someone I recognized. Can it bring the dead back to life? It was the same new hire who had asked about the wish ticket at the orientation. That one wearing a cow mask was quietly standing with his head bowed, leaning against a desk. There was a slightly gloomy aura around him. His hair was long, especially for a man, to the point where you might expect the company to give him a hard time about it. Of course, it didn't seem like anyone in this room cared about such things. Oh. This. Ahem. As D Squad's seniors reacted to the people filling the office space, with some mixture of admiration and sighs. Oh, D Squad is finally here. Come in, let's start the briefing. Kwok Jae-kang appeared and began leading everyone into the attached meeting room. As we walked, I overheard Assistant Manager Un asking a question. Are we going in together with the other teams? That's right, that's right. Assistant Manager Un glanced around, then quietly walked over to me and whispered low enough that others couldn't hear. See those employees with the gold-marked masks? Yes. That's the A Squad. I knew. They're the elite team. In Daydream Incorporated, the company could only function if someone cleared the ghost stories and extracted the resources. To avoid a plot hole where the company collapses, there has to be a group of people inhumanly good at their job. That's why A Squad was known for having so many notable figures in the dark exploration records. I gave a small nod. Chapter 18.3. A Squad consisted of 3 people wearing a butterfly, praying mantis, and teal duck mask. Then, the person wearing the teal duck mask from A Squad spoke up. It was the voice of an energetic, older woman. Oh, so you're that famous employee Kim Solium. Yes. It's a pleasure to meet you. I instinctively bowed my head, but cold sweat started to form. That Kim Solium. What kind of rumors are circulating about me? Right. If we get the chance, let's meet sometime. You've got a bright future ahead, kid. The woman passed by me and took her seat. That must be the leader of A Squad. Assistant Manager Un continued explaining. And the ones without the gold marks on their masks are the Y Squad. 3 people wearing masks without gold marks, plus the new employee with the cow mask that I recognized. There was a somewhat gloomy atmosphere surrounding them. The leader of Y Squad isn't a manager, just a regular employee, but don't worry about it. Just stay quiet. Yes, ma'am. I already knew that, too. Supervisor Park whispered to me. Ro. The people you met today from the other squads, especially the Y Squad, just keep things light with them, okay? I'll tell you why later. Yes, sir. I nodded without question. I already had a rough idea of what that later explanation might be. But suddenly, Supervisor Park sitting next to me seemed touched. Huh. Honestly. I love that you're like a more tactful version of the section chief. I think so too. Was that a compliment? All right, if everyone could take their seats, let's get started with the briefing. Kwok Jae-kang stood in front of the board without even turning on the prompter. I was going to explain the ghost story you'll be entering today, but... Kwok Jae-kang let out a chuckle. The truth is, we don't know much. What do you mean by that, Section Chief Kwok? There's only one piece of information from a civilian escape. Oh. In the silence, a few documents were handed out. I looked over the brief page, which was more like a memo. While playing a board game during a club retreat at Hanmyeomgaduk Pension in Gangwon-do, all 12 university students went missing. The board game in question is presumed to be a creation of Cheerful Research Institute * under the trademark Cheerful Theme Park. Joyful Fantasyland Adventure. The survivors stated that the board game was already placed inside the pension. The pension owner denies this. Result, after 17 hours, some members returned. They testified to living inside a theme park within the board game. Various symptoms such as delusions, PTSD, and mild to severe neuroses were reported. Survivors, 4. Missing, 1. Deceased, 7. The next page contained brief statements from each survivor about their time in the board game theme park. The descriptions were fragmented, likely due to their severe psychological trauma. But even that was enough for me to recognize it. I swallowed hard. It's about time for this one. It finally arrived. A ghost story requiring a large group to participate. The player limit for this board game must exceed 10 people. That's why the group size is so large. Yes, we tried to recreate the conditions as closely as possible. Kwok Jae-kang winked. But despite the harsh circumstances, my team has figured out the best way to enter. You just brought the board game, didn't you? Haha. Don't be so harsh, Assistant Manager Jean. We even got the game rules. The A-Squad employee in the butterfly mask didn't respond, but Kwok Jae-kang didn't mind as he placed the board game on the table. Here it is. Cheerful theme park. Joyful Fantasyland adventure. Be the first team to ride all 3 fantasy attractions with your teammates and win spectacular prizes. The front of the nearly brand new box was adorned with a colorful depiction of Fantasyland. When the box was opened, it revealed a map of the theme park divided into zones and brightly colored coins. Now, let's split into teams and start the board game. He says it so cheerfully, urging us to enter a ghost story where more than half the people died. Should we just form teams based on our squads? Oh, actually, you'll draw game pieces from these capsules, and your team will be based on the color you draw. Kwok Jae-kang pulled out a small capsule from one side of the box and showed it to everyone. If you shake it, the piece will drop from this hole. It's random, then. With size, people began shaking the capsules and drawing game pieces one by one. Blue, yellow, red, As expected, this kind of thing usually goes in order of seniority, so my turn was almost last. The piece I drew was. Employee Kim, you've got red. Of course, I got the red piece. In the world of ghost stories, red isn't exactly a lucky color, and I wasn't feeling great about it. Well, the color doesn't really matter in this ghost story. Even if people draw the same color, different things happen, after all. I swallowed hard, feeling nervous. Anyway. Are we entering now? Once the game board is set up, we'll begin the entry. However, even after squad leader Lee Jae-hyun unfolded the game board, nothing happened. A sudden thought crossed my mind, and I counted the number of people. 4 with yellow, 4 with blue. And those who drew red, like me. Assistant Manager Jean from A-Squad, the new employee from Y-Squad that I recognized, and me. 3 people in total. The red team doesn't have enough players. We're missing one person, Lee Jae-hyun said, turning his vertical pupils toward Kwok Jae-kang. It seems we can't enter with just 11 people. We need all 12 to try again. Oh, that. Kwok Jae-kang casually responded and tossed the capsule containing the game pieces. Supervisor Lee, catch. He threw it to the gambling-addicted researcher standing nearby. What? The researcher caught the capsule reflexively. Thud. Inside, the remaining red piece fell out. I drew it. Wait a second. Departing for Fantasyland. The game board shot up into the air, swirling before swallowing our surroundings. You are. Ha 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 ha. I heard the researcher's scream echoing in my ears, followed by Kwok Jae-kang's laughter. I recalled the back pages of Kwok Jae-kang's Dark Exploration Records entry on the wiki. Ghost story-obsessed psycho. Mad scientist. When exploring ghost stories with little information, he often manipulates the situation by suggesting dangerous combinations or actions, leading to obvious deaths in order to gather peculiar data. He is a major contributor to expanding exploration records. For details on